after maybe an early, rougher start, he got in there and kind of settled in a bit and made a few saves. But right after the goal was disallowed to start the second, it felt like it kind of got away from you. Like that turned the tide. Manson comes in, scores. I don't know what you're expecting somebody like Logan O'Connor to do in a situation like that. He's being shoved into the goalie. And once you're sort of tangled up, like, to me, you can only disallow that if there's some intent in trying to wrench your stick in between the goaltender to affect him.
I was surprised they changed it because the call on the ice was a goal.
Yeah.
And usually they just kind of stick with it.
Well, and look, unless it feels like it's something egregious, like, was it beyond your control? And I think it was beyond his control. And so whatever, they disallow the goal. But the second they did that, Jersey kind of took over. Got a couple of odd man rushes, a 2-on-1. Nothing Eustace can do about that. Puts that in the back of the net. Now you're playing from behind. You're scrambling to catch back up. And you do, third period, you do what the Avs seem to do almost every game, which is, even though we have a little bit of a deficit here, all it takes is one, and we're going to be right back in this game. And that's exactly what happened. They put two together, back-to-back, boom, boom. You get that amazing hit from Lehkonen behind the net on what? Hughes, right? Hughes was coming around, thought he was home free, had a 3 seconds to regain himself behind the net. By the time he looked up, the shoulder of Lehkonen was already at his throat. And then the puck pops out right in front, and Makar finishes. Then you get that laser from Sammy G. Tie ball game. Here we go. 4-on-4 was good to the Avs. And they have something in common with the Nuggets that I want to get to later. But after that, you're able to kill off a power play. The Avs, by the way, killed off 16 of their last 17 at that point.
The Devils haven't scored in like 16 power plays themselves, or 13 maybe it was.
So with all of that, I thought you had the golden opportunity to finish. I can't believe the save that Vanacek made on McKinnon with about 3 minutes left in the third. And then immediately afterwards, the Devils get one. So, look, it felt like the turning point of the game was disallowed goal from Manson. It's especially huge because I don't understand why they would overturn that. But secondly, that could have been you just going back up with another power play yourself. If they called it the way I thought they should have, which is, that feels like a lot to overturn, you would have had a big advantage. But as far as some other stuff in that game, I thought that, what I've been surprised by with Parise? He moves a little bit quicker than I thought he would. I mean, maybe
39 years old, you thought he just need a walker out there?
Well, when you watch like McDermott skate or something like that, or you watch Jack Johnson skate, I thought
takes a while to get going.
Looks more like a locomotive, right, than it does just you're shot out of a cannon. I'm not saying that he looks like he's shot out of a cannon, but I'll tell you that it's quicker than I thought it would be. Really is. So credit to him. Like, he's got a little bit more juice than I thought he would have at this age and for being on the shelf for as long as he was. So I've been impressed with him. But you just couldn't quite get over that hump. And we'll talk to Jared Bednar more about this today as he joins us at 8 o'clock. Vic is going to be live in Vegas from Radio Row for all of the big game stuff that we got going on. By the way, Vic had the chance to talk to Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, Gene Steratore, Boomer Esiason, and SpongeBob SquarePants. the man who doesn't watch cartoons. He talked to SpongeBob. So we got all of those that will run throughout the course of the show today. Again, disappointing to not get one here in these first couple post All-Star break. Now, last night, I think a little bit different of a story. You're playing off a back-to-back. You actually started the game pretty hot. Looked like in the second you lost your legs a bit. You regained some sort of steam in the third, but it just wasn't enough. Now they got one more tough one here coming up against Carolina tomorrow, and that's going to be like a full day because you got Carolina and then the Nuggets are going to be back playing against the Lakers in that big game in LA, so a lot to look forward to tomorrow. One thing I was thinking about, by the way, for as we transition and start looking forward to the Super Bowl. Cam Newton said something about Brock Purdy that I kind of agree with. And he's defended this since. Because everybody thinks this is a shot. And maybe it is for the individual player, but for the organization, it's like the biggest compliment you could be paid. Cam Newton said that Brock Purdy was the 10th best player on the 49ers. And is that insulting? Like, maybe to Brock Purdy a little bit, it's insulting. But what a compliment to Shanahan and Lynch, right? That you find yourself in this situation if that were true, and I think you could make an argument. Like, I don't know where Purdy is. I'm not going to go. I don't know all the ins and outs of everybody on the 49ers roster. Like, I don't know offensive linemen and stuff like that, but I'd say that Debo is better at his position than Purdy is. I'd say Kittle is. I'd say McCaffrey is. I'd say Ayuk is. I'd say Warner is. I'd say Bosa is. So, I mean, that's 6 just off the top of my head. I mean, that's safety Hufanga, right? I know he's hurt right now, but Hufanga is a really good safety. I don't know. I don't know where Purdy ranks on that list. But the fact that you're there, in spite of your quarterback being barely a top 10 player on your team, and by the way, not bad, not a bad quarterback. The worst thing that people can say about Purdy is that he's okay, right? That's the worst you can do. And he's like the 10th best guy on the team? What a compliment. I'd love to have a team that's like that. Not necessarily with your quarterback being your 10th best player, but a team that makes the Super Bowl with your quarterback being the 10th best player. How good is your team?
I was going to say the Broncos quarterback might be the 10th best player in the team.
Oh,
right now, Stidham.
Where would you have put Russell last year? Like, I ask,
The surrounding talent wasn't like high. They don't have Debo and McCaffrey, so it's, I don't know.
Middle of the winning streak. Like, let's say, how many games did they win before it kind of fell apart late?
6, right? 5?
But what was their stretch? Was it like they won 5 of 6? Is that what it was? Because they went on that little run.
They won 5 straight.
5 straight. Okay, so after the 5th straight win, if I asked you, give me the top 10 players on the Broncos, where would Russell Wilson have fit in that discussion? Because he's not better than Simmons. He's not better than Surtain.
Sutton was playing out of his mind at that time, too.
Yeah, Sutton. I think at that time we were saying that Sutton was the offensive MVP. So there's 3.
Probably right after that. I mean, there's nobody else you can make an argument for. Javonte didn't even have a good year. Even during that stretch, he wasn't playing that well.
Could you say, like, Singleton? Maybe? Like, that's the other one. I mean, Russell's probably 4th. And he wasn't playing that well. That's a problem.
What about McMillan? He was a stud for a while.
Dude, I could throw McMillan in there. You could say he was probably 4th at that time. Maybe. Like, there's an argument there. But think about the difference here. Brock Purdy, no doubt, has had a better season than Russell Wilson did. Now, still questions about how he got to those numbers, how much help was he given. But if he's the 10th best player on the team and your team's in the Super Bowl, you're like, what have you done in the draft? How is that possible?
You know what they did in the draft? They whiffed out a quarterback, and they still have this.
Like, all-time whiff. Do you guys understand? And this is why you might feel like I'm beating a dead horse here. I don't care. They traded 3 firsts and a third for a quarterback who never played, and they're this good. You know how the NFL Network used to have those top 10 shows? What was it? Was it just called like NFL's Top 10 or something like that, right? Where it was top 10 draft busts, top 10 free agency pickups, top 10 best plays, like all those different little 30-minute shows they had. They had the dude, number 9. And then they'd go like, oh, let's take the radio host from Pittsburgh. Tell us about the Steelers.
He was special,
play.
man.
Yeah.
It was special.
That show. If you had worst trades, that's a top 10 like worst trade ever. It should be in the discussion, but it's not because it didn't matter.
Is the Russell Wilson one up there too?
Well, of course it is.
Which one's worse?
I'm being dead serious. In principle, the Niners trade is worse. That's a worse trade than what the Broncos did, but because of the results, it's never going to be thought of like that. Because they're able to go to 3 straight NFC championship games in the years after doing that trade, nobody cares. I still can't believe that. Like, that tanks a franchise that loses everybody their jobs. And instead, it made these guys smarter somehow. You whiff that badly, you take Mr. Irrelevant pick, and now you're in the Super Bowl? Huh? That's insanity. So, like, I don't know. Worst trades ever. I mean, obviously, Herschel Walker trades up there. Russell Wilson trade. It should be this one, but it won't. Like, can you look up an article, Marty, and just give me a couple other what they consider, like, horrible trades?
Yeah, just off the top of my head, remember when the Bears moved up one spot to get Mitch Trubisky?
Yeah, what did they give up for that?
They gave up, traded a first-round selection to Chicago in exchange for Chicago's first, third, and fourth, as well as a third-round selection. But the Niners weren't taking Trubisky. Like, they didn't need to do that.
Right.
And they took Trubisky, like, of all places.
Dude, and I'm looking at Brock Purdy like right now. He looks like he's 15 years old. I also can't get over that. You know what Purdy looks like? He looks like a rookie hockey player. You know, all those rookie hockey players, like Kale, still looked like he would be ID'd to buy cigarettes. Although that's what, 21 now? Let's go back to the days where he was 18. It looked like he'd be ID'd to buy cigarettes. I still get that, by the way, for buying like Ons and Zins. Like, can I see your ID? I'm like, do we really have to play this game with me?
Trent Richardson for a first-round pick. Remember that one?
Ooh, that one's bad. Yeah, that one didn't work. Wait, was that after he was terrible already too? So that wasn't the trade to get him in the draft. That was after he already played a couple years, wasn't it?
Yeah, just 1 year after selecting Richardson in the draft, seeing him run for 950 yards and 11 touchdowns, Cleveland traded to the Colts for a first-round pick only 2 weeks into the 2013 season. So he played a year and 2 weeks. And they were like, yeah.
And it wasn't good. Like, I know, like
950 yards and 11 touchdowns. That's fine.
But wasn't that on like 3.2 yards a carry? The people that get fascinated about...
He was cut after the 2014 year and never played again.
The people that get fascinated about running back touchdowns is like, it has to be in context. When Barry Sanders had like 10 touchdowns in a season, there were like 8 of them were from beyond 30 yards. Trent Richardson scored 11 touchdowns all from the 1 yard line. And I'm like, these aren't built the same. It's like, did you see how many touchdowns Jalen Hurts ran for? I was like, you mean pushed in for? It's not quite the same. Anyway, 303.
This article doesn't even have Trey Young in there, or Trey Lance in there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, why would you?
Nobody cares. Yeah.
They're successful. It didn't matter. If the Nuggets right now, Marty, traded 5 first-round picks for a player who never played for him, but they won another championship and kept going to NBA Finals appearances, you think that ends up in the worst trades? Why? Like, you know what's a terrible trade looking back at it? Do this, Marty. Go look at Paul George. Give me the Paul George OKC LA Clippers trade. Because the Clippers traded a guy who's going to finish like second in the MVP this year, along with like 7 first-round picks for Paul George. And OKC is set up for better success than the Clippers ever have been. Like, that trade, when you go back and look at that one, is crazy because you traded Paul George, who's a good player, for an MVP and all these picks going the other way.
Yeah, SGA, Gallinari, 5 first-round picks.
If you just, Marty, if I just made the trade, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George straight up, you'd be like, the Clippers lost. And then you're like, oh, in 5 first-rounders on top of that. It's all about what happens afterwards. And the Niners made it not matter. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Add this one to the list, Marty. Texans are saying the Browns Deshaun Watson trade. Yeah, that could be up there. But he's still on the roster, so is it too early to judge? I mean, Deshaun hasn't played well, and that contract is abysmal. But feels early. So the Browns are involved in a lot of these, is what you're saying. Imagine that. A couple other things. Do you have the audio of Isaiah Pacheco talking about Nathan McKinnon, Marty? Because at the Super Bowl, there were a couple of NHL beat guys, one of them being Peter Burns, that just walked up to football players asking them hockey-ish questions and just seeing how they'd respond. And it was funny. But Isaiah Pacheco, the angry runner, super intense, Peter Burns was saying, you're a lot like Nathan McKinnon, and just hear this exchange.
Isaiah, you play hard and angry like a Nathan McKinnon. What goes into that style of play?
A Nathan McKinnon? Who's Nathan McKinnon?
He's a center for the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh.
He plays hard and angry.
Girl, shout out to you, bro.
And I realized, it's funny. I don't think that athletes watch other sports. We invest all this time and all this energy in the Avs play tonight, the Nuggets play tonight. When the Broncos next game? Are they a Thursday night game or are they Sunday this week? Oh, they're that. Oh, yeah.
Shout out to you, bro.
The Rockies are, they're in contention. We have to watch the Rockies now. We have all of these games that we have to watch. And these athletes are they play and then they don't. So I watched this interview. Go watch a podcast of any athlete talking. It's never about sports at all. For the most part. I watch, there was this episode of the St. Brown Brothers podcast. It's so Amon-Ra St. Brown and his brother Equanimous have a podcast together. So Equanimous is a wide receiver for the Bears. And they talk to these athletes every week they have a guest on this thing, and they're always athletes, and they ask him questions. One of the questions they always ask is, what's the first Super Bowl you remember? Marty, the amount of these guys that go, I never really watched football. They play professionally, football. And they go, I never really watched growing up.
Not even the Super Bowl?
So many of these guys are the first one was the Kaepernick Super Bowl or something. And you're like, it's 10 years ago. Oh, the first Super Bowl I remember, probably the one from 4 years ago or something like that. They don't watch. And I'm like, how do you play a sport and you don't watch? And then I'm trying to figure out, does that apply to every entertainment profession? If you're an actor, do you just not watch movies? Yeah, I don't really watch movies. I just do them. Huh?
Movies? Hate them. Nah.
Isn't that weird? And now I'm not expecting Isaiah Pacheco to know hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, hockey is very much a sport that it feels to me like football and basketball, they would know each other, right? Football players would know basketball.
Jokic is, yeah.
Yes. I don't know if he could name a single baseball player.
I don't think he knows who Charlie Blackmon is, though.
No. Those guys don't know players in their own towns. You know what I'm saying? And that would apply, by the way, if you asked Nuggets players, name 3 Rockies, I don't think they'd have a chance. They no way. Now, if you asked DeAndre Jordan, who's Nathan McKinnon, I think he would know him. But, wasn't DJ the guy last year that was, chugging beers at an Avs game? Right? He was right on the glass. I think that was him. Maybe it was a couple years ago. But if it's not basketball and football, they kind of know each other. Anything else, nobody knows anything. And that's why I love this idea of asking a whole bunch of these players in the Super Bowl about hockey stuff. They asked Kyle Shanahan, what's your strategy to get bodies up front or something like that? Talking about the goal line, but instead of the net. They did a whole bunch of those questions. It was really funny to watch reactions because they're like, I don't get this at all. They're asking, why don't you guys have playoff beards? I love the idea. Fair question, by the way, from a texter. Can anyone name 3 Rockies? I can, but I would expect most wouldn't.
Shout out to you, bro.
Charlie Blackmon, Ezekiel Tovar, Nolan Jones. Boom. By the way, isn't spring training like today? Does anybody care?
No. Before the Super Bowl?
Dude, it's always early February, pitchers and catchers report. What's the exact date? When is that? Because I haven't heard a single word about baseball. Like, nobody. And I get it. It's like Super Bowl. There's been an NFL playoffs. We're in the middle of basketball and hockey season, but...
Next Wednesday, Valentine's Day.
So it's next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody remotely care? Look at Marty's a baseball guy, and he's making this face like, I feel like I should.
Pitchers and catchers reporting to spring
I'm with
training
you.
never really did it for me anyway.
I'm with you on that. Like, but when spring training actually rolls around, what's the vibe that we got? And look, it just popped in my head, so I'm looking for a vibe check. What are we doing here?
There's no heartbeat. No pulse.
Like nothing.
At the moment, no. Let the Super Bowl pass.
Okay.
Give me the All-Star break for the Nuggets. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
If they play up to their potential, they could be a 500 club. How about that?
I'd take that, by the way. The thing I loved about last year with the Rockies, they got forced into a rebuild. Like, they didn't even mean to, and they got forced into it because everybody ended up on the IL. And so now you found these gems like Nolan Jones and Brenton Doyle, and you had to throw them up there early. And I'm like, all right, well, let's see what year 2 looks like, because Nolan Jones looks like a baller.
How many games for Chris Bryant this year? How many baseball games is he going to play?
Can you give me 100?
Who plays more, Anthony Rendon or Chris Bryant?
It's actually a good question. So how many has Chris Bryant played the last 2? What's his total number of games played? Like, I'm asking for 100. Just give me like...
So the first year he was
2/3 of the season.
He played 42, and last year almost doubled it, got to 80.
Okay, so we're on track for 100.
But
That's
a
what I
lot of
want.
those came at the end of the season where it was like, this season's over.
Yeah. Texture says, I'm an insane person. I listen to every spring training game on the radio. Really? Sir, you are insane. You're also a good fan. I give you credit. That's loyalty. That's a good quality to have. Saw this TikTok once. It was this girl who goes, if your boyfriend is a fan of a terrible football team or a terrible sports team, you hang on to that man because he's loyal. And I'm like, you're damn right. So, Sean, you might be an insane person, but you're a loyal man. It's a good quality. I'll tell you one thing that needs to stop. And I watched this as Roger Goodell was answering questions about, he was giving his State of the Union. We need to stop the script stuff. Like, it's not funny anymore. It's old. It's tired. Everybody makes the same joke. Are you over that? Are you with me on this, Marty?
It was really funny at first, and
like I actually
now that they're into it, like they did that promo where it was like the script writers, like it was like a 5-minute promo. That was funny. That should have been the end of it.
Here's the thing. The second that the person you're making fun of is in on the joke is over. You can't keep doing it. And I always love like the script. I'm like, okay. So they went out there and they said, you're going to tear your ACL and you're going to be concussed. This is part of the script. Well, how do you do that? I'm going to need you to stand up straight and have somebody run full speed into your knee. There's not an actor in the world that would take that. You know what the script should be? Joe Burrow out for the year. That's what the people want. Give him Jake Browning. I don't think you can plan these things. Now, I get that confused with my conspiratorial mind, though, Marty, where it becomes, I think these refs are on the take. That's a different thing than scripted. Can't script it. But every once in a while, I look at refs and I go, what's going on with you guys over here? Because that was not a hold, and you called a hold, and there's been a whole bunch of holds this game that you haven't called. But we need to stop with the script. It's guys, the time has passed. No more. By the way, I want to get to the idea that the Nuggets and the Avs are very similar in one specific category. Now, it didn't go fully on display yesterday, but over the course of the year, they're very similar end of game. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Again, with the Avs losing yesterday, second game of back-to-back. Welcome to the post-All-Star break portion of your season. Here you go. Go on the road. Do that twice in a row. Oh, what's that? Guys who are just playing in the All-Star game. Take a flight from there to your game and then have a back-to-back. All right, cool. Once the goal was disallowed in the second, the game flipped. It changed.
It was in the script, right?
It was in the script.
Mm-hmm.
Once that happened, momentum, the ice shifted to the other side. Devils kind of took over, and you had to play that catch-up game that the Avs are good at. But it's almost, when you're on the second leg of a back-to-back, okay, you expend all this energy to get back in the game. Now it's tied 3-3. Do you got enough in the tank to finish? And they damn near did. Like that Vanacek save on McKinnon with about 3 minutes left. McKinnon on a breakaway. That's a Jokic floater, man. If it doesn't go in, you're like, what happened? But a big save. You go the other direction. Jersey scores. Now you're in scramble mode, extra attacker on the ice, all that fun stuff, and they throw in a whatever goal with a couple of seconds left, so the Avs lose 5-3. But late in games, third period and fourth quarter for the Nuggets and Avs, they have a very, very big similarity. They both do something at an elite level. We'll get to that next. We'll talk to Vic as he will be at Radio Row in 15 minutes. Talked to a whole bunch of people yesterday, including Jim Nance and Boomer Esiason, and a little bit of Tony Romo and SpongeBob. That too.
Isn't it always weird seeing like the voice actors just doing
Totally.
the voices?
Totally.
It kind of ruins it, doesn't it?
You think it ruins it?
That's just weird to me. Like, I saw like they did like a table read for The Simpsons once where it was just the people doing it, and I'm like, nah,
yeah.
I don't like that.
I guess you're right. It depends, though, because I've seen the guy who does like now I haven't watched these, but we all kind of know the voice, right, of the animated Batman. The guy just passed. What was his name? I forget what his name was, but he did all of the Batman animated stuff for like years. And watching him do it, I'm like, yeah, you sound like Batman.
Or when the EA Sports guy did his thing.
EA
That was
Sports.
sick.
How much did he get paid for just saying that? It's in the game.
You think he redid it every year, or he laid it down once and he's like, all right.
Dude, if you hear those stories about those guys on video games, like Charles Davis doing Madden or something like that, you'll realize like the painstaking process of doing that stuff. And then you got somebody like David Aldridge, where he did all that work and everybody just skips right over him. Just get me to the game. Don't care. So the Avs and the Nuggets have something in common here. When it comes down to clutch moments, they're both basically the best teams in the league when things get tight. The Avs, by a couple of different metrics, are the best third period team in hockey. Now, I think we can all kind of understand why. Look at the amount of times they've had to come back and win games. Like, they're really good in moments like that. They tighten things up defensively. Their offense typically breaks out and scores a couple of goals, just like they did last night. Now, they couldn't finish. But there's something about when you're in the clutch that team steps up and plays well. The same thing with the Nuggets. Fourth quarter defense is best in the entire NBA. And they have won a whole bunch of games in the fourth quarter by jumping back into it with stifling defense and getting some buckets. They're really good at it. All that left me thinking, though, for both the Avs and the Nuggets is I don't know what the numbers are of the Avs in the second period, but Mike Malone volunteered this before their last game that they're the worst second quarter team in the NBA. And it feels like the Avs are kind of like that. I don't know if it's second period or first period out of the gates or what the numbers are, but you put yourself in a hole only to dig yourself back out. And a lot of times the Avs can come back and do that. But when you have a back-to-back like you do last night, probably heavy legs there in the third period, you expend all this energy to get back into the game, and then you don't quite have enough to get over the hump. They're really similar teams. And we've been talking about this all year. Their records are even like virtually the same. They both have a very good shot to win championships. I mean, as of right now, I think the Avs are still the Cup favorites. The Nuggets, has that changed, by the way? Are the Nuggets still like in third or whatever the case may be? I mean, they're near the top. But I always thought that was funny, is that the Avs got bounced in the first round last year. Now there's some circumstances that involved as to why they got bounced in the first round, but they have been like the favorites to win the entire year. And the Nuggets, who were champions last season, still looking at, like, I think the third best odds.
They're second. Celtics are at plus 270, Nuggets plus 440. Then Bucks, Clippers, Suns.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Circa right now, too. Circa has, yes, plus 450 for the Nuggets. That's tied with the Clippers, who are also plus 450, and the Celtics are number one. Is anybody else even close to that? Bucks plus 550. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Look at the standings. OKC and Minnesota been hot all year. Plus 2,000 to win the title.
I know. And that's kind of how I am. I'm like, they're a good team. Both of those teams are good teams. But do I think that in the postseason they can take the next step? I don't. They can prove me wrong.
I wonder what the Sixers were before the Embiid injury. Like, they had to be up there.
Probably, yeah. But isn't that funny? And look, the Nuggets dealt with this. Like, remember when the Nuggets were the cutesy story? Already patted you on the head and said, "Oh, that's fun, guys, but you're going to get bounced."
Look at you guys. That is neat.
And then it just
Plus
kind of
2,000.
changed. And dude, one of the like unanswerable questions that I'd love to just, if I ask God, our sports God, hey, if Jamal never got hurt, are we looking at a couple of championships right now? Or is this just the one? And did that actually make the team better in some ways? Because they realized the flaws and the things that they needed to fill. You know what I mean? Like, you'll never know. But the Nuggets made the Western Conference Finals in 2020, and then Jamal got hurt. And remember, that was right after the AG trade where everything looked like it was finally coming together, like this looks like a championship-level team. And then for 2 straight years, you couldn't see it. I'm just like, would they have more?
It's just a broken road, Brett.
It is a broken road. Rascal Flatts would say, God bless the broken road.
Don't bring up
'Cause
the
it
bad
led me
times. They just
I'm
won a
not.
championship.
I'm
Let's
not.
just come on.
I'm saying they have a championship. I just wondered if they have
You're
more.
asking sports gods if they would have multiple.
I'll quote Rascal Flatts again. God bless the broken road that led me straight to the NBA championship. I think that's the lyrics to the song. Is it not? Am I misremembering that?
No, that's it.
What happened to Rascal Flatts, by the way? Are they just did they break up? Was that like a silent breakup of that band? Weren't they everywhere for like 10 years? I haven't heard them once. I just had the Grammys. They brought out Tracy Chapman. By the way.
Ooh, looks like they haven't toured since 2019.
I know.
What's
Are
going on
we
here?
beefing right now? Do we got some beef within that band?
Oh, they didn't make it out of COVID.
Well, don't say it like that.
Well, I mean, they,
Yeah,
you know,
geez.
the group didn't,
I got it. Just weird phrasing there. Can I say something about Tracy Chapman? And I don't mean this as disrespect. I'm genuinely curious here. Fast Car, good song. Is it that good? Is it good enough to where everybody had to tweet about it when she came out and sang the song? Like, my wife listened to that Luke Combs version so many different times, and I'm like, again with this song? Again?
it was a bit exhausting to scroll Twitter, be like, you guys have to listen to this song. Yeah, everybody
Oh my
tweeted it.
God,
We
this is
got-
amazing. I'm like, it's fine. It's good. Good to see Tracy Chapman back out there performing, I guess. I mean, but did I need to stop what I was doing to watch the 5 minutes? You got a fast car. I'm like, okay. I got it.
What
Good-
happens? What happens, like money wise, when a new guy takes your old song, makes it crazy popular, and
I've wondered that too.
like, what is it, 50-50? Like, how does that work?
you got to
You get the
like,
blessing from them?
You got it. Well, you have to get a blessing first of all, but then you're probably like, I get a percentage of whatever this song becomes, and it became huge again. And I almost feel like that's a cheat. If you're a musician, covering a song is a cheat. You can, if they do that, here's what's different. If you go to a concert, I've seen this happen plenty of times. Guys go to concerts and they do cover songs. I think that's cool. It's like you're hearing a band play a song that's not theirs. But if you're going to make this for the radio, like, come on, man. Although there's movie remakes a million times too. So, I mean that. There's also that. I mean, these guys are saying that song it's not bad. It's just
it's a good song.
it's a good song. But they acted like this is Prince wasn't dead and he came back on the stage and started singing Purple Rain or something, or Little Red Corvette, and you're like, all right, to me, it wasn't that moment. You know what else I've wondered, Marty? On that subject, like royalties and people making money off of other people's stuff. If you're a movie maker, if you're a writer and a director, Marty, and you say, I'm going to make a movie and I got a great idea. And I go, oh, yeah, what is it? And you tell me it's your life. I'm going to make a movie on your life. You know, oh. Okay. Well, what do I get? Do they get anything? Like, if you make, like, I love the movie Ray, about Ray Charles, Jamie Foxx playing Ray Charles. Does Ray Charles get money because they're making a movie about him or not? Or can you just make a movie about anybody and it doesn't matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you get cash for that?
Or the director can be like, it's loosely based on your life. It's not your life. It's just,
But I'm like, you're using
Sorta
my
like it.
name.
I'm sure if you're using the name, I'm sure you get some money.
Like, what's like Elton John? What's that movie called that just came out? Is it just Elton?
Wasn't it Rocket Man?
Or Rocket Man? Yeah. Rocket Man. Does Elton John get money for
I'm
that?
sure. They used his music. I'm sure they did.
So, like, X with Denzel Washington, does the Malcolm X estate get cash for that? Or is that just like, nope, fair game now, he's gone? Always confused me on that. Somebody make a movie on my life. Make me the fast car Tracy Chapman money. I want that stuff. Somebody else do the work. Just give me the cash flow. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. And Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guacamole and queso. Don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com. Vic will join us live from Radio Row. Mosier's still on the road with the Avs. Get to all that next. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. All right, Vic will join us shortly from Radio Row in Vegas. And Vic in Vegas is thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. Moj, Avs last night. Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't been to Old Chicago in a minute. I really like Old Chicago. Just by you saying Old Chicago makes me want to go to Old Chicago.
I could eat a pizza right now.
Yeah, me too.
Like right now at this moment.
Get them on the horn. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Moj, last night, the Avs lose to Jersey. Second game of a back-to-back, and I think you kind of saw that, especially in the middle, like how it felt to me. They did kind of what we talked about, right? They jumped out of the gates pretty hot. They were moving.
Yeah.
It felt like the game flipped on the overturned goal from Manson. Right after
it certainly did, and I didn't agree with it, Kaner. I did not agree with it.
Let's just start there then. Like I don't get what they expect Logan O'Connor to do. You're being pushed into a goalie, and then was the claim that it was the stick that got caught in between them. That's why they overturned it. And I'm like, well, how do you really have control of where that's going to be when you get pushed into somebody?
Exactly right. And again, this is like a pass interference thing, right? I mean, it's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. If you go by the letter of the law, and he didn't try to get out of the crease and all this stuff, and I'm like, dude, here's the way I look at it. I don't care what happens. I don't care who's tied up into what. If a dude gets pushed into a goalie, then to me, that's a good goal. I don't care what happens after that.
Yeah.
I really don't. And by the way, it's his stick caught in the Vanacek gear. Vanacek had created separation. He had recovered from the position. It's the fact that you see Vanacek holding his stick with his catching glove.
Right.
And you're like, hey, man, are there mitigating circumstances here? Listen, I'm going to sound sour grapes today. I think the Avs didn't play a great game, and so I'm kind of bummed out about it. They come back and they tied the game, and then they give up that one, which was a really ugly broken play at the end of the third period. So it's disappointing, but that disappointment bleeds over into me talking about the disallowed goal.
Well, again, it's because the game flipped there. I mean, the Avs took a 2-1 lead on that play, and it gets overturned. But think about it like this. If it doesn't get overturned, now you're up 2-1, you're on the power play, and everything about that game shifts. But after it was disallowed, Jersey goes out, scores a couple. By the way, I thought Eustace was okay last night. Like, maybe a little bit of a rough start, but he settled in pretty well, I think, in the middle of that game.
Yeah. And this is also one of those. The first one wasn't on him, man. I mean, it was Tierney, who hasn't had a goal all season. 0 goals coming into last night.
He was on that Tomas Tatar thing, huh?
Yeah, he was 20 feet away, dude. Got the redirect down into the ice, and that puck bounce. That's too bad. That's not on Annunen, as far as I'm concerned. But it's one of these. Okay. Should he make the save? I can't say that he should. Talking about the fourth goal, do you need it sometimes? Yeah. Can a dude come up with a huge save? You know what I mean? It's not like he was bad, but can you come up with that save? Can you just shut it down when your team breaks down in front of you? And you know what? He made some pretty dang good saves all night. So it's really kind of. This is me nitpicking, and it's really unfair to him, but I think it's another one of those you'd like to have that save.
But you get what you always get from the Avs, which is even if there's a little bit of a struggle bus in the middle of the game and you're down a couple, you're just waiting for the flurry that's going to come on where they make this a game again, and they did. Like third period.
Yes.
4-on-4 hockey was good to the Avs because they put in 2 in just that couple of minutes and tie the game up 3-3. And now you feel like, all right, you just need one more play. And God, I thought they had it. McKinnon with that breakaway, that save by Vanacek was unreal. And afterwards, Jersey gets the goal, and that's ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. And they scored 2 goals within 30 seconds of each other. They got right back in it. My question is, when it comes to goalies, how many times have you seen Nathan McKinnon beat a guy through the 7-hole or the 5-hole?
1 million times.
1 million times. So I think what you're, again, this gets back to the nitpicking thing. if you get beat, you get beat. What you don't want to have happen, I think, ideally, is goals to go through a goalie. You don't want to see 7-hole goals. You don't want to see 5-hole. You want to see the goalie plug every hole. But if you get beat here or there, or up top, or to the post, whatever, okay, a guy just beat me, right? And it's again, we'll talk to Coach about it and get his thoughts on it. It's the overall thing, Keener, is that it's just disappointing. You play 2 tough games to start things out. And again, this one was the back-to-back. You had the Ranger game up 1-0 until late, and then you lose it in overtime where it could have gone either way. Last night, you get sluggish in the second period, but you fight your way back. And then to have that kind of fate with just a couple of minutes to go, it hurts. It stings. Yep. It really does.
And they got a chance to get one tomorrow, as that's going to be a big day tomorrow. You get the Avs in Carolina, and then you got the Nuggets taking on the Lakers in L.A., and I'm sure they're going to be motivated as hell for that game. But a couple of things here, Moj, and we're waiting for Vic to jump on from Radio Row, as he has.
I understand they've locked him out of they won't let him in, from what I understand.
What'd he do?
Well, ever since the incident,
I don't know. I mean, pick your, pick one. How about that? Pick one. I think
he did grab a few interviews yesterday that I'm excited to hear. Jim Nantz, Boomer Esiason. He talked to SpongeBob, the guy who doesn't watch cartoons. Talked to SpongeBob's voice yesterday. Mm-hmm. So we'll get to all of that a little bit later in the show. But until Vic gets here, you know what I've been surprised by? And I know it's only been a couple of games.
Well, hold on real quick, though. Hold on real quick. If I haven't heard any of the Jim Nantz interview, but if he doesn't bring up the mac and cheese, if he doesn't bring that up, then he
failed.
Suffered a huge dereliction of duty, a huge dereliction if he doesn't bring it up.
Yeah, and I got a Zoolander quote about derelict that I'll bring up to him. You know what I mean? Bam. I know it's been a couple of games, Moj. And maybe I just set the bar too low. Maybe I was being unfair. For the Parisi signing, I was kind of just meh. I wasn't obviously not upset. There's nothing to be upset about with the signing, but I wasn't like all geared up and excited. I didn't know what he'd bring to the table. He's pushing 40, wasn't on the ice all year. And I got to say, he moves a little bit better than I thought he would. I thought it'd be a lot more locomotive-y, like when you watch McDermott or you watch Jack Johnson try and get things rolling. It feels like it takes a minute for the train to get rolling, right?
Well,
he's got some burst.
Those are also big men. I think people forget that Ryan Johansson's a big man.
Yeah.
He's 6'4". He's a big dude, right? I mean, does Mikko look like a locomotive at times? I think just bigger guys optically look that way. You know what I mean? But Parisi's a 5'11" guy, and so his motor is going good, and he'll get a nice chance to rest today and chill some things out. And they even put him on the line with Colton and Wood at a time to try to put LOC over here to try to get things mixed up and creative, and they got back-to-back goals, so that was good. But yeah, I think he's been as good as advertised for sure.
So the Avs lose one last night as it's tough. You come off a back-to-back and you battle your way back. And I don't want to say they emptied the tank in the third just trying to get this thing back tied because, again, they had a prime opportunity to win with McKinnon late, just couldn't finish things out. Hopefully tomorrow will be different. I got a whole bunch of things as we're now at the midweek point before the big game on Sunday, Moj. Whole bunch of things I'd like to talk about. And one of them being, and this is a fascination I've had, it feels like athletes don't know other athletes unless it's football and basketball. Football and basketball players know each other. Did you happen to hear Isaiah Pacheco yesterday? Because when they were doing their big media thing, a couple of the hockey dudes have media passes to the Super Bowl, and they were peppering these guys with hockey questions, but about football. So they would walk up to these players and be like, "Where's your playoff beard?" And they're like, "Huh?" Like just mixing in a whole bunch of hockey questions that are like subtle. So Peter Burns goes to Isaiah Pacheco's press conference and starts asking him about Nathan MacKinnon. Listen.
Isaiah, you play hard and angry like a Nathan MacKinnon. What goes into that style of play?
A Nathan MacKinnon. Who's Nathan McKinnon?
He's a center for the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh.
He plays hard and angry.
Girl, shout out to you, bro.
Sorry, I said Peter Burns. I meant Pete Blackburn. Sorry, mix those
Pete
up.
Blackburn, yeah.
Pete Blackburn.
Yeah, that's a little bit different, yeah.
But isn't it funny, Moj? It feels like, especially football players, unless you're an NBA player, they don't know who you are. Like, I don't know how many Broncos could name 3 Rockies.
That's completely true, I think. I feel like it is. Yeah, some sports cross over and some do not.
What's the biggest hockey crossover? Like, hockey players, if they aren't watching hockey, what sport do they watch the most?
Well, they go. I mean, the Avs were at the Nuggets all the time. Avs were at the. I mean, the Avs honestly have been. I've seen them at Rockies games, Broncos games, certainly a lot of Nuggets games.
Yeah.
That's a great question. You know, hockey's sort of like again, it's still the fourth, right? Of the big four, it's still 4.
Mm-hmm.
So
I say this all the
don't
time.
know.
Like, I feel like hockey probably has the least total amount of fans. Like, but when you talk about diehards, I don't know if anybody's more intense than a hockey fan in their love for their team and their sport.
maybe certainly loyal. How
Yeah.
about that? The loyalty is there.
It's like what's that band, the jam band? Fish.
Fish.
Fish doesn't have the most fans, but if you ever talk to somebody who they really like Fish. You know what I mean? Like, there's no in between. You're in love with them or you don't care about them at all.
But they don't like Fish in the sense that, hey man, if you say anything about Fish, I'm gonna punch your face or slash you.
Yeah, that's
man.
true.
They like Fish like this. Hey, you just don't get it, man. You know, they just the vibe they bring and the sort of the universe intertwines with the threads and the fish, man. And you got to feel the vibe, man.
You know who else is like that? Dave Matthews people.
That's right. You guys just wouldn't get it.
Like,
So those people,
And I'm not going to
those
explain
people
it
is-
to you.
so
Educate
those
yourself.
people are just flat out geeks.
if I'm
Those people
talking
are
about
just nerds.
mainstream musicians, outside of what, like Taylor Swift, does anybody, do they have like, I've been to 15 concerts? Because Dave Matthews and Fish people, they have everybody. How many have you been to, Marty, Dave Matthews?
40.
It's a legitimate number.
Jesus Lord Almighty.
You've been to
U2,
40 concerts
I think
of the same
40,
person.
Yeah.
I think U2 has that kind of following
Maybe.
too. I think U2. What's that? The Government Mule. I know some people who dig them dudes. You know,
Government
String
mule?
cheese incident?
String Cheese Incident. There's another one right there. String Cheese. Yeah.
You guys could be talking like, if you guys were making fun of me, I wouldn't understand. These sound fake.
Those
all
are
of these
legit
sound fake.
bands. They're legit bands. Government Mule, String Cheese Incident. And the way and by the way, the way the Rockies are right now, I wouldn't expect a whole lot of people to know, big time Rockies anyway. I would hope. Here's the thing: people just get mixed up in their, like, you ask Isaiah Pacheco about the best player on let's say the Charlotte Hornets. Would he really know? I mean, if you ask him about LeBron, you ask him about AD and Jimmy Butler, okay, then he knows the big names, but he's probably wrapped up in his own dang football world most of the time.
Dude, I mean, I'm looking at these textures. I've been to Cheese 67 times.
Yeah.
I stopped counting after 200 shows of Widespread
Whoa.
Panic.
No, yeah.
I don't even
that's
think
another one of
Widespread
them.
Panic has been to 200 of their own shows.
Yeah.
Grateful Dead's
well,
one. Grateful Dead's another one. A lot of those people.
Well, of course.
Deadheads.
Yeah, they're gone now. Widespread Panic people don't even the guys in the band don't even remember 200 shows they did.
Jimmy Buffett, there you go. That's another one. Yep, Jimmy Buffett's very much like
he's
that.
Gone. Yeah.
What are those called? The Jimmy Buffett fans? What are they called?
Parrot heads.
Parrot heads,
Yeah.
If you got a nickname for the fans, then I think you're in that category, right? There's Swifties, Parrot heads, Deadheads.
What do you they
Fish
call Matthews
heads? I don't
fans? Matthews fans?
Cool dudes, they call them.
Yeah.
What is
Effing
it?
Geeks.
Yeah. Yep.
Little doggy, little dogger. By the way, Riker's right next door to me. Right, he's in the room right next door.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, oh, no, what time are you on the air? I go, 9 a.m. Because we didn't get here till about 2:15, 2:30 last night, right? He goes, oh, no, I don't know if he can hear me right now or not. I have no idea. But Martin, your boy Riker, who thought you were just a fan who wanted a picture with him, he absolutely is like you. He loves the Dave. So you guys now have a lot in common.
All right, we got Vic from Radio Row. He is officially sat down at the table. Vic,
Oh, look, he
What's the
changed
vibes?
his glasses. He put the good ones on. Look, he couldn't take the heat.
Vic, you tell me how the vibes in Vegas.
The vibe.
Hey, it's Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants, and you are filling your ear holes with the sweet sounds of Altitude Sports Radio. Ah.
Yeah. That is the elite guest that was
How's
gotten
that
by
for a
Vic
get?
yesterday. Yes. And Vic in Las Vegas, thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. Vic, money guest. I mean, I don't think it's going to get any better than that. Nice work.
For the record, I had no idea who the hell the person was. Jesse's helping me out. I guess he's a noted, accomplished voice actor.
Oh, you know
He's been in
SpongeBob
some movies.
SquarePants. Shut up. You know.
No. Dude, he wasn't dressed as SpongeBob. He was a normal human.
No, okay. I thought you meant you didn't know the voice he was doing. I'm sorry. I thought that's what you were saying.
No, I didn't know the human being, the human playing the voice. Of
Okay,
course I
got
know
it.
the voice.
You mean he wasn't
It's
walking
video.
around dressed as SpongeBob?
I don't know how this stuff works. I don't do cartoons. But what's funny about it, when he does that little laugh there, he does something with his hand in his throat. And I'm like, so every time you do the laugh, I go, every time you do the laugh, you have to do this with your hand? He goes, yeah. It's sort of a nuisance. I go, huh, great. I mean, he literally sits there and goes, like, whoa, calm down. It's crazy that people have careers in stuff like this. It's just nuts to me. And he's sitting there. We're at the Super Bowl, for crying out. This is the Super Bowl, and they trot SpongeBob and Patrick and some other people up on stage with Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, and company. Because Nickelodeon is also broadcasting the Super Bowl for the kids.
Oh, they're doing that slime cast or whatever it's called. Whatever that thing is. But Vic,
So I don't know which one you're going to watch.
how is it? How was it yesterday? How is it in Vegas right now? Is it starting to ramp up a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, in the mornings here it's very quiet because Vegas does not wake up early. So the mornings start slow, and then by the time the afternoons come around, there are more people running around the Radio Row area here. We are sure to get so many interviews today. I got a bunch yesterday, more to come. I told you Randy Gradishar will join us Friday morning here. He is. We are going to be the first people he talks to. He's gonna do a live interview at 8 a.m. Friday morning. The night before, he is going to get inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Barring something really silly, the night before is when he learns of his induction. He'll make it out here. He'll talk to us first. So we'll have that. On Thursday, we're going to talk to Alex Singleton, Broncos linebacker. Jake Plummer's going to roll around. We've got about 20 other interviews lined up for you through the week. So it's one after another. And that's what it is. It is Interview Central. It is the mecca of live interviews here. This is where everybody comes to sell stuff.
Well, you got a few of those in the bank right now that we'll get to a little bit later in the show today. I mean, you did talk to SpongeBob. Good job on that one. We'll hear from Boomer Esiason and Jim Nantz a little bit later. Yeah. I hope it's just that the entire time.
Listen, here's I like the fact that you got Tom Kenny. I think that's kind of cool and got him to say that. But I swear to God, if Martin has his new play toy and continues to do that over and over and over and over again, I probably will lose it.
Marty, now would be the
I
time.
dare you.
No, I don't want Mosher to lose it. It's okay.
Thank you. Yep, I was waiting for it. I wanted it. All right, so few things here. Vic, before we get to one of these interviews, can I ask you guys a question? Because I heard this from Cam Newton. Cam Newton, it was about a week ago, but he's defended his position now yesterday. And look, maybe it's insulting to the individual, but I think this is like the highest compliment you can pay somebody like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. When Cam Newton says he thinks that Brock Purdy is the 10th best player on the 49ers, and he might be. Like, I don't know all the ins and outs of the Niners lineup, but off the top of my head, I'm like, Debo, Kittle, McCaffrey, Ayuk, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. Like, there's 6 that I named off the top of my head that I think are probably better football players than Brock Purdy at their positions. But if you can get in this spot over and over again without that mattering, it's crazy. And Marty said something in the appetizer that, and I know we've talked about this, Vic, but the fact that that team traded 3 first-rounders and a third-rounder to draft Trey Lance and never used him and is still this good is remarkable. we're talking about. I had Marty pull up an article. I said, just give me like the worst trades in NFL history. And I'm like, that would be one of the worst trades ever, but it's not going to be because they're still this good. They've made that trade null and void.
Yes.
That's
They
crazy.
fixed it. Yeah, they fixed it. They fixed a major error that the organization made. There's no doubt about it. And when you're able to fix those mistakes, I mean, think about that. Hey, one or two players can fix those kind of mistakes. But that mistake is not fixed if they don't have another quarterback on a rookie contract, right? Mm-hmm. That's what makes the Broncos situation so different. And Jeff Legwold walked us through it. Because everybody points to San Francisco and says, well, see, San Francisco messed up. They gave up a bunch of stuff to go get Trey Lance. Yeah, but Trey Lance, when they let him go, was still operating on his rookie contract. It didn't cost them over $100 million in dead money. That's the difference.
I mean, think about it, Moj. If you were to build a football team, isn't like the 49ers the standard? Isn't that what you'd want your team to be? At the end of the day, like if you get a quarterback, that's great. But if not, that you're still this level good, they're favored against the Chiefs despite all of that?
But they're very – maybe what you're saying is correct. Maybe we should look at Kyle Shanahan and his ability to produce a Brock Purdy. And that's probably even unfair to Purdy because I'm sure he's put in a lot of work. He definitely has talent. He's in the National Football League. I still, to me, Brett, and you'll probably agree with this more than anybody, I still don't know what he would be in Washington or what he would be, in Miami, or could he have taken Houston and done what C.J. Stroud did? It's hard to compare that way. Mm-hmm. But if you're talking about Mr. Irrelevant becoming the starting quarterback and, again, at times efficient, but at times he makes big plays when he has Debo. That's a pretty good dang thing, man. It really is. So it's hard for me to believe that this guy in a head-to-head battle is going to be favored over Patrick Mahomes. It's something is not computing to me.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, and that's why, these betting odds for a game like this, at the end of the day, who do you think's who would you expect to make the bigger plays in a game of this nature? The guy who's made them already, the guy who's proven already, or a guy who's not? And, obvious, you're going to go with Patrick Mahomes in that endeavor. But one thing San Francisco did in this playoff run that they have not done, one thing they were not known for, one thing that was always an issue, when they faced a deficit going into the fourth quarter of a game, they usually lost. Well, this year they didn't. Mm-hmm. They figured it out. And maybe it's a one-off, I don't know, but they figured something out.
2 follow-up questions to this. Let me know what you guys think. Ignore the results of where the Niners are at and where the Broncos are at. Just take the trades into account, okay? Which trade was worse? 3 firsts and a third for Trey Lance or the Russell Wilson trade and everything the Broncos gave up?
Well, okay, hold on. 3 firsts and a third for Trey Lance. And how much did the Broncos give up for Russell Wilson?
It was
3 firsts and a third.
So it was 2 firsts.
3 firsts and a third. Okay, 2 firsts.
Shelby Harris, Drew Lock, Noah Fant, and what were the other picks? What am I not seeing?
2 second rounds and a 5th.
Say that again, Mark.
You look like a scientist doing some math work in the lab right now.
Hang on.
Yeah.
2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a 5th, and then Shelby Harris, Drew Lock, and Noah Fant. But they got a 4th in return in that trade too.
This is easy.
Yeah. Well, wait. You got to put the money in there too. The money. That's the difference.
Losing the picks is very, very tough, and they were able to get by. They were able to work their way through it. They made the deal for Christian McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. They were able to massage their way and meander their way through the difficulties of giving up those picks. The Broncos could have done the same damn thing, except they gave him the money. And the money is what's killing this team. Russell Wilson and the loss of the picks is not killing this team. Missing Noah Fant's not killing this team. Missing Shelby Harris is not killing this team. What's killing this team is the fact that you gave him $250 million. Most of which is guaranteed, and he can't play for you. Sean Payton doesn't want him. That is what makes it the far worst trade. By far the worst trade.
Not only the money, because when you look at it on the surface, Moj, you say to yourself, wait a minute. You mean to tell me San Francisco gave up 3 firsts and a third for an unproven player? I mean, think about how unproven Trey Lance was. He came from a smaller school in college football.
And he played 1 year.
Proven powerhouse.
He played 1 year in college.
And he played 1 year at that school. You want to talk about unproven. That might be the most unproven sacrifice of draft picks for a player I've ever seen, I've ever heard of. So on the surface, the picks given up for the player, I think the Niners made the biggest leap. The Broncos didn't make a leap. The Broncos gave up picks for a proven commodity, a Super Bowl winner, a guy who's already established as a superstar player in this league. They didn't give up anything for that. The give up, the 2 firsts, the third, and all that other crap, that was nothing. Even when it happened, everybody here was shaking their head saying, go ahead. Anything else you want? Go ahead. It was the money. You're 100% right. The things you gave up, the assets were nothing. The money was everything.
The money was everything, Brett. And that's the big, big killer. And, I go back to the Broncos and the drafting of Paxton Lynch. And they decided to move on, and that's good. It's just that they didn't get fortunate with a Brock Purdy, right? Or they didn't try even to get fortunate with a Brock Purdy because they tried the stopgap route. They could have survived that. The Broncos could survive Russell Wilson if they weren't eating all the dead money, and that's where the problem lies.
Vic, do you want to get a couple of these interviews in?
Can I give you...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but before we go to that, can I show you guys something? I'm going to raise the camera here
Vic is very calm
right
today.
Shoulder
He's just very, look at that.
Okay, so over my right shoulder, that is the Pat McAfee set. So that's where Pat McAfee and his group on ESPN do their thing. And the one thing I noticed, Moshe, so since 5 a.m. this morning, they've had, and Jesse, you can vouch for me, I think there have been 20 to 25 people in there organizing everything on set, making sure everything's in place. There's a guy messing with a little miniature basketball hoop. He's got a tape measure out, making sure it's the proper measurement. They got people they're just meeting about everything. They're doing all the due diligence to get that show on the air. I would say 50 people for that show, tops. Meanwhile, on this side of the wall, it's me and Jesse trying to get this damn thing to work. And you guys over there, I mean, you talk about the haves and have-nots of our industry. I mean, what an amazing difference. Yeah, we're talking to SpongeBob, and these guys are going to have people come straight to their couch that it's nicely – look at this. They got a nice white leather couch in there. It's ridiculous.
Vic.
Anyway, sorry
Vic.
sorry for that aside.
No. Vic, I think we know what needs to be done now. You must do the rest of the show standing and in a bro tank.
Yelling?
Put on the bro
all it
tank,
takes?
yell, and stand up. Yep.
That would be funny. Right next to it. And put a chain on. I'm going to put a big chain on with a bro tank.
Mm-hmm.
And then have Jesse just sit there in his laptop, staring at his laptop, talking about the Patriots. Because I think one of his co-hosts is a Patriots guy, and that's all he talks about. I'm like, Jesus Christ. All right,
No,
fine.
you know
Anyway,
what
let's
you
get to
should
these
do
interviews.
is you should just you should go round up like 17 dudes plus Jesse, and then have them rearranging your little Comrex, right, and then just making sure the table is perfectly straight and then Vic sits down
It's unbelievable. Jesse, look at this. Jesse, look over there. There are 5 people on their phones measuring things in the studio set. I feel like looking over there and saying, calm down and just run the show. Everything's fine. Freaks.
What interview do you want to do first?
Let's go with Jim Nantz, who is going to be broadcasting yet another Super Bowl. Next year, Jim Nantz will celebrate 40 years at CBS. It's amazing. His reign at CBS is amazing. First of all, just one network. That doesn't happen much anymore. And for him to call the major sports, Only, let's see if you guys can answer this trivia question. Mosier, you should be able to. This is what you do for a living. Who is the only other sportscaster in the history of sportscasting, besides Jim Nantz, who has broadcast a Masters, a Final Four championship, and a Super Bowl?
I know this, I
Name
think.
them.
I think I know this.
Only one
is it-
other. Only
It's not
one
Vern
other.
Lundquist, is it? It's not Vern Lundquist?
No.
Okay, then
It
it's
is not Vern Lundquist.
boy.
John Gruden.
It is not Pat McAfee. No.
That's a great one. It's got to be a legend. It wasn't
The-
Keith Jackson, so it's Vern. No, it's not Vern.
The answer is
Dennis
the answer
Miller?
is
Not Al.
Brent Musburger.
Brent
Brent
Musburger. There you go.
Is the answer
There you
to
go.
that question. Not many people have done what Jim Nantz has done, and I guess his biggest claim to fame is being in line with Brett Kane in L.A. for a little mac and cheese.
Okay,
I was gonna bring that up.
You listen to me
Brett.
right now. Yeah, no, Vic. You listen to me right now. Me and Moshe have already discussed this in the first segment, and we're going to get to this Nance thing now after the break, okay? But what we discussed was if you did not bring up mac and cheese in your chat with Jim Nance, you failed at your job. It's an obvious question.
It was an impossibility because I'm sitting there with about 30 people surrounding me. I'm not going to stop the interview and go, "Hey, mac and cheese."
Oh, really?
He'd go, "What do
I
you
stopped the
think?"
Broncos
Come
press conference
on.
about a burned car.
I mean, come on, dude. You're the
Dude, I
master
gave
of
you
the
guys my fun
one-on-one.
stuff.
Why couldn't you pull
No,
him
I
aside?
already gave you-
Come on.
No, it's fine. You will like what he has to say. You will like what the rest of these guys. Coming up later in the show, Boomer Esiason, who was very animated when it came to Russell Wilson versus Sean Payton. I asked him this question, and I cannot wait for you guys to hear the response. If you're on the sideline and a coach yells at you on national television, how do you respond? You're going to love Boomer Esiason's response. That's coming up a little later.
Yeah, we'll get to that later in the show. When we come back, let's hear Vic's conversation with Jim Nance. We got Jared Bednar in 20 minutes as well. Stick around. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero. Ditch the lines at the gas station and play Powerball, Mega Millions, and many more lottery games from your phone. Today you can try for free with the code MAGIC. Receive $2 for free to play your first Lucky for Life and participate for your chance to win $1,000 a day. Just use the code MAGIC if you're a new user. It's simple. Enter the code MAGIC and cross your fingers. Keep in mind the promotion is valid only for new registrations. Tulatero, your next best app. Good luck. Vic in Vegas is brought to you by Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. And as Vic is gallivanting, running around all of Vegas, talking to as many people as he can, and he had the chance to talk to Jim Nantz yesterday. Let's hear it, Marty.
Jim, how much have you been calling games for so long? I'm sure your style doesn't change, but the things surrounding the game, the gambling, streaming, everything, how much has that changed the way you call a game?
No, it's not going to change the way I call the game. The gambling does not enter into the equation for me. Being here, though, was something that evolved at really warp speed if you think about it. It was 10 years ago, Tony was playing, and he had some sort of investment in a fantasy football convention that I think was going to be right here in the hall that we're in right now. And he was advised, I don't know where it came, he was advised that he shouldn't be in Vegas doing that because it was fantasy football, which was borderline touching on gambling. And now here we are with a franchise here and a Super Bowl here. So the optics has changed in the last 10 years a great deal.
You're going to celebrate, I believe, 40 years at CBS next year?
That's true, yeah. I mean, I hadn't heard the 40 number till just now, Vic, but it's true. This is my 39th cycle, and
How many Super Bowls?
this is my 9th. 7 calling the game, 2 in the role that JB has now as the host. So, you know, I can remember just dreaming of maybe one day being able to be there for one of them. And in my first one was the Giants-Ravens game in Super Bowl 35, and I was just thrilled to be hosting it, giving the trophy away. And believe me, it never gets stale or old or underappreciated. It's a gift. There aren't many people who have ever had the chance to be a part of the one of them who ever had a chance to be on the broadcast crew to call the Super Bowl. And in some cases, it were very special and dear friends of mine. So I feel their presence. I feel their influence on getting us to this point. And, you know, I want to be able to make them proud in this continuum of America's greatest and most celebrated sporting event.
I've always wanted to ask you this. You've inspired so many kids to get in this business. When you were a kid, who inspired you?
Well, there's a long list, and I can tell you right off the bat, Super Bowl I, Ray Scott, Jack Whitaker, Pat Summerall, and Frank Gifford were the broadcast team for CBS. Those 4 great men. I knew them all. Pat Summerall, I was his understudy for 10 years. Jack Whitaker, I did his eulogy at his funeral. It's a long list, though, and I hate to start rattling off names, but Jim McKay had a profound influence on my career, and I did his eulogy. I used to write him letters as a kid when I was in my early teens, and he would write me back on occasion. And you know, the fact you get to later, Jim never did a Super Bowl, but Jim McKay, Jack Whitaker, Keith Jackson, Chris Schenkel, Kirk Gowdy, Pat, Dick Enberg, Brent Musburger I had dinner with last night. I mean, these were giants in my life, and believe me, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't inspired by them and when I was a kid, listening to every syllable.
And this year you're sharing the stage with SpongeBob SquarePants.
Well, we actually, I guess you could say we're colleagues, but we don't really work together. We got different feeds, we got different booths, but it's a pretty cool thing that we're doing. We've had some experience with this. We've had regular season games, we've had playoff games, just never the Super Bowl with the Nickelodeon crew. We've been slimed. It's a good thing that interfaces well together.
So that is Jim Nantz with Vic yesterday from Vegas.
Yes, he is sharing a platform, shall you say, with the Nickelodeon folks. And you guys have heard my appeal about the whole. Here we go. The Nickelodeon broadcast. How many people out there listening to this show? And I need feedback on this. I need feedback. A lot of you have kids. A lot of you have kids that age. How many of you would actually watch the Nickelodeon version of the broadcast? I'm just curious.
Nobody.
Like you put your kids in a room and they watch that version of it, or how does it work?
That's exactly what I think happens, right, Moj? Is that you got the kids at the house for some Super Bowl party, another room's got another TV, you put the kids in there, that's the Nickelodeon channel, all the adults are outside watching the regular broadcast.
All the stuff that's come because of the Super Bowl in the last 20 years, I've never watched the Nickelodeon thing. No, never would. Maybe if I was like incarcerated and they said, hey, you can't have the regular Super Bowl, you get to watch the slime version, I'd say just give me any version of the bowl you can, right? But if I have a choice, The answer is no. I've never watched the Puppy Bowl. I love dogs. I love puppies. I wish I could rescue all of them, but I'm not watching dogs run around a fake football field and lick themselves and lick each other. I'm not doing it. And so just give me the regular game. And even in that time, man, even sometimes the regular game wears me out, right? With all the stuff that goes on. So no, I'm not into the Nickelodeon version. But I'll tell you what, clearly there's an audience for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. And speaking of, hey, by the way, Vic, did you realize this? The legendary Jack Whitaker, who Jim Nantz was just talking about. Jack Whitaker is one of the greatest broadcasters in the history of American sports. D-Day or a Normandy veteran. He went to Normandy and was D-Day +3 and was eventually wounded in an artillery strike. Did you know that? No, you didn't.
This is why that right there this is why people don't like you. This is why I don't like you.
I actually liked that.
Why?
No, I liked it.
It was quick. It was fun. It
Do
was
you want me to
fun.
just give you? Do you want me to just give you a random fact that you wouldn't know? You want me to just give? Because I can give you many. You want me to give you one?
Lay it on us.
Yeah, go ahead, Vic.
As long as it's not
The guy
about
who
your
plays the voice
sixth
of
grade
Patrick
athletics.
is much taller than the guy who plays the voice of SpongeBob. How's that for a fact?
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah, well, I know the
Patrick's
guy-
a big dummy. I mean, he's got to be a big dumb guy.
The guy who plays the voice of Patrick was the same guy who played Dauber on the TV show Coach with Craig T. Nelson, the blonde guy.
The fact you would know that is ridiculous and stupid. Okay, let me segue from the Jim Nantz interview, who was calling.
Brett, let's be
Bowl.
honest about it. Hang on, let's be honest about it. And if we're talking about who wins here, I just kicked Vic's ass.
You did.
I mean,
you
I just
owned him, man.
destroyed
You owned
him.
Got him.
Congratulations. You
Thank
know
you.
everything about Patrick and the late great who were you talking about? Jack Whitaker? The late great Jack Whitaker. Congratulations. You got them both handled. But do you have in your arsenal, in your resume, a one-on-one interview with the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants, who's going to be calling the game alongside Jim Nantz?
I do not.
We're talking to SpongeBob here. How did you get this job?
Man, I just bumbled into it. Well, Steven Hillenburg, the creator of the show, and I had worked together on an earlier Nickelodeon animated show, and he just remembered me. He just remembered me well, and said you're SpongeBob. Yeah, I was a voice actor on it. Okay. He was an artist. It wasn't he didn't create the show that we met on.
Yeah.
But then when he went on to create his own show years later, so thank goodness for me. He remembered me and said he should that Tom Kenny guy should come in and audition for this Sponge character. He remembered it, and he went to bat for me.
Now, I don't watch cartoons, but I used to. Wait, hold on. And I was big into Flintstones.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
How would you rank Flintstones versus SpongeBob in terms of the greats of all time?
Well, to me, growing up with those great voices, Mel Blanc was Barney.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So, the guy that did Barney Rubble was also Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck.
I thought
Tweety
Barney's
Bird.
wife was hot.
Oh, Betty Rubble? Come on, dude. I'll fight you for her.
Oh, I'm with you.
I'll fight you for Betty. When she'd laugh and her shoulders would go, oh, Barney. Yeah. And Alan Reed was Fred, and he died kind of early. So then the second guy that was Fred, this is inside, inside baseball. This is like inside cartoon.
This is Inside Flintstones. So
Welcome to Inside Flintstones, the true story, the rock truth. Then another guy did it who did it for a really long time, and I got to know that guy. So he was, the Flintstones. Come on, and that's the show. I don't know how old you are, probably younger than me, but the Flintstones was what was on when you came home from school every day.
Yeah.
So. There's not that many episodes of it, but that small number of episodes is imprinted on our brains.
Okay, so hang on, Vic. Hang on. First of all, great question about rank your own show versus the Flintstones. I love that. Second of all, I said to Marty when he started talking, is that Birdo? And now the text line is flooded with, does Birdo play the voice of SpongeBob? Because it does sound like him. Third, I love the beginning of that. Yeah, I'm talking to SpongeBob. Why are you doing this?
What's the deal here?
I mean, opening question. Why'd you do this stupid job? What's this for? I love it.
How do you do what you do? Well, he was a great guy. I mean, the guy's a good dude. We were having some fun there, and we agree on one thing, and I'm glad I'm not the only human on earth that thinks this. Betty Rubble was hot.
Poll question at Brett Kane Radio?
I would watch the Flintstones. What?
I said poll question? Do you want me to put up a poll question? Is Betty Rubble hot?
Yeah, yes, Betty. I mean, come on, dude. Anybody in from my era, I know Mosier, you're thinking the same thing. There are some cartoon characters in history that you look twice and say, yeah, Betty Rubble is one of them.
Yeah, I think Wilma was a pretty good leftover too.
Hey,
it's
dude,
okay.
Jessica Rabbit, though?
Hey, take it easy.
Well, come on now. I'm
See,
not
now we're
bad. That's
getting
just the way they drew me.
No, I'm talking about. Yeah, that's it. I'm talking about real, authentic cartoons.
Okay, Babs Bunny?
Betty Rubble.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, dude. Yeah. Now the Scooby Doo girls, pretty good. Pretty good. Even Thelma. Pretty good. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, bro.
Good stuff.
No, bro.
Good
Don't
stuff.
Even, no,
Good
no,
stuff.
no, bro. No.
What do you mean, no, bro?
No,
What
bro.
authority on
No,
this subject? I just
you're-
talked to SpongeBob about that subject. You come to me when you talk to SpongeBob about that subject, that topic, and you get something out of him, then you come talk to me.
Dude, there's no possible way you're going Thelma. That's an impossibility. No, I refuse to believe it. No.
We'll talk to Jared
Did you
Bednar.
watch the Scooby Doo movie, the real movie?
Nope.
You might have a different opinion of Thelma when you watch the real movie.
It's Velma.
Okay, well, it's Velma. It's
V.
Velma.
Velma?
Velma.
Yeah.
It's not Thelma and Louise. It's Velma. No. All right, we'll ask Jared Bednar if he thinks that Velma or Thelma is hot. We'll give him the option. Secondly,
Good Lord.
right before you played the interview, Vic said, and this is great from a texture, the late great, who are you talking about? I mean, that's a hell of a way to start that. He was just talking about the late great. Who are you talking about again? Who was that guy? Who was that guy? All right, let's talk to the head coach of the Avs. Again, a tough one for the Avs yesterday as they lose in Jersey on the second night of a back-to-back. We'll talk to Jared Bednar next. Brett Kane for Circa Sports. It's available right now at your fingertips in Colorado. And we got the big game coming up in just a couple of days. You guys know the Squares contest. You do this, you draw a random number and you get paired up. Well, with Circa, they have the Squares contest, but you get to pick your own. And the longer shot the odds, the more chances to win money. For example, if you're picking 2 5s in the Squares contest, it's plus 3,000. Go take a look for yourself at Circus Sports or circusports.com. A minimum bet of $1, a maximum payout of $100,000 with Circus Squares. Go check that out before the big game and download that Circus Sports app and place your Circus Squares bets anywhere in Colorado. For more information, visit circusports.com. Time for our weekly chat with the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, who joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union and Quantum Fiber. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Coach, how was that for a welcome back from the All-Star break? Just a back-to-back on the road on the East Coast, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't ideal, especially when you look at the results we got in the first two games. You know, I don't mind coming out on the road after the break, to be honest with you, but the back-to-back with the early morning practice and jumping on the road isn't the best ideal setup for us, but no excuses. We got to be a little bit better than we were in the first two games.
I mean, you look at the first couple of games here.
You're good.
Is that okay?
Yep. You're good. Sorry, your mic was off for a second. Go ahead.
Okay, Coach, you look at the first couple of games here, too. Again, that Ranger game, I know that they inflicted their will as that game went on. Could have gone either way, though. And last night, you guys had that little lull in the second, and you come roaring back in the third period and did not get a point out of it. How do you deal with, like you talked about, that disappointment? Just put it aside and move on to the Canes coming up tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think we got to really analyze both those games, and I don't mean like nitpick at the video, you know, because I think we did a lot of good things in both of those games, but when it really boils down to it, I should say at times during both of those games, but when it really boils down to it, like we just weren't as competitive as we needed to be on the offensive side of things to win those games, nor on the defensive side, and or vice versa. At least one or the other. Like there's last night's game for me, we outchanced them. We had more ozone time. We had more quality scoring chances. And yet we didn't put them in the back of the net. And even when we're sitting there, you know, behind, we come charging back, and then we don't defend hard enough on a play late in the third period that ends up in the back of our net. So, you know, I thought we could have done more offensively in the Ranger game in order to win it. And then I thought, you know, once we started firing on all cylinders offensively a little bit in the third period and at times prior to that we could have defended much better just on like a handful of plays. And that's not that we didn't play hard. It's just, you know, there's certain plays where I think you got to dig in and make sure, and times during the game where you got to dig in and make sure the puck's not going in your net. You're not giving up a quality chance, and we just didn't do it.
Last night, it felt like the game kind of shifted after the disallowed goal from Josh Manson. What's the explanation you got for that?
No, I do not like that call. I just felt like from my perspective, is we get a shot on goal, we're going after a rebound that we get our stick on, and we're not going into the goalie there. Like Logan O'Connor's not going into the goalie until he gets hit in by Timo Meier. And as soon as he gets hit in, he's right back out as fast as he can. And that is the rule. Like you can't go in there on your own accord, and but he's bumped in. I thought the goal was standing the whole time. I was shocked it wasn't. The only explanation I got was, well, he didn't get hit in that hard. He just got bumped. But like that's not the ref's judgment. Like he's on 1 foot going in, leaning in to go after a rebound. He's clearly going by the blue paint when he gets bumped in. So I didn't understand it. We'll get a better explanation from the league today at some point, but they interpreted the way that they did, and we have to, continue to play, even though there's some disappointment there. And we gave up 2 quick goals after that. Fortunately, we got the 2 back later on the 4-on-4 with some gritty play. But I saw a lot more hunger in our team in the third period offensively than I'd seen in the previous 40 minutes or that I saw in the Rangers. And that's the reality. You have to play like that for a full 60 in order to win hockey games.
Let's talk about something positive. You've got 2 games in the books for Zach Parise. And, Coach, I don't know how a 39-and-a-half-year-old doesn't look like he missed a beat being off since last year. But to me, his legs are going, his instincts are right there. I mean, this guy looks like a guy that's certainly going to help you down the stretch and into the postseason.
Yeah, I totally agree. I played him in the 11 minutes and change range over the first couple games. I know that he was a little sore after game one. You can train all you want, gym, skating, ice, taking contact, but it's not game situation. It's not the stress on the body, especially, himself even coming out of the break and skating a few times during the break, and then, getting it right into back-to-back in two difficult games. But I thought he made an impact in both games. We got him on the penalty kill yesterday. He did a great job. He's involved physically. He's tenacious and relentless on pucks. He has, great skill. He's not throwing the puck away. I just think there's so many areas of the game with his commitment to play on both sides of the puck, his skill level and ability, and his work ethic that I agree. I think he's definitely going to help us. There's no question about that. And I think we'll probably see his ice time go up here as he starts settling in and his body gets used to playing the games.
I'm sure you're tired of being asked this, Coach, but allow me to be another person that asked you this question. So Prosvetov waved. He's back down. He's back down with the Eagles. Back up right now is Onunen. Is this like a fluid situation? Is this more of a move for the second half? Kind of what's the plan with the backup goalie spot?
Well, I think it's to be determined. I think the teams that we're going to be playing in the second half of the year here, there's going to be a lot of hungry teams fighting and jockeying for playoff position to make the playoffs, including us. And we need quality starts, right? You have to try and get quality starts out of your goaltender every night. And I feel like going into the break, Gorgie was playing his best hockey. He comes out of the break, played outstanding in the Rangers game. The quality start is what you need in order to carve out points. And we'll look at Onunen, and hopefully he can give us some quality starts and stay. And if he can't give us quality starts, meaning saving goals above expected, then we'll have to look at Prosy. But I do know this, that the better chance they have of giving us those quality starts and getting us some points is to be active in playing. It's not really fair to a young player like Prosvetov to be sitting for a month jumping in the net. We have a lot of optional skates. There's not a lot of game action. They got to have game action. They got to be sharp. They got to be fine-tuning their skills, and they got to be ready. And then when their opportunity comes, they can jump in and play. So we wouldn't have any young players sitting for us in any position up here when they could be down with the Eagles. So now we have that flexibility to be able to move both guys. And if someone's riding a little hot streak, we can give them a start. So I think it's fluid, and we'll just see how everything goes. But I'd like to give Newman a little bit of an opportunity here because, he's played okay for us in the net so far.
I heard you talking as you were discussing this subject, but you went into something else that I thought was fascinating. I'm a baseball guy, Coach. I grew up, I played college baseball, and always the discussion is, hey, pitch counts for pitchers. It doesn't matter if they're throwing a no-hitter in the seventh or at 100 pitches, they got to be taken out of the game. You took that over to the goalie part and said, well, goalies used to play 65, 70, 75 games a year. What's wrong with that now? Do you think that maybe some of this is silly in the way that we talk about resting goalies and stuff like that, or is there a science behind it?
There's a science behind it. I get it, and I'm certainly aware of it. I don't want to run Gorgie for 75 out of 82 games and then expect him to be sharp in the playoffs. But I do think that, like everybody else, you go through stands and we have analytics on how rested the guys are and what their numbers are when they're training and skating, and they're wearing monitors all the time. And and then there's the discussion, the personal side of it, how you feel, and like when you're feeling well and rested, and when you're not. And then there's the mental side of it. Are you mentally tired from the grind all the time? Having said that, like, I do think goalies can play and be tired for portions of the season, and then you can give them rest like everybody else over the course of a week to 2 weeks, and they'll bounce right back and be rejuvenated and ready to go, or even less time than that. So I'd like to give Gorgie a few less starts in the second half, but points are going to be important. Where we seed in the playoffs and who we play, and making the playoffs is the number one priority, and then our seeding is number two. And as things sort of play out, we'll make sure that he's ready to go for game one of the playoffs. And so that's where I'm at first, is priorities along the way before just, how many games they played in the playoffs. And I think we can have him ready to do that. And Gorgie's a guy that wants to play in the net. Like, there is goalies around the league playing a lot. Obviously, Gorgie's the most this year, but if you watch what Vasilevsky's done over the years and how many games he's played in Tampa, he has a heavy workload and still plays fantastic in the playoffs, and other guys are kind of trending in that area. And I think Gorgie is a guy that, after watching him, what he did for us last year and what he's been doing for us this year, especially going into the break after a heavy workload and coming out of the break, I mean, I think he's a guy that can play more than most people think.
It's funny. I was going to ask you something totally different, but you brought up the monitoring situation, and people ask me about. I said, well, listen, these guys are measured with everything. They have little things in their jerseys during the game, blah blah blah. But they wear these things that, they measure the heart rate and the respiratory and the recovery and all this kind of thing, Coach. And I was thinking to myself one day, I thought, man, I'd like to just wear one of those around for a day and then get a readout, kind of at the end of the day. And then I thought to myself, then I said,
your insurance premiums would go up.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought, Coach, then I immediately thought, no, man, no, I do not. I guess I don't want to know. You know what I mean? It's kind of funny because nowadays with the science, you can find out everything about a dude, right? I mean, you can find out. It's pretty amazing what that computer will tell you and what these guys really do.
Yeah, there's no question. Like, there's the rest studies, the nutrition, that the rest is the key. Like, you can. I mean, we have the science that says, like, if we practice today, what our energy level should be at tomorrow, and if we don't practice today, what our energy level is going to be at tomorrow, and that's important, and we pay close attention to it. Our strength and conditioning staff, Casey Bond, like, he's on it, and we try to get as much information as we possibly can. And then you take that information and you use it as a tool. Then I talk to guys like Mac and Nico, Kale, Taser, veteran guys that are playing a lot. How are they feeling? And we also talk to other guys that aren't playing as much. And if they're feeling great, we'll put them on the ice. That's why there's lots of optionals with our group, because we are top heavy at times during the season, and we tax those guys a little bit, and they play more than expected. And you look at a guy like McKinnon, like, we've got this sort of conversation for years now since I've been here, and they've become who they are as players, that we like to have them at 22 minutes a night, and then they'll be rejuvenated and ready to go every single night. And other teams, or some members of the media think that's crazy. And yeah, sometimes they play 25, but over the course of 82 games, if we average them around 22 minutes, they feel great every night, and they get their rest, and they have optional practices, so they're not taxing themselves on their day off, and they can have time to recover and rest and be ready to go the next night. So, we're following our system as best we can. It's worked for us in years past to make sure guys are ready for 82 games and the playoffs, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, Coach, last one for me here. 51 games complete, 31 games to go, and you know your team inside and out. When your team is playing the way you want to, and they're making that push here in the final stretch through February and March to get ready for April, What does it look like to you? And again, you'll win some, lose some, that sort of thing. But what does it look like to you when the habits are there, the effort is there, the cohesiveness is there? What's that picture look like for Jared Bednar if you had to paint it?
Well, the identity of our team and the way we want to play is like, and sort of monitoring at least three really important things for me in the first half that like almost guarantees us a win. Number one, we get quality start from our goaltender, and he's playing well. Okay, that and partly to me that means like save the ones you're supposed to save, and then you got to come up with some big ones. You know, like saving. You're watching goaltenders and teams win throughout the league. You got to do more than just save the ones you're supposed to save. Like when you have a big mistake, you got to come up with a big one or two as well. Okay. On top of that, your team has to defend with enough commitment, determination, urgency that says it's going to be difficult, you know, to create offense against us. You might give up a big mistake you need to save. You might give up a bunch of, you know, non-quality scoring chances, et cetera. But you got to defend hard, and you got to defend at key times. When a team makes a push, you're going to have to defend harder to sort of break their will, to let them know on a lot of nights it's going to be too hard for you to come back in this game or to get a lead in this game or whatever it is. And that's where I think we've been lacking the last couple nights. And then the third one is your offense has still got to go. You got to be on your toes. You got to be playing a North game. We've got to do enough on the offensive side that like you can watch our team and say they're hungry to score tonight, you know. And that's another area. Like I saw it at times. I can look at that game after the game last night and say, yeah, okay, McKinnon breakaway, Makar breakaway, McKinnon breakaway again. We get some really good opportunities. We get the goal disallowed. We walk into like some great scoring areas in the slot in the first period, third period. I felt like we were a hungrier team offensively last night. I didn't love the defending side of it at times during that game. That stretch in the second, the goal in the third. And if you put all three of it, and is it a quality start? I haven't looked at all the numbers yet from Noonan. I thought it was okay. He made some big saves. You know, I think he could probably come up with one of the ones that went in, you know. So if you kind of, you know, did we check all three of those boxes last night to, and not just check the boxes, but check them off at a high, putting your team against a high standard? I don't think so. That's why we didn't get points. Could we have come away points? Did we play well enough to get points? Yeah, on some nights, but I think you're leaving it to chance if that's the way you play down the stretch. But for me, when I look at our really good games, we check all three of those boxes, and it's almost guaranteed win night. It's a lot easier said than done, but that's three things that we look at it up.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us. Last thing, Coach, we didn't even ask you. How's the ranch? How was the week off?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, it was great. I was up there for 5-6 days with perfect weather, not a cloud in the sky. You know, 40s, 50s some days. Still some snow on the ground. It was relaxing. And then I came back and, you know, did some things around the house and in Denver, and got ready for the road trip.
Well, Coach, we always appreciate the time that you give us every single week. We'll talk to you next week, and thanks again.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
As head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber and Premier Members Credit Union. Better banking starts with Premier Members Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit becomepremier.com to learn more about the artisans of banking. Again, Jared Bednar, I love that answer. I loved it on multiple fronts, Moj, but especially like the disallowed goal. I didn't like that either. I didn't like it, but It's not an excuse. Not an excuse to give up a couple right afterwards and have to battle your way back. We'll talk more about this as we go along today. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, so we go now.
Spit something, Moj. Spit something. Spit something.
I can't. I'm just grooving.
No, you got it. You got it. Oh, he's still not doing it. Okay. Vic is in Vegas for Radio Row, and Vic in Vegas, thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you.
Dude, what's up?
I can't get over this. Jesse, tell me I'm lying here. Okay, I've been here. We've been here for about an hour, and we're sitting right next to the Pat McAfee set on Radio Row, which is this exhaustively designed set. And there have been, and I joke you not, at least 20 people walking by with their phones representing ESPN, looking at the set, just trying to adjust certain things. I mean, it's almost like I've never seen anything that detailed in my life. And I've been in this business my entire life. I've never seen so much detail to something. Is that something? Have you ever seen anything like this, Moshe? This is crazy to me.
No, I've been to Radio Row before though at Super Bowl and Final Four, but it and I've seen this set up, but it's just kind of just set it up and be done, right?
This
fine.
is crazy.
But it looks like what you're telling me is these people are nitpicky, like every little bobblehead, every little T-shirt, every little hoop,
like
every little
things,
everything.
Yeah, turning things.
Tiny bit here, tiny bit there.
The biggest news to evolve here in a long time happened yesterday. It broke yesterday. And I don't know if you guys caught this, but this is going to change. Mark my words on this. Ready? Write it down. Write it down. This news is going to change the landscape of sports television as we know it. And I know you've heard that before. I know you've heard different variations of that statement. But what happened yesterday with the announcement that ESPN, Fox, and the WBTNT, Warner Brothers, are going to join hands. They're going to share a new streaming platform. They're going to own a third of it each, and they're going to start their own streaming channel. Mark my words when I say that is going to change all of sports television as we know it. It's going to be one thing after another. The avalanche has been sparked.
I have if you want to know my first reaction, initial thought after saying that.
Yeah.
It was that I'm a genius because I have my cable package still, and it feels like we're just heading all the way back to cable again.
100%.
I mean, I never canceled DirecTV. I go, I can't. I need this. I need to be able to change channels quickly. I just need this all in one place. And now they're like, what we should do? We should package a bundle of channels together, and you can find them all. Oh,
yes.
Like what I've had my whole life. Like, what are we doing
Well,
here?
you know what they're doing? Because they don't need, and this is what's happening for those of you wondering, and it's going to take some time to develop. There's going to be more sports entities, more leagues. The reason this is happening now is the big rights holder meeting that's coming up next is the NBA television rights package happens after next season. All right, after next season. ESPN and TNT currently hold the rights, national rights. So look at what they're doing. They're joining hands in a new streaming platform. They're the ones that are going to rebid on the NBA package. It's a big number. It's a big deal. So what these outfits are doing essentially is, hey, why do we have to pay like Comcast a portion of our money to put these games on the air? We're going to start our own platform. We don't need you anymore because of the technology. We don't need that extra step. And that's what they're doing.
See, but
because the advent of streaming has changed everything.
Isn't what happened, and Moj, correct me if I'm wrong, the whole craze behind the streaming and cutting the cord and all of that was because it was cheaper. It's not cheaper anymore. Like, I don't know. They didn't say what the price is going to be, but it's not going to be cheap to have all these in the same place. Like,
that is correct.
Not only is it not cheaper, Moj, it's not profitable. It's not profitable. Nobody's made a profit on streaming yet.
Nobody has made a profit on streaming, and you hear everybody say, go streaming. There's not an avenue to just pure streaming that is profitable. It's not working yet. And maybe it will when it becomes perhaps an only option, but you have to have regular television as well right now for people just to break even, for crying out loud. And again, Brett, it goes back to what Comcast did to us back in 2019. And, you can see where it's gone since. I mean, just think about it. Since that time, in 4 years, where it's gone to where it is right now. And you can see that we were the guinea pig, and it wasn't us. But that's not beside the point. All the cord cutting and all this kind of stuff. Well, now if you want this, you got to buy the Hulu. If you want this, you got to get that. If you want this, you got to get the Paramount. If you want this, you got to get the Apple Plus. And if you want this, you got to get, all these different things have been so fractured. You're paying as much as you did before, or likely in your case, Kaner, more than you were before. And you're like, hey, man, I thought this was supposed to ease the burden and ease the pain a little bit. Well, I mean, things just then as those get bigger, they charge more and charge more and charge more, and this is what you get. And I'm not saying this is going to be a bad thing. Clearly, I'm going to buy it, whatever this turns out to be, to watch all these different products. But the streaming thing is still not a fully by itself viable thing yet. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
Well,
for that,
anyway,
for
financially driven.
For professional sports, that's what I'm saying. For professional sports.
It's always financially driven, okay? They're not doing this just to don't make no mistake, all right? Don't be fooled. These corporations aren't doing this to help the consumer, all right? This is not consumer-mindedness. This is to make more money. This is to make more profits or to find a way to profit, to skip the middleman here. That's exactly what's transpiring. They are taking the middleman, the cable operator, out of the equation entirely. And they're bundling a package. What used to be, as you just mentioned, the cable bundle, Brett, is now the streaming bundle. And it's the same damn thing on a different level for the same price, if not more. The cost of watching live sports, and the reason this is because live sports is the only thing that remains, you can't touch it on television. People DVR everything. But live sports, it's not DVR'd as much. You're not DVRing the Super Bowl and watching it a day later.
Right.
You're not DVRing last night Avs game or a Nuggets game and watching it 2 days later. You're watching these things live. They are more those resources are more unique today than they ever have been, and they know it.
Again, I'm like, I think that the cable package looks pretty cool now. I'm just able to do everything quickly and easily, and it looks like they're going back to it anyway. Vic, I want to get to your conversation with Boomer Esiason, and we'll do that in a few minutes.
Sure.
But before that, I had a fear of Jim Harbaugh going to the Chargers, and it wasn't so much like the coaching acumen part. It's not like that I think he's a super genius at how to game plan and X's and O's and all of that. He's good at it. But, Marty, do you remember what my biggest fear with Jim Harbaugh was? His ability to hire other coaches who are really good. Have you seen what he's done with his offensive and defensive coordinators now in L.A.? The OC is now going to be Greg Roman, the guy who very famously changed the Joe Flacco Ravens offense into the Lamar Jackson one that turned him into an MVP. And he brought his DC over, Jesse Minter. Is it Minter or Minters? From Michigan. Minter. Brought him over from Michigan, and if you guys watch college football the last couple of years, you would recognize that Michigan defense was one of, if not the best defense in the league the last couple of years. His ability to assemble a great coaching staff is what freaked me out, because Harbaugh is not the guy who holds the playbook. He's the delegator type. He's the one that hires the right people and gives responsibilities out, and his two coaches that he hired as OC and DC are very, very good ones. Really good. And again, the more this goes on, the more scared I get that it's not just going to be a Chiefs Mahomes thing that you're dealing with as your roadblock or impediment in the AFC West. I think it might be two of them stacked up back to back.
It very well could be. I mean, look, his track record has said that he is a winner, that he gets programs to win. Now, win the whole thing, he finally did with Michigan, right? He took the Niners to a Super Bowl, did not win a Super Bowl. But he gets these teams turned around, he gets them in the proper direction, and so on and so forth. Plus, again, I go back to it, and maybe I have a higher opinion than everybody else does, and I fully admit it. he's got a gem in Justin Herbert. And I think the vast majority of football people believe that this guy has the ability to be a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League. And you add all that together, Kaner, and then you talk about the hiring, Vic, that he's done and is going to do with his staff. If you're a Broncos fan, yes, you should be concerned. Yes, this is going to be a pain in the butt for the next decade. Yes.
The Broncos are in a again, you're going to hear from Boomer Esiason his thoughts on what the Broncos can and will do, and some other folks I've talked to about this. The Broncos are in a situation that is becoming – it's not as unique as it used to be because a lot of teams find themselves in this situation. You don't think the Cleveland Browns are thinking the same thing right now with Deshaun Watson, right? Like, if this ain't going to work, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, we're stuck with all this, right? What are we going to do? You don't think the people in Carolina, albeit it's only a rookie contract, but it's if they don't get any production next year out of their quarterback, what are we going to do?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Every team is going to face this at some point. Every team is going to fall on its face with a big number out of a quarterback position that just doesn't play to the pay. The Broncos are facing it right now, and people are going to keep a close eye on how the Broncos navigate these waters.
Well, yeah, I mean, but like me and like you, of course we are. But I mean, my point is that this is, I mean, I guess it could go a number of different ways. But you're right, Vic. This could be like a litmus test for the National Football League on how to navigate out of an incredibly difficult situation. I'm fascinated to see what they're going to do. I'm fascinated to see if they can get lucky. I'm completely in wonderment about what they're going to do at the quarterback position and what their options could be. I mean, there's a lot of things they still can do. You can bring in a bunch of kids. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff to try to mitigate and help out the situation. But what direction do they go in, Kaner? I mean, that's going to be the real interesting thing.
Well, Vic talked a little bit about the situation the Broncos face with the Boomer Esiason. Let's hear that conversation next. Vic is at Radio Row in Vegas for the big game, and Vic in Vegas is thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you.
Usher is doing the halftime show for free. And
they all
I know
do it for
most
free.
Super Bowl halftime shows are, well, I know that not all of them. Some of them require like he's doing it all for free, like everything, because he's got a show that he does here in Vegas. He's already here. He's already in Vegas. He does his show at one of these hotels here. But you're right. And everybody that asks, well, why isn't so-and-so doing the halftime show? They all want to get paid in some manner. And most of them get expenses paid, how to get there. But he's already here. Jesse says that's the one interview he wants to attain. Well, Jesse, I can't help you there. I don't know how to get to Usher. Sorry.
Yeah, Usher's like, he's in that royalty celebrity department where you can't go near that guy without about 18 different security guards pushing you away. By the way, guys, keep this in mind that at 9:20 this morning, we'll give away another keyword for your chance to win $50 to Safeway, as well as get yourself entered for the grand prize. That'll happen on Friday of $250 to Safeway, and it's their Flowers in Football giveaway. As Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guacamole and queso. And don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, chocolate dipped strawberries, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com. So that's coming at 9:20. You'll hear the keyword for today. But Vic, you talked to Boomer Esiason yesterday about some Broncos stuff. Let's go ahead and hear that.
I want to ask you first and foremost, playing quarterback today versus 30 years ago, how many more years would you have been able to play under today's rules?
You know, so I retired when I was 37, and that was 1997, right after my year in Arizona. Yeah. But the interesting thing is I did get a 2-year contract offer extension, so I could have played until I was 39 or 40, because I was relatively healthy. But the game today, while the rules definitely favor the offense and protecting the quarterback, and the money is so much more different. You know, when I played for the Cardinals, it was $800,000 a year. Now it's $50 million a year. Yes. So I would probably hang around a little bit longer if I was making that much money. I told Matt Ryan, "What the hell are you doing here?" He might be on a yacht somewhere, hanging out like down in the Turks and Caicos or something.
When you watch Russell Wilson's game, we're from Denver. What left his game? Why has it been so difficult for him?
So anytime you change teams, you change offenses. And Nathaniel Hackett, that offense didn't fit him. And it was like oil and water. And I don't think Nathaniel really did anything to show that he was worthy of being a head coach at that point. And that thing blew up in his face. So that was the environment around Russell Wilson. I thought Sean Payton got a lot out of him this year. There was a point in time where he had like 5 or 6 games in a row where he played really, really well. I don't know if they're going to keep him. I don't know what the story is there.
They're not.
I mean, I know I would have been basically very insulted had they handled me that way at the end of my career for a particular team, which Arizona did do to me. So I would just say that they got to find themselves a quarterback in Denver, and I don't really know what's going on with Russell.
If a coach ever yelled at you on the sideline, national television, would you yell back?
Get a video of me saying, listen.
Oh, hell yeah. Now, if you ask Phil Simms that question, he'll say it was Parcells screaming at him so he wouldn't yell back. You ask me that question, I'd be screaming back at anybody. I mean, I felt bad for Russell. I mean, it was a bad look. And because of the cameras and social media and everybody chiming in, it's embarrassing. You know, and I don't know what the argument was about. It looked like Russell may have changed the play or didn't call the right play at that time. And Sean has a habit of screaming at people on the sideline, which is okay. That's fine. It's just passion. Drew Brees could handle it, and Drew Brees would yell back at him. And I think this was Russell just trying to show respect that in a relationship that's only like 6 months old. Think about that for a second. It wasn't like they were together for 12 years. And by the way, the previous coach that he had for a long tenure was Pete Carroll. And Pete would never yell at you. Totally different guy than Sean Payton.
Buddy Ryan would have fought you.
Me, well, I was trying to fight Buddy Ryan on the field. I was yelling at him because his guys were cheap shotting me.
That is Vic's conversation with Boomer Esiason. And, yeah, you can hear the former quarterback being like, yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy that at all. Mm-hmm. That wouldn't be fun.
You know, it's interesting what he said there, too, as he said. It's interesting, Vic, hang on one second, when he said, I thought Sean got a lot out of Russell. I mean, what that told me is that he thinks that Russ is, that he's not what he used to be. I mean, that's what that told me. Yeah, done or whatever. So I'm not saying the Broncos are making the wrong move here. I'm just saying the move they have to make is a very detrimental one to the franchise. But if in so many words, he got a lot out of Russell. I mean, I guess that's just the reality of the situation, or maybe I'm reading it wrong. You tell me.
Both things can be true, as he just attested there, and he told you. Sean Payton did effectively improve Russell's play, but Russell and Sean Payton could not coexist. Both things can be true, okay? You can coach a guy up to play to whatever standard he needs to play to, but it's not going to work out, and it's clearly not going to work out. Personality conflicts aside, it's not going to work out. If a coach yells at you on the sideline the way Sean Payton yelled at him on the sideline, that tells the story. That's all you need to see. That tells you what he thinks of. You know what I'm saying? That's all you need to see. Did he ever do that to Drew Brees?
No. Well, and can I say something else, by the way? And I've heard this a lot, and I know it's true, but it's Sean Payton got more out of Russell Wilson. Compared to Hackett, yeah. Compared to Pete
Hackett.
Carroll.
I'm not comparing him to Seattle.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All of this is in comparison to Hackett, which, by all accounts, Hackett is not seen in the greatest of lights right now. Like, you should be able to do that, but why can't we compare it over to Seattle? It's not like that was 10 years ago. It was 2.
God, it's so funny you say that, because in the grand scheme of things, when we go back and do a biography on the legacy of Russell Wilson's career, the highs and lows, that 1 year with Nathaniel Hackett where he was taken off the leash, free to do whatever he wanted, probably the worst year of his career. That set the table for everything you're seeing now. That was not smart. It wasn't. It wasn't good for him. It wasn't good for the team.
Well, and think about it this way. Let's say that doesn't exist. Maybe last year, if last year was the year that Russell Wilson got traded, and that's what we saw out of him and Sean Payton, we'd be saying that Payton did a bad job, wouldn't we? Like, if the Hackett year did not exist and it was just Russell coming straight over from Seattle in that career, we'd say that Payton did not do as well as he should have. And I'm not saying that, maybe Russell just declined that much in the span of 2 years, maybe. But we always do the comparison of like, he got more out of Russell. Yeah, compared to what he called the worst coach ever? I'd hope so.
From the text line, 2733 writes in, I'm going to laugh when Russ wins another Super Bowl and Peyton doesn't. If you guys had to wager right now on that, who would be closest to winning another Super Bowl? And we don't know where Russ will play next year in the near future, but who would you wager has a better opportunity to win a Super Bowl first?
Hold on a second here. Who said that? Is it a texter, a twitcher, a texter?
Texter.
All right, listen, hold on a second. I'm going to go back to the Vic Lombardi line. Both things can be true, that both will never win another Super Bowl. I mean, if you think Russ is God bless
answer the question. Answer the question. I actually think it's pretty interesting. Go ahead. Answer it, though, Moj.
Okay, I'll say Sean Payton.
I would, too, because Sean Payton has a job, and right now Russell doesn't. And I don't know.
And number two, Sean Payton is going to be given a long opportunity to win another one, where Russ either is done or he's going to be done very soon.
Yeah.
Okay, and so here's what you don't need to do. You don't need to sit back. I like Russell Wilson. I think he's probably a very good guy. I don't hate his game or anything of that nature. But I think it's fair to say he's just not an elite quarterback in this league anymore. And you don't need to be offended by that. You don't need to be defensive about that. You don't need to fight tooth and nail and, Sean versus, I guess it's natural human nature, but you don't need to. And he certainly doesn't need you to come to his defense. If Russell Wilson wins another Super Bowl, then God bless him. Hell, I hope that he does. I hope that somehow he's able to pull that off wherever he goes, and it's a terrific year, fine. But I would bet my ass that it ain't ever going to happen.
I would too. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna.
And no
That's
offense.
pretty precious
No offense.
commodity that you're betting right now.
I too would bet Mosier's ass.
Yes. I think we all start betting Mosier's ass.
Yep.
Please. There's not a whole lot to go around, so you better pick and choose, right? You know what I mean? No,
There's
listen,
not?
and again,
I
is
don't
that,
know about that. Have you seen you from the backside?
well, let me show you. Let's take a good
see,
close
how much-
look.
How many bets could we get from that ass? All right, let's see.
I don't even know. No, but I'm dead serious, man. What do you think? I mean, Sean Payton, he's not a young man, but he's going to be coaching for another decade, I'm sure. And eventually when all this cap crap goes away, let him build a team that he thinks is competitive with his quarterback and get the right guys in. I believe this guy can win, whether or not he's gruff or he's prickly or what. Who gives a rat's rip? I mean, I think that he's a competent football mind. We'll see. I just don't think that Russ is going to be able to play to a level that's going to get you there anymore. That's my opinion, and I'm not being offensive to him. It's just the reality. Father Time waits for no man.
Well, I'm most surprised by talking to people out here how many of them say, well, we'll see if they can repair the relationship. They're opening things up to a possible return. And I'm telling them, guys, from our vantage point, it's over. I mean, this ain't happening. There's no return here, guys. I do not see a world in which Russell Wilson returns to play for the Denver Broncos. That world does not exist to me.
No. There's like absolutely no way this can happen. With everything that transpired, especially towards the end of last year, like it's one thing to have like a benching or whatever. It's another thing to have a benching that leads to, look, we all know that Russell Wilson does not complain. Like he's always all smiles, everything's great, sunshiny day, blue skies. He was pissed when that went down because he called, you guys remember? A couple of days after they made the announcement he was going to the bench, he called media members over to him and said, yeah, that whole thing about the insurance deal and the health clause in the contract, the injury clause, yeah, it's real. They asked me about that. He doesn't do that unless he's pissed because Russell never does that. And I think that part of it is irreparable.
I mean, don't you? Of course it is. And you can listen to his own words. He knows he's gone. I mean, what would make him want to stay, for crying out loud? He's going to get his money, his guaranteed money anyway. I mean, he if you listen to what he said, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's out of here. So I don't know who would have delusions down there, Vic. I don't know who those people would be that you're talking to. I guess Boomer was one that you had to set straight, but it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. When we return, the Avs lose last night, and there's something, and it was mentioned in your broadcast, Moj, a very common, an uncommon similarity that these two teams have between the Avs and the Nuggets. We'll get to it next. Vic in Las Vegas is thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. The Avs game yesterday, they drop it to the Devils, as it was the second game of a back-to-back. So they took 1 point out of the 2 games that were played post All-Star break. We talked to Bednar earlier. If you missed that, check out the podcast. But Mose, you guys mentioned something as the Avs were roaring back to tie it up.
I didn't because it was on national TV, but Connor and Riker did.
Connor and Riker did, yes. That I don't know what metrics are used on this. I forget what they mentioned. They're one of the best third-period teams in the league, though. The Avs are. And they always find a way, and we've seen that over and over again. They battle their way back. If they got a deficit, usually the game is at least tied heading into the third. They got a whole bunch of comeback wins, down 2 goals, 3 goals, whatever. And that sounds a lot like another team here in town, which is the Nuggets. In the fourth quarter, they are elite. Elite defensively and elite when it comes to closing out games. So they have this in common. I would consider that part of a championship DNA sort of thing. What you hate, though, is that they've been put in those positions a lot of times this year. Both teams, actually. I think, didn't Malone mention before the last game, Vic, that they are the worst second quarter team in the league?
Yeah, a weird stat where in terms of overall rating, they're top 5 in the first quarter, the third quarter, and the fourth quarter, and they're 29th in the second quarter. It's just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But what does the second quarter have in common? What happens in the second quarter?
Bench.
Yeah. That's when most of the bench players play. That's when most of them get action in that second quarter.
What do you attribute the Avs stuff to, Moshe?
I mean, it's the same with the Avs. I mean, in the first period of games, it's where your top 2 lines play only. And then in the second period, your third and fourth lines and your third D pair play the vast majority of that period. And then you bring of course, that's a lie. That's not true. Kaner, I don't know what to attribute it to other than the fact that, maybe they know that they're one of the highest scoring teams in the National Hockey League, depending on the night, right? And they only put 3 on the board last night, but they average over 3 goals per game. And maybe they feel that, hey, look, we have this in our hip pocket. When we really crank it up, we can really get going, and they do. I mean, in the third period, they've been battling Dallas for the best team in that regard. But, I mean, they're one of the top 2 best third-period teams in the National Hockey League. And, again, I think it's about consistency. And when they want to turn it on and they want to get back in and they want to stick it to somebody, they can do that. I mean, you saw it happen last night with a couple of goals in the span of 30 seconds, and they've got that talent. And I'm watching that team play Jersey last night, and I'm like, man, they've just got so much more talent on the ice than Jersey does at this point. I mean, New Jersey's missing some very big players. Jack Hughes, though, will likely be back on Thursday for them. And it's just one of those, I don't know, Kaner, inexplicable to me at times, because this team, when they put in a full 60, they kick some serious butt. But it is remarkable how similar these teams are. The records, the way things have gone, the way they behave during the course of a game, it really is remarkable. It's interesting.
I just think something, Mosier, when you break it down, when you analyze the way the Avs have played so far this season, and you compare it to what they did 2 seasons ago in their Stanley Cup run, something's off. And I can't identify it. I can't put my finger on it. Something is off. Something is not clicking. You just heard from Coach Bednar on his own coach's show. He came on our air, and he looks for 3 things, 3 keys to victory, 3 items that he puts on his checklist before every game. Number 1, the goalie. And the goalie's got to save the saves, got to make the saves he must save, essentially. Don't let in easy goals. Don't let in goals that you're supposed to stop.
Then not only does he have to do that, Vic. Not only does he have to do that, but Kaner, this was what I was talking about to begin the show today. That 4th goal last night for New Jersey. I mean, would you expect him to save it? I don't know. I don't know if you expected him to save it, but he's got to have one of those. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yes. That's what Bednar said. Bednar said sometimes you have to make a save you're not supposed to make. That's the other item. And he went on. He talked about a defensive commitment. You have to have a defensive commitment for the entire game.
Yeah.
That needs to happen. He mentioned that last night that wasn't there. That's what was missing last night. He didn't blame the goalie. You notice that? He blamed the defensive commitment. And the last thing he said is you got to play North game. Offense has got to go. And that's never an issue. with the Avs.
No,
that's
doesn't
the
seem to
least
be.
of the three on the checklist. But number 2 is the area of most concern for him last night, the defensive commitment. And I don't know if that's the problem with the Avs this year and where the volatility comes from, but something is not right. Even though they're near the top, and I get it.
Vic, what about rebounding in the NBA? What does rebounding and playing defense in the NBA require?
Well, it's just massive hustle. It's just intensity. It's focus. Playing defense in the NBA, for people that never played basketball, I guess I'll say this. Defense requires twice as much hustle and commitment than offense. Twice.
That's exactly right. It requires commitment. It requires effort. It requires teamwork. It's hard to do. Everybody wants to score, but do you really want to kick some serious butt in your own zone? Do you really want to put in that max effort all the time? Now, nobody's going to do it all the time, even the best players in the league, in both leagues. But who wants to do it more than the other guy? That makes a big difference when you have a team as talented as the Colorado Avalanche. That's for sure. And, Brett, I also noticed one thing today that I really want to bring up. Do you notice when you get Vic Lombardi in a setting like we're seeing right now in Vegas, where he's out there at Radio Row and he's got all these people around him, do you see how calm and cool and
very
collected
quiet,
he is?
very reserved
He's
today.
very quiet, very respectful, very reserved.
Because
You're acting like
it's a freaking chaotic volcano around me.
No, because
I mean,
you're
I'm gonna
acting,
show you one
dude.
more
You're acting like you're in church and you don't want to offend the priest. That's what you're acting like. Well, screw those people. We don't know who those people are. Screw them. Shout them down. Who cares? But you're like, I don't want them to hear me talk about Russell Wilson's contract because they might be offended by. Brett, am I wrong about that? You tell me.
He's
Brett.
quieter.
Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure that we can do this. I'm not sure.
It's hush tone.
You're making quite the scene. Okay, calm down. Just a little.
Nobody can hear me but you. Nobody. I wish there was a speaker there with me and Brett on it, and I would shout those folks down. You don't need 87 people to set up a friggin' bobblehead.
Yeah, can you actually go over there during the break, Vic, and ask each one of them what their role is? Because I feel like there's got to be 5 people that are doing nothing.
Well, I'm in charge of coffee cups around this place. I make sure the cups are placed with the handle out by a 33-degree angle.
I wish we had, an opportunity to put together a program where we had 50 people. I mean, we do radio every morning.
I don't.
We do
you think
3
I want
hours.
to deal with all those people?
No. When I say I wish, I mean, can you imagine the commitment to that? For our show, Marty shows up just like a minute before airtime. Jesse shows up 30 seconds. They flip a switch. They do it all. Mosier's usually late, and that's our show, and that's it. And you get 3 hours of that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. By the way, a couple things on the text line. First of all, a texter says, Avs and Nugs are both proven championship cores and elite contenders. The difference is the Nuggets don't have any glaring weaknesses that they must fix. Sure, they could improve their roster, but it's fine if they do nothing at the deadline. That's not true at the Avs. They need to find a number 2 goalie. Do you disagree with any of that, Moj?
Not only a number 2 goalie. I'm reading Twitch right now, and they're all over Ryan Johansson. And Phoenix 303 calls him a saboteur. I love that word. What a great word, saboteur. Yeah. So are you saying that Joe and that line, that endless search for a 2C, is that more important than a backup goalie? What would be your priority list when it came to fixing before the trade deadline?
Backup
2C
goalie.
or backup goalie?
Backup goalie.
I'm not worried about the scoring aspect of things, Vic. I'm really not. And right now, the third line is acting like a number 2 line. And again, when you're give these guys an opportunity a little bit to work some things out. I'm talking about Lehkonen and Parisi with Ryan Johansson. Give them an opportunity to find their game a little bit. I mean, it sounds like I'm making excuses for Ryan Johansson, and I think he could be playing better. I really do. but he's also been bouncing around with different wingers since day one, essentially. You know what I mean? I mean, he got off to a terrific start when the Avs were fully healthy and constituted the way they should be, and then things went to hell in a handbasket because you saw Arturi Lehkonen go out after 12 games played and missed, the next 2 months for crying. I mean, let's let these guys work themselves back out a little bit here. And number two, think about the guys you are getting back. And when guys are slotted in the proper position, I'm not overly concerned about it. I'm really not.
A texter also asked on the text line, are the Avs still the Stanley Cup favorites? And that's a great opportunity to do this.
The points, the props, the favorites, the dogs. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane presents tonight's lines this morning. Brought to you by Circa Sports. Betting the way it should be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, so let's take a look at some of these lines. They're all courtesy of Circa Sports, which is available right now in Colorado. So download the app, Circa Sports, or go to circasports.com. Right now on Circa Moj, the Avs are currently third in Stanley Cup championship odds. Number one has jumped to Edmonton. They're a heavy favorite at plus 640.
Oh, my God. They lost last night for the first time in forever. Thank God. Thank God we're over that crap. Vegas got them by a final score of 3-1. Listen, man, if you think that Edmonton is the Cup favorite right now, then God bless you. Things change in the postseason in an awfully big way. Okay, who's number two right now?
Number two is Boston at plus 900.
Okay, is Boston built for the playoffs? We'll see, but Jim Montgomery has got them cooking. I would absolutely take number three right now. No problems, no questions asked.
Yep, the Avs
are
plus 950 right now at this point in the season. So $100 bet gets you $950 at the end if they win the title. While we're on the subject, I wanted to do this, by the way, because we're just a couple of days away from the big game. I'll look at a couple of props for the Super Bowl. And most...
What big game? What big game? You talking about the Super Bowl game?
Yes, the big game. You can't say that, Vic. Oh, my gosh, you got a red dot on your forehead now.
Wait.
Look out, look out.
I
Duck.
see how this works.
Duck.
So there's a major misnomer. You can't say Super Bowl if you're using it in a sentence for promotion.
I don't want you murdered, Vic. Relax.
I'm not. Wait, I'm not. You see, I'm not promoting a damn thing, so I can say Super Bowl as loud as I want. Super Bowl. No! I can say all I want. But you, as you continue this promotion, you cannot use those two words. And I love the fact that you cannot.
Doesn't it feel like if you're in your own home in the kitchen and you say, honey, what kind of snacks you want to have for the Super Bowl? Like you get a knock at your door and mother truckers show up in like Men in Black, and then Men in Black, and they're like they neuralize you or something like that.
Right,
you're like, or they come in and they beat you
down.
down.
Okay. Finish your promotion.
I told you not to say the freaking word, you mother
I
trucker.
dare you.
All right, I'm gonna do it. So as I'm looking for lines for the Super so the big game on Sunday. Here's a couple of props for you. Let's go with the most rushing yards in the game by either team. Who do you think is the leader, the individual who will lead in rushing yards? The favorite is Christian McCaffrey at minus 200. Second is Isaiah Pacheco at plus 198. Third is Mahomes, and fourth is Debo, the long shots, plus 2,900 and plus 3,300.
Boy, what's McCaffrey again?
Minus 200. Heavy favorite. Heavy.
Yeah. Okay, but Pacheco, I don't know, dude. When you look at what the Lions were able to do to that Niners defense, maybe Pacheco could go crazy.
The only weakness the Chiefs defense has, and this is a veteran defense, they're smart, they play smart, I think is giving up the run, and I'm going to go with McCaffrey for that. I think that's an easy one.
I think Pacheco's the better bang for your buck pick, though, because he could lead the game in rushing, and he's plus 198. I mean, I'd rather have that than the minus 200 if I'm making a bet on anything. And then how about this one? Most receiving yards. Which individual has the most receiving yards in the Super Bowl? There's two co-favorites, Travis Kelce at plus 310 and Brandon Ayuk at plus 310. After that, it's Rashee Rice, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah. Well, that's because those guys lead their teams.
Yeah, I'll go for the one that's done it before and does it all the time and has yet to be stopped doing it. I'm going to go with Travis Kelce. This is one of those Disney stories. It really is. Kelce wins. He's on the field. He's making out with T. Swift. He announces his retirement shortly thereafter. He gets the MVP of the Super Bowl, and everybody leaves happy.
Yep. That is all brought to you by Circus Sports. Again, download that app. It's available in Colorado right now, or go to circusports.com. When we come back, your chance to win $50 to Safeway. Keyword coming away next. $50 to Safeway on the line, and all you have to do is text the word love and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It is love and your first and last name. Love?
Like love, like Love, love?
No, the other love. Yeah,
Man, we're just
love.
getting soft on our words here, man. Chocolates and loves and
So 303-504-0925. Text love and your first and last name, and you'll have a chance to win $50 to Safeway today as we announce a winner at the end of the show. Also, a $250 grand prize at the end of Friday's show, and there's going to be 3 more opportunities throughout the day to get in on this with Dempsey & Company, PhD, and Kreckman and Lindahl. And Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guacamole and queso. Don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, chocolate dipped strawberries, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com.
Okay, thank you. Do you guys want to know a little something about me? I go to the Safeway by my house all the time, by the way. That's the one I go to. I like flowers, man. I like flowers. I like flowers around the house. It's good. It's, like plants and flowers. It's good to have that foliage, man. They're nice looking. They smell good. I like that kind of stuff. So I think I'm going to hit me up some Safeway when I get home.
Okay, great. Can I ask you guys?
Anyway,
a question?
knew that was coming.
Just a little bit more of a peek into the mind of Moj. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we need another peek into that molasses. Hey, that morass. Hey, let me ask you this: which team leads the NBA's Western Conference as we speak on this radio show?
Oklahoma City
Mark
Thunder.
Mosier, without looking it up.
Oklahoma City.
Brett, without looking it up.
Clip
Wrong.
show?
Brett, without looking it up, your guess. Which team leads the NBA's Western Conference?
The Clip Show.
The LA Clippers have moved into first place here in early February. A team that was struggling to survive, to stay afloat after making the James Harden trade. They lost 6 in a row. They lost to the Nuggets during that stretch. They looked terrible. Everybody thought they were done. Dumb trade. Here they are. We're not too far down the road from that point. They're 34-15. They're percentage points ahead of OKC, Minnesota. Both of those teams lost last night. 3 teams tied at 35-16. The Nuggets in third by virtue of tiebreakers. Oklahoma City, Minnesota, and Denver, all 35-16. The Clippers are 34-15. They have an extra game to play, obviously, in there. But wow, that is crazy to me that the LA Clippers, who have now won 31 of their last 36 games, reside in first place.
They have 2 extra games to play. They're one back in the loss column,
right.
and they're one back in the win column. Yeah. Okay, so you're being technical here. You're talking about winning percentage points, 686 versus 694.
They're in first place.
Right,
it doesn't matter what you say. They're in first place. They lead the Western Conference.
Call it what you want, semantic boy. I couldn't give a rat's rip, man. This is early February. I know the Nuggets are going to turn it on. Everything's going to be cool. And to be honest with you, I'm not really worried about it. I'm not worried about it.
I'm not. No. Don't get misinformed. When I bring stuff like this up, people get all freaked out. Oh yeah, well they're peaking early, and they're not to worry. I'm not worried. That's not to say I'm worried. I'm just telling you, that's a credit to the Clippers for staying committed. And another team that's staying committed to the lineup, the Phoenix Suns. They won again last night. The Suns have now won 7 of their last 10. They're 30-21. They're only 5 games back. Here come the Suns. Here come the Clippers. Here come those teams that put a bunch of resources in the stars that we all assumed were done. Well, they're not done. That's all I'm telling you. They're not done.
I told you guys
They're percolating.
early in the year when the Clippers were struggling, the Suns were struggling. I was like, you got to give this time. I'm not judging this team a month and a half into the season. They got to build up some chemistry, and they found it. Now, whether that can continue in the postseason when the pressure starts to ratchet up, and then it's like who's going to get what shot, who's going to do what, like different conversation. But they've obviously, both of those teams have found a groove. And hey, I am a little bit nervous. I think it's totally okay to be nervous because last year, you went to the Western Conference Finals with the Lakers being your impediment. I knew you shouldn't be scared of the Lakers. You're only scared because of their past history. I don't think it's going to be that same sort of road again if you get to an NBA Finals.
No, there's no way. There are many more landmines in the way this year. I mean, that's why every year is different. That's why fortune is for the bold. And fortune is necessary to win an NBA title, any title, really. Because the Nuggets were healthy, number one. They had health. Number two, their road to the finals at the beginning was wrought with all kinds of landmines, but it all worked out, didn't it? Every one of them worked out perfectly.
Yes, it
right
did.
teams lost.
Yes, and see, isn't that the way you need to look at it, though? This is the way I look at it, and you tell me if I'm wrong. The Avs run to the Stanley Cup, was it a magical run? Did it feel like a sort of a special?
Well, they're 16-4, just like the Nuggets. Yes,
that is correct. But it felt like a magical run, like the stars were aligned, like things went their way. Obviously, EJ brings it up, gives it to LOC, banged across. Helm's goal in Game 6, right, against the St. Louis Blues. So you don't go to a Game 7 in that series. You know, you look at the Nuggets and their run, like you said, Vic, 16-4, and this team lost, and then you got to play this team, and then you went up against the Lakers. But you knew that you were going to beat the Lakers. At least I did. I couldn't predict the sweep. But things were magical. Now, if you want to measure a good team, and I think every team that's won multiple championships, they're different teams when they do it. The Avs 96 team was different than the Avs 2001 team, which is obviously way different from the 2022 team. But now you're going to have to do it a different way. This is the mark of a champion. This is the mark of a good club. This is the mark of a good coach. Can you win in a different kind of way with different kind of adversity? I think for the Avalanche, it's the same story as it is right now for the Denver Nuggets. You're not going to have that, quote, magical run anymore, all the feeling for the first time in forever, or the first time ever in the case of the Denver Nuggets. Now you may have to grind your way through some series. Now you may have to go win a couple of Game 7s even on the road. But that's what makes it worth. That's what makes it worth doing, Vic. That's what makes. And these teams that win multiple championships, they can be full of studs, but they've had to grind their way through some series and through some seasons for sure.
Think about that for both of those teams, both the Nuggets and the Avs. At no point during those playoff runs, during those championship runs, did they have to face a Game 7?
Mm-hmm.
Did they ever face an elimination game? Neither team was in that mode. At no point did they have a must-win. That's crazy when you look back at that, right? I mean, there's no must-win. They had room for error.
Could I give you something else, by the way, that my tune is changing a bit on this. You know, when the season started, it was just kind of like whatever the Nuggets got to do, just put it on cruise control, make the playoffs, let the chips fall where they may, sort of thing. I want the Nuggets to gun for that number 1 seed again, because there's only one team in the NBA that's better at home than they are, and that's Boston, according to the record right now. The Nuggets are 21-4 at home this year. I want that again. I think that was fun, starting every playoff series that you had at your home court, your home arena. I think that's really important now, especially with the competition gearing up a little bit in the Western Conference this year.
Now, I know I do this every time, and again, this is the way I'm wired. I'm sorry. When it comes to the Nuggets, it's always looking at it from a perspective of, that looks hard. To the day I go down there, and you put down dirt on me down there, I will never look at the upcoming Nuggets schedule and say, oh yeah, that what a breeze. I'm not wired that way. I'm not going to do it. So as I looked at the Nuggets when they had that road schedule, and I said, ooh, this is tough. They emerged pretty nice. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They did pretty well on that road. They won more than they lost. I'm looking at the remaining schedule before the All-Star break. At the Lakers tomorrow night, Sacramento in a back-to-back.
Hold on.
At Milwaukee.
Win.
All right. See, I'm not going to do it because you're going to say that. So, and you're mocking me by. So, unless you shut up after I say it, I'm not going to give you the schedule. I'm not doing it.
Okay.
You ready?
This is me not talking. This is me being
at the Lakers
quiet.
tomorrow night.
Not talking.
Sacramento in the back-to-back. At Milwaukee, and then Sacramento again. Okay. See, I can't do it. You guys are not taking me seriously. That's a 4-game stretch. That's as tough as it gets, is what I'm trying to say. That's a tough stretch. What would make you happy in that 4-game stretch? 2-2? 3-1.
Yeah, that's a
1
tough.
and 3?
Dude, that's a tough 4-game
Minimum
stretch
2
because
and
the
2.
Lakers, the Lakers are playing their way back into things. And for some reason, Vic, and you tell me what it is. And right now, if the playoffs started today, you know who the Nuggets would host in the first round of the playoffs if we're doing the Vic Lombardi thing? You know who the Nuggets would host in the first round of the playoffs if it started today?
The Kings.
The Sacramento Kings. And for some reason, that damn franchise has given the Nuggets problems. What is it? What is it with the Sacramento? Okay, what is it about the Sacramento Kings though that drives the Nuggets crazy?
They play with
what
tempo.
Is it about?
De'Aaron Fox gets
Okay.
the ball, he runs 1,000,000 miles an hour and gets a bucket. Like, he's really good at that.
Well, he's fun to watch.
Yeah, you
There's
just
no doubt.
nailed something. You nailed something. Quick guards that get to the hole give the Nuggets trouble, right? Those quick guards. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander gets to the hole.
Yep.
Those guards
Yeah.
give the Nuggets trouble. That's
Um,
probably what your concern is. But I mean, I'm looking at their schedule going into this All-Star break, and the difference at the top. Again, you got 4 teams right there. 4 teams at the top of the Western Conference. Every game matters now. Every single one. If your goal is to get the top seed, if that's the goal, as Powder told us, every game counts.
You know what's interesting about that too, Vic, and Brett, is that I think every team when you look at those standings and the 4 teams there, I think that every single one of those teams, and maybe the Nuggets aside, they all think, you know what, we got to get the number 1 seed. We need home court. Like when they look at the Denver Nuggets, we can't afford to go on the road to Denver for a 7-game series because that's one of the best teams in the world on the home court. They're all thinking the same exact thing. And the Avs have made it clear. McKinnon's made it clear. Coach Bednar has made it clear. We want to win our division. Well, you know who does as well? Winnipeg and Dallas both, they realize the same thing. They don't want to come to Denver and play the Avs in a damn 7-game series. Nobody wants to do that. So you're right, Vic. We'll see how it pans out. But I mean, this is going to be interesting. This final push is going to be very interesting.
Brett, read my mind here. I'm looking at one team, and again, we got a long way to go. A lot of games left. I'm looking at one team that I do not want the Nuggets to face in the first round of the playoffs. What team is that? A first-round series that I think will be hard. Which team do I not want to see the Nuggets face in the first round?
You don't want the Phoenix Suns.
Exactly right. See?
Oh, I nailed it.
See how easy this is, Moshe? See how easy it is when you have another human being that has some sort of synergy with you, understands what you go through, what you're thinking. That is perfect. The Phoenix Suns is not the team you want to face in the first round.
I was going to say Phoenix Suns, but you asked Brett. You did not ask me because I feel the same way that
because
you
I'm
do.
not going
I do
to
not
ask
want.
you.
I
I'm not.
Delay's getting us now.
What is it? My machine that's delayed or his? Which machine
no,
is
it's
delayed?
yours.
We got 50 people working on the McAfee show. We can't get our machines aligned here.
It's yours. It's not bad. It's just bad when you're talking at the same time because you think it's happening a little bit later. That's all. So it's okay. It's okay. It's not terrible, but it's when you're talking at the same time, there's some confusion. That's all.
I think what Brett's trying to say here, Vic, is that the problem is you.
Can I send a reminder
All right, I'm going to
out
call
to
out
people?
Jesse. Jesse,
Yeah.
fix our machine.
Yeah.
Jesse, this is on you. We got 35 engineers over there working on one show. Get one of those engineers here, fix this machine. Because I'm tired of hearing these guys 2 seconds after they say something.
So quickly here, if you guys, there's still a couple of minutes. If you guys want in to have a chance to win $50 to Safeway today, the key word of the day is love. So text love in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Not only does that get you in today, it gets you entered for the grand prize at the end of the week. And there's going to be 3 other keywords today on each show, Dempsey and Company, PhD, and Kreckman and Lindahl. And all of that is Flowers in Football, brought to you by Safeway. What do you have there, Vic? You got yourself a little Jesse meal?
Jesse was kind enough to go give me some pastry. I got a bagel plain. I got a croissant. And I've got a little fruit on the
You
side.
eat a dry bagel? What the hell's the
dig in
matter
and
with
get
you?
a break.
Gross.
See, here's
I
the thing,
I never
Brett.
put that. I never put the devil's. I never put the devil's butter on my bagel. No way. I would never do that.
Call cream cheese the devil's butter. I like that.
Brett, here's the thing about
You know
what
how
Vic's
bad
got
that is for
going
you?
on right there.
You know how
Yeah, listen
delicious
to
it
me.
is? Shut up. It's good. Live your life.
Here's the thing. Jesse is going to eat probably at least 3, but maybe 4 plates this morning. And so he's just getting started. He's like, Vic, here, I got this for you. I got this one for me. Then there's going to be a little bit more for Jesse. A little bit more for Jesse.
That's all I need. And if you need more than this, this is all you need. This should be your fill. This is healthy enough. There is no devil's butter located here.
That's
you
enough.
get fruit, you get everything.
That's enough.
In fact, this is too
Jesse,
many
Jesse,
too
can
many
you hear
carbs.
me? If Jesse can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm here.
Okay, Jesse, would that be a fill for you, what Vic just showed us?
Yes.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh,
'cause
Jesse, you're
also
such a
would not.
liar.
You're such a liar.
You're such a liar.
Look
Jesse,
at
look at all
Jesse
that.
got him all
Snack
this
box.
crap.
That was.
Yes,
Look what else,
snack
Jesse.
box.
Show him what else you got. Look what Jesse got for himself.
Fruit Loops and Apple Jacks, baby. Let's go. All right. 303-504-0925. Get Fact Checker next. Semantic Boy being live in Vegas is brought to you by Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. As he is talking to somebody in a peach shirt.
I'm going to get me to an Old Chicago when I get home. I like Old Chicago, man. I'm glad you said the word. I want to go get me some of that. Definitely want to get me some of that.
We'll draw our winner of the $50 gift card here in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. But, Vic, you missed this. Because you're a little late this morning. There was a piece of audio that we played from Super Bowl Radio Row, or the press conference setting on the field. So all the players available. I've always been fascinated at the idea that these guys don't know other athletes. It feels like just football and basketball players know each other, and that's it. So there were a few hockey guys that got media passes to all these interviews, and they started asking like kind of hockey questions to football guys, but relating them to football. But one of them, Pete Blackburn, walked up to Isaiah Pacheco and said this.
Isaiah, you play hard and angry like a Nathan McKinnon. What goes into that style of play?
A Nathan McKinnon. Who's Nathan McKinnon?
He's a center for the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh.
He plays hard and angry.
Girl, shout out to you, bro.
They don't know any other athletes. Football players know basketball players, and that's it. That's the extent of their sports knowledge.
Mm-hmm. From now on, I'm doing that. I'm going, shout out to you, bro. Hey,
shout out to you, bro.
To you.
Moj, if you give me that after a goal call,
out, bro.
like somebody has a sick, I don't know, like
shout out to you, bro.
A snipe from the blue line. Oh, Jack Johnson, shout out to you, bro.
I'm still trying to do my taste the biscuit. It's been hard to get this stuff in.
I'm trying to get you to do a McCannon, which you won't, coward.
Taste the biscuit is easy. If a goalie stops a shot attempt with his mask, taste that biscuit. It's easy. That's
That is
an
true.
easy one.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he's absolutely right. He wore one off the beak. Taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness.
Are you
of
surprised,
the
though,
biscuit.
that a lot of these NFL players don't know the top players in the NHL? I'm not surprised by that.
I'm not surprised.
You know,
no, I mean,
you'd
no.
be- You might be surprised, Brett. You might be surprised how many great professional athletes don't even watch sports.
No, that's what I was getting at. I was watching a few podcasts of guys, and the question was like, "What's the first Super Bowl you remember?" And the response was, "I didn't really watch football growing up." And I'm like, "But you're a football player. How did you not watch the sport that you did every day when you were growing up?" That it like made no sense to me.
You're exactly. They're genetically blessed, and they're not really into other sports, maybe even their own sport, but they play the damn game because it makes a lot of money, and they like the game they play. But it doesn't mean they like other sports. I'd be hard pressed to find. You know, that question. If you ask most NFL players about other sports, maybe the NBA they know about, like they
That's
would
what I'm
know
saying.
who Nikola Jokic is.
Yeah.
Maybe the NBA, but I don't think they know much about other sports. No.
I'm surprised the ones who don't know their own sports. Like they don't know that. You hear? Well, I mean, look.
Hey,
even guys in the NBA, they still say Jokic. Like they can't even get his name right still. And those are dudes who are playing against him.
Hell, LeBron James did that.
Yeah.
LeBron James last year at the All-Star game when he picked his roster. Oh, and I'm taking Jokic. Remember that? Hey, by the way, I tell you what they do know. They know celebrity. Check out my Twitter feed. Look what's hanging out
Why
here.
don't you just tell me? Why am I looking?
Right in
Why
front
am
of
I
me.
looking? Just tell me.
I want you to describe it when you look at it. That's why. Just take a look at it.
At
Tell me what you see.
Semantic Boy? Is that what your Twitter handle is?
Oh my God! Who is that?
Taylor Swift is the NFL.
Who is that guy?
Yeah, who is it?
Who is
Walking
that
around.
guy?
I'm not sure.
That's just some
right.
dillhole trying to be provocative.
So you had me search your Twitter for a celebrity you said, but it was just a random dude who liked another celebrity.
Dude, that's just some rando in a sequin jacket being a dillhole and trying to provoke people. You don't give that any kind of credence and credibility. Come on, man.
Wait, this is a
You wanna
good
talk
question
to
from a
him?
texter.
He's right behind me. Do you want to talk to him?
No.
No, go to hell.
Moj, do you think Nathan McKinnon knows Isaiah Pacheco?
Want me to tell him that?
I don't know. Should I ask? I'll ask him tomorrow. If you want me to.
Yeah, do that. Get it on camera too. Like record it. Ask him back, and then we can just have a war of I don't know who this guy is on both sides.
Do you know
I
that you
guarantee
play the?
Nathan McKinnon doesn't know who Isaiah Pacheco is. That's not a guess. That's a guarantee.
I'll have Kyle do it. Kyle's good at that kind of thing. Say, you play a lot like Isaiah Pacheco, and he'll go, "Who the hell's Isaiah Pacheco?"
Yeah, I like
He's
that.
a running back for the Kansas City Chiefs who plays the game really hard and ferociously. Oh, shout out to him then.
I hope you respond the same way.
shout out to you, bro. Yeah.
Do hockey players know a lot of NFL stuff? I mean, because a lot of them are from out of the United States. So I wonder,
Well, I'll tell you what's funny is a lot of hockey players play fantasy football. They do that kind of thing.
So they would know.
They do. They have fantasy football teams. I think football kind of transcends all sports, right? I mean, I'm sure baseball players play fantasy football. I'm sure hoops players,
No,
some
but
guys
what I'm
play
saying,
fantasy
what I'm saying though,
football.
Moj, is like Val doesn't strike me as a guy who would know Isaiah Pacheco.
No. But I think the guys who play fantasy football would have a more familiar name. They'd be more familiar with the name Isaiah Pacheco than if they didn't play. You know what I mean?
And
That
especially
kind of
like McKinnon's a top 3 player in the world, top 5 player in the world,
Right.
whatever you want to say.
Right.
Like you should know a few guys. They would know the top dudes. They would know Mahomes, and they would know guys like that.
Yeah. Hey, Mosier,
Yeah,
can I
I mean,
challenge
they would
you
know
on
those
something?
guys. Sure.
Mosier, do you mind if I challenge you on something? It's funny because your musical tastes, where your music allegiance lies, it affects your personality, affects your mood, and your emotional swings.
Yeah.
If I told you there was a gentleman behind me wearing a Van Halen jacket, or a Styx jacket, or a Jethro Tull jacket,
I like
would you
Jethro
want
Tull.
me to interview him, or would you want to talk to them? Would that be of interest to you?
Well,
Yes
I
or
don't
no?
know why. I don't know why. No, because why
Yes,
would
sir.
you
Just
want
answer
to?
the question.
I said no.
Answer
no, I would
the
not.
question. If you mean to tell me if a guy right behind me were wearing an authentic Van Halen jacket in sequin, you would not be interested in that.
If he was Van Halen, he might want to talk to him, but he's not
If
going to
it
talk
was-
to some
yeah.
guy.
If it's David Lee Roth and
No.
some dollar store James Corden no. I mean, that guy looks like a dollar store James Corden. I'm not doing it. No,
I think you're
I don't
lying.
care.
I think you're lying. I think you're letting your musical affinities affect your judgment on who to interview and how.
What happened to James Corden, by the way? Is he still on TV? Or is he done?
Ever since he
don't know.
lit up that person in New York at the restaurant, I think he's been kind of on the down low a little bit. Yeah, when he got kicked out, remember forever? Got
That's
kicked
a
out.
bad look. That's a bad look for you to do that to somebody. Like
Yeah, man.
the
when
way
you're
you
in
treat the
public
wait
and you-
staff.
and-
That's
yeah,
a big key.
If you light somebody
You ever
up and are a
watch-
total ass, that's horrible, man.
Honestly, when
Marty,
was
do
the last time
it
you guys
now!
watched late night talk shows, like those late night? I can't remember the last time I'd watch Letterman back in the day. But I haven't watched that for years. You guys watch that? Does anybody watch that
no,
stuff?
man. I'm always working, or I'm watching Sports Center. No, I have absolutely zero interest in that. I've got. Listen, man. My priority is getting caught up on the sports of the day, so that when I wake up at 5:30, 5:45 in the morning, I'm not a total dill hole and going into the show blind.
You know which one I will watch though is I guess if you consider this a late night show, it is. On Mondays, did you guys see that Jon Stewart's doing the Daily Show again on Mondays? And I don't know when that starts, but he's going to be the host of that thing again once a week. And Jon Stewart was so damn good at that. I
ain't got time for that. I ain't got time.
What do you mean you don't got time?
I ain't got time for it.
What?
Playing dunk hoops and stuff.
10 o'clock at night, dunk hoops? Yeah? Heading out to the pickleball court,
Vic's
are you?
playing dunk hoops and Moshe's working. 10 o'clock.
All right, I'm going to tell you
every
what.
night.
We've got a couple minutes left in this program today. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to need out of you, Vic, and I need you to listen to me clearly, listen to me closely, and don't say a friggin' word. Here's what I need from you. Turn them down, please. Here's what I'm going to need. Number one, I'm going to need you to pick up the energy. Number two, I'm going to need you to find whatever it is that's getting your boat floated there in Vegas. Number three, I'm going to need you to find a Van Halen guy with a sequin jacket and get him on the show so that we can ask him about why he's walking around the Super Bowl parties in Radio Row with a sequin Van Halen jacket saying, Van Halen is the NFL. Van Halen made the NFL. Did you tell people what his stupid jacket said? What did it say, Vic? Ooh, baby. Yeah.
Again, you can ask all these questions to this gentleman if you like. He's right here. Do you want to?
I couldn't give her. No, I couldn't give a rep. I'm not going to give. It says the back of his red sequin jacket says, "Taylor Swift is the NFL." That's what it says, and that's just provocative stupidness. That guy's just a jack. He's a walking sequin jackass. That's exactly what he is.
All right.
He's a walking.
All right, forget it.
He's a walking donkey.
Tomorrow on the show, here's what I have on tap for tomorrow. Just to give you a quick preview. Christian McCaffrey, we're going to go out to the San Francisco press conferences. I'm going to talk to Christian. I'm going to show him. I'm going to replay that video of him as a child scoring at Mile High Stadium. We're going to hear from Jake Plummer tomorrow at 7:30. Noah Eagle, the son of Ian Eagle, I believe he's calling the game on Nickelodeon. T.J. Ward is going to stop by.
Nice.
Former Bronco T.J. Ward. All slated for tomorrow's show. But none of them as elite as the interview I got with the real SpongeBob SquarePants yesterday.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, it was pretty good, Vic. Pretty damn good. By the way, the winner.
What's his name? Hold on. Wait, what's his name again, Vic? What's his real name?
Tom something. I don't know. Tom something.
Tom Kenny?
You played the first question I asked him as soon as we started that interview. Do you have that? The very first question I asked him? Because I think this is the question most people wonder. I know I do.
We're talking to SpongeBob here. How did you get this job?
Man, I just bumbled into it.
He's got it right there. We're talking to SpongeBob. How'd you get this? What you been doing? All right, so a few business things real quick. The winner of the $50 to Safeway is Brian Crandall. Brian, congratulations, $50 to Safeway for their flowers and football extravaganza we got going on all week on each show. And again, a whole bunch to get to tomorrow. As Vic lined it up for you, the amount of people we're talking to, T.J. Ward, Jake Plummer, whole bunch coming your way. 303-504-0925. You can check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
The late great, who were you talking about?
Yeah, the late great, who was that again? All right, everybody have a great
Jack
Wednesday.
Whitaker.
We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
All right, it's Wednesday morning in the Mile High City. Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company. Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryan-Nemi, Marty. He's back behind the glass. We love him so much. And you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have a big show here for you today. Momentarily, we will be joined by Nuggets coach Michael Malone. We have shout-outs. We're going to be joined by Vic Lombardi in the 11 o'clock hour. He is out in Las Vegas on Radio Row for the Super Bowl, so he's doing all the things. We're actually going to hear one of his interviews as well with Boomer Esiason. That was, I think it was a fun one and something that we can talk about. Raj, what's going on, my guy?
Just excited to be here. Excited to hear from Vic. Obviously, it's a bummer coming off of an Avs loss last night, 5-3 with an empty netter to the New Jersey Devils. They've dropped 2 of their first 6 on this season-long road trip, so not exactly the results that you wanted to see. Jared Bednar joined the morning show, and he said the same thing. He said, well, I didn't like our offense in game 1, but I liked it in game 2. I liked our defense in game 1, and I didn't like our defense in game 2. So inconsistency is the story coming out of the All-Star break for the Avs, so we'll get into that a little bit later. Nuggets will be taking on the Lakers. I'm seeing all these videos going around about Mamba Day coming up with the statue. I want to ask Malone about Kobe's impact on the game and him as a coach when he joins us in a few minutes here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, the Nuggets are going to get on an airplane in about half an hour or so to fly to Los Angeles. They've had a few days off here prior to, and much needed days off. We'll have them talk about that to Coach Malone. It's been such a dense schedule for the Nuggets to begin this season. I mean, a couple of days ago, I believe that was their 51st game of the season is what that was. And at the time, that was the most in the NBA. And so what they are getting here as we wind toward the All-Star break is 3 days off between their last game and tomorrow's game against the Lakers. It's a back-to-back. They're Lakers and then Sacramento Kings. And then it's a 2 days off before the Milwaukee Bucks. And with that, let's get to the Coach Malone Show.
Denver Nuggets head coach Michael Malone.
And Ball Arena crowd to its feet.
The Michael Malone Show, brought to you by Central City and the Central City Parkway. Cruise I-70 to exit 243 and take the 4 lanes to fun. And by Phil Long Ford at phillongdenver.com. Coach Malone.
Championship on 3. 1, 2, 3. Championship.
Only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. Coach Malone, in advance of getting on an airplane to go to Los Angeles. Welcome into the program. Let's just start with the rest because you guys are getting a lot of it here in the last this week. And just talk about how necessary this break has been for everybody involved with the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to have a 3-day window where you can give all the players and everybody else involved with the team some mental rest, some physical rest, and then get back at it today before we fly and head out to the West Coast for a back-to-back at L.A. and at SAC. But we've played a lot of games. I think right now we're tied for first place with 3 other teams in the West. And these are the dog days. We have 4 games to go before the break, and we got to find a way to really dig deep and finish up strong with a pretty challenging schedule ahead of us.
Coach, speaking about rest, obviously the big news in the NBA over the past couple of weeks has been Joel Embiid going down, and the NBA is investigating him not playing in back-to-back games stemming from the night that he gets scratched before the Nuggets game here in the Mile High City. I want to ask you, with the advent of this 65-game threshold and all of this media attention kind of bearing down on star players not playing nightly games, how does that impact you as a coach, either keeping guys out or I wouldn't say forcing players, but having that outside pressure of getting guys into games?
Well, it hasn't really affected us, but you look around the league and the entire NBA landscape, this is going to be a huge point of contention as we move forward between, I feel, the Players Association and the NBA, because you're talking about millions and millions of dollars are at stake. If a guy doesn't play 65 games, he's no longer eligible for some of the postseason awards, which directly impacts how much money he can make in his next contract. And Obviously Jamal Murray is the one guy that obviously has missed, I think, 14 games this season. But it's a real delicate balance because, and I don't know what's happened with other teams, but you never want to put a player out there who is not healthy enough to play and to play effectively. Because I think you get into a really scary position where you're putting somebody at risk. Yes, I'm making myself available so I can meet the 65-game threshold, but is this in my best interest in the moment right now? And that delicate balance is really something that I think the league, the Players Association are going to have to continue to have great dialogue about moving forward because, again, we're not talking about a couple of bucks here. Some of the impact, you're talking about, $20, $30, $40 million over the lifetime of a contract, and that is real money. So, but I'm always about player health and taking care of our players because you want to be able to play the game and be available and to play as many years as possible.
Has that delicate dance and balance impacted your relationship with Jamal at all? Does that come into effect with you guys when, he's nursing injuries, or is this just always Jamal Murray, playoff warrior, ring focused? Does that conversation come in man to man with Jamal about like, hey man, we want to make sure you get to this threshold so you could possibly make an all-pro team?
Honestly, we have not had that conversation. That's a conversation that, Jamal and I have, but also myself and our training staff, Steve Short, who heads up our sports science team, because we're always thinking about player health and player well-being. And obviously now you have to add a different layer to that conversation about, player availability, but also the impact it has end of the season to be not only eligible for those awards, but when you're eligible for those awards, it also equivocates to money and financial, gains that a player will be able to access. So, but with Jamal right now, the good thing is for us, knock on wood, he's healthy. He missed the 14 games early. Having a 3-day break right now, getting ready to go into a back-to-back, gives you a lot more confidence as you move forward to these final 4 before the break that player availability for us right now is at a high point. And obviously KCP, we'll see how he feels with his hamstring. He's going to go through practice today. But no conversations between Jamal and I about the big picture stuff. It's more the day-to-day and making sure we're doing whatever we can to put all of our players in the best position to succeed.
And we're speaking with Nuggets coach Michael Malone here on the program. Coach, the Lakers are up next, and they're trying to sort themselves out, and I think they've played a little bit better over the last 10 games. I think they've won 6 of them. What's the challenge there, obviously, with LeBron and everybody, and on a night where it's going to be Mamba night and the statue unveiling and all the emotion that's probably going to be present in that arena?
Yeah, well, first off, to your point, they are playing better. They are 6-4 in the last 10. They've won 3 in a row. They had an incredible win in Boston without LeBron and AD playing. So that speaks to guys like D'Angelo Russell, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, other guys stepping up and playing at a high level. But when I think of LA, obviously we beat them game 1 of the season. They are a elite running team. They're number 2 in the NBA in fast break points per game, and they're 3rd in paint points per game. So they're looking to run, miss turnover for 48 minutes. So that's our biggest challenge, is making sure we're getting back all night and trying to force them to play a half-court game. Much easier said than done. And when you do get them into a half-court game, can you keep Anthony Davis and LeBron and Russell and Reeves, those guys out of the paint and force them to beat you with hopefully contested jump shots? The last thing I would say from a concern standpoint is they do a great job of getting to the foul line. Obviously, we know Anthony Davis gets there, I think, around 7 times. LeBron gets there around 6, and they're in the top 10 free throw attempts per game. But that's on the court. Then you add the emotional component to it, as you talked about, Dems. They have the statue unveiling of Kobe Bryant, and then going into the game that night, obviously a rematch of the Western Conference Finals on their home court. So it's going to be a crazy atmosphere, but one I think our guys are looking forward to being a part of, and hopefully we can find a way to get another road win.
Coach, you guys were on fire in the second half last year. At this point last year, you took over first place in the West and you never looked back. However, this season, you've got a better points percentage than you did last year on your road to an NBA championship. How do you address that in the room where you're playing better this year? You're winning more games up until this point, although it's a little bit of a negligible difference. How do you marry that with the fact that like you've got 4 other teams that are right there neck and neck with you when that wasn't necessarily the case last year?
Well, we just got to control what we can control. You know, we can't worry about Minnesota. We can't worry about OKC or the Clippers. Like 3 other teams that are playing at a high level. The Clippers, I can't remember the last time they lost a game. They're playing at a crazy level right now. And you look at the talent that they have on their roster. You look at OKC, obviously, had a chance without Nikola to pull one out down there and came up just short. And both those teams lost last night, Minnesota and OKC. Yeah, you keep an eye on the standings. You keep an eye on what they're doing. But most importantly, we got to focus on our task at hand. And we have, again, 4 games. We have at LA, at SAC, at Milwaukee, and home against SAC again going into the break. And then coming out of the break and not easing into it. You have 27 games to go coming out of the All-Star break. We have to find a way to hit the ground running and then go into the postseason with some rhythm and confidence. But every year is different. You know, last year we took over first place in December, and we never relinquished that. This year it's different. You know, we've been in the top 4 most of the season to this point. Right now there's a 4-way tie at first place, but if we're worried about everybody else and we don't do our job, then we're going to find ourselves dropping. And so we just got to focus on one game at a time and try to be the best team that we can be.
Coach, tomorrow obviously is trade deadline, and there'll be obviously teams around you are going to make a lot of moves. I just wonder what this day you think holds for the Nuggets, and if the team as currently constructed is good enough to get you everything that you hope for in terms of a second championship.
Yeah, I don't anticipate a lot happening. You know, obviously I've had conversations with Calvin Booth, our general manager. You know what you have in your starting 5. We're trying to develop some young players off the bench. Look at the progress of a guy like Peyton Watson, who didn't play last year. In the last 2 games against Portland in the fourth quarter, Peyton's been amazing. Christian Brown's coming off of one of his best games of the season against Portland. And then you always have to listen, right? The phone's going to ring. You always have to be responsible to listen, to see what's out there. But I think I speak for everybody over here. We like our group. We know what we're capable of. We feel we can beat any team in a playoff series. But you have to do your due diligence and always be willing. If there's something that comes along that can make you better, you have to listen to it. But we're not a team right now that is burning up the phone lines, actively looking to make changes. We like our group. We like our locker room. We like our culture. We like our camaraderie and our chemistry. And again, I think Calvin will take phone calls, but I'd expect us to be the same team once that trade deadline is over tomorrow.
Coach, it's widely known and reported that the Nuggets don't have all that many arrows to shoot at a trade deadline, right? Like just with how the money works and the aprons and the lack of draft picks, like you guys don't really have the ability to go out and get a huge name player. Is there pressure on you to make sure that it works with the guys in the room, that you don't have that safety net of like, oh yeah, we can go get anyone that we want at the trade deadline? Do you feel that pressure going into a season or certainly coming up against trade deadline?
No, I don't feel any pressure at all, to be honest with you. We're the reigning world champions. We're a young team. We're trying to do something that a lot of teams have never done, a defending reigning world champion, and trying to develop 3 to 4 young players in the following season. And if you look at the fact that we are where we are, and you're playing Peyton Watson, who in essence is a rookie. We have played Julian Straw, the rotation minutes, who is a rookie. You're playing Christian Brown, rotation minutes, who is a second-year player. And then obviously we've gone back and forth between Zeke Naji, a young player, and DeAndre Jordan, a veteran. And the fact that we are where we are, we're doing all that, and Jamal Murray missing 14 games, I think speaks to the talent and the confidence in our group. So zero pressure at the trade deadline to do anything. And I think our guys understand that we have a good group. When we're healthy, we feel confident that we can go into any building in the entire NBA and beat anybody on a given night. So that's a confident thing. And again, if we make a change, you make a change. But again, I think I speak for Calvin on this. We're pretty happy with who we are, who we have with our young players that we have a chance to continue to develop. If something came along and you got a phone call that you weren't expecting, yeah, you got to listen to it. I think we owe it to ourselves, our players, our fans, the franchise, to always do anything you can to become a better team, if that's possible. But I like our chances right now with the group that we have.
And Coach, we'll get you out of here on this one. You did mention Julian Strother in your answer there, and has he had a chance to get down to Grand Rapids yet? And if so, is he back up with the team? What's the next few days look like for him?
Yeah, he's with the Gold right now in Grand Rapids. They have a game tonight, so he's practiced the last couple of days with them. And then he's going to play tonight. We have him probably on a minute restriction. And then he'll fly to L.A. tomorrow and rejoin the team. So I think it was just important for him to get down there. And our practices this time of the year, we're not doing a whole lot of up and down scrimmaging. And he had 2 days of that in Grand Rapids with their team. And now he'll get a live game tonight in a G League game just to, again, he got hurt in that Golden State game early January. So he missed a lot of time with that knee injury. So just getting him back, help him get into a rhythm, and then rejoin the team. So I'm happy. I look forward to watching and following him tonight in his first real game back from that injury.
All right, that's really, really good news. Julian Strother obviously adds a lot to the program. Coach, thank you for joining us here. We know it was quick right off the bat this morning, but we really appreciate it. And good luck tomorrow in LA.
Guys, appreciate it, and great talking to you, and we'll talk again next week. Thanks a lot.
All right, there he goes, Nuggets coach Michael Malone. The Nuggets, a lot of that was a newsy that was a newsy interview. It was a newsy interview.
We don't typically get all that many injury updates from Coach. When we ask those questions, it's we'll see, we'll take it day by day. It's funny. It's a hockey answer that you normally hear. It's like, yeah, he's got an upper body. He'll be back sometime in the future. It's typically what we get from Coach Malone. We get news that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is in the gym, working out, going to see if he's going to be available to play against the Lakers. Strother in the developmental league.
Mm-hmm.
Probably means he's couple weeks away? 2 weeks maybe?
He said he's going to, so he has been down, and that's why I was busily trying to see if they played a game and if he participated in that game while we were doing that interview. But he has been down now, practiced with them, going to play in a game with them, and then he's going to fly from Grand Rapids to Los Angeles. And so he will be with the team tomorrow when they play the Lakers. So that's also a really good sign.
See, I've read that in a different fashion. I read that he'd play with Grand Rapids, he'd fly out to the team, and then you might see him in NBA action within the next
Yeah,
again, because you're going up
it's
to break, right? You're 4 days before break. I highly doubt he plays against the Lakers. You go into the All-Star break. You first see Julian Strother sometime February 15, 16.
You know what's interesting? I bet that there's a decent chance that he doesn't play against the Lakers, but he might play in the back-to-back at Sacramento, just because you need more fresh legs. Yeah, exactly right on that second game. So it'd be nice to see. And Coach said he would be on a minutes restriction.
I loved the answer that he had to, do you feel the pressure of not being able to make a move? And challenging Coach Malone is like one of my favorite things to do, because he has as competitive of a bone as I've ever felt from a head coaching standpoint.
Yeah.
And his immediate response, like, no, dude, I don't feel pressure. The fact that we don't have a safety net of being able to go out and get a guy, being able to do what Phoenix did last year and go get a Kevin Durant, we can't do that. The Nuggets don't have the ability to go and do that. And he doesn't feel any outside pressure. I think because he's got that now, moving into a healthy starting five, if you get KCP back from this injury. Jamal Murray, obviously having missed 14 games this year, but has a clean bill of health right now. I think it puts a lot of those concerns to bed for him just on its face.
Yeah, and the Nuggets 35-16 in a virtual tie for first place. The Clippers are actually in first place due to just win percentage. But the Clippers, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, and the Nuggets all in a virtual tie for first place. Coach Malone saying he speaks for everybody when he says he thinks that tomorrow's trade deadline will come and go without the Nuggets doing anything. Very interesting stuff from Coach Malone as they head out for this last stretch of games prior to prior to the All-Star break. All right, let's take a break. Come back. The Avs take a loss. And Vic Lombardi had a pretty fun interview with Boomer Esiason, and we'll do that. We'll hear that interview when we come back. All right, be listening at 11:20 when we will give away a $50 gift card to Safeway. Be listening for the keyword at that point in time. We'll give you a keyword. You'll type the keyword into the text. You'll text in the keyword and your first and last name to get a chance to win that $50 gift card and to be entered into the $250 gift card that we are giving away on Friday, courtesy of Safeway. So be listening here in the next hour for that. All right. So Vic Lombardi, our own Vic Lombardi here, is at Radio Row in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl coming up here in a few days. And true Vic style, he goes and he gets all the interviews. It's the one thing that you know about Vic is he's going to talk to everybody, and he got a pretty interesting one with former NFL quarterback Boomer Esiason here in the last couple of days. Let's play that and react because he had a lot of interesting things to say about the Broncos situation and Russell Wilson.
I want to ask you first and foremost, playing quarterback today versus 30 years ago, how many more years would you have been able to play under today's rules?
You know, so I retired when I was 37, and that was 1997, right after my year in Arizona.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is I did get a 2-year contract offer extension, so I could have played until I was 39 or 40 because I was relatively healthy. But the game today, while the rules definitely favor the offense and protecting the quarterback, and the money is so much more different. You know, when I played for the Cardinals, it was $800,000 a year. Now it's $50 million a year. Yes. So I would probably hang around a little bit longer if I was making that much money. I told Matt Ryan, "What the hell are you doing here?" Or he might be on a yacht somewhere, hanging out like down in the Turks and Caicos or something.
When you watch Russell Wilson's game, we're from Denver. What left his game? Why has it been so difficult for him?
So anytime you change teams, you change offenses. And Nathaniel Hackett, that offense didn't fit him. And it was like oil and water. And I don't think Nathaniel really did anything to show that he was worthy of being a head coach at that point. And that thing blew up in his face. So that was the environment around Russell Wilson. I thought Sean Payton got a lot out of him this year. There was a point in time where he had like 5 or 6 games in a row where he played really, really well. I don't know if they're going to keep him. I don't know what the story is there.
They're not.
I mean, I know I would have been basically very insulted had they handled me that way at the end of my career for a particular team, which Arizona did do to me. So I would just say that they got to find themselves a quarterback in Denver, and I don't really know what's going on with Russell.
If a coach ever yelled at you on the sideline, national television, would you yell back?
Oh, hell yeah. Now, if you ask Phil Simms that question, he'll say it was Parcells screaming at him so he wouldn't yell back. You ask me that question, I'd be screaming back at anybody. I mean, I felt bad for Russell. I mean, it was a bad look. And because of the cameras and social media and everybody chiming in, it's embarrassing. You know, and I don't know what the argument was about. It looked like Russell may have changed the play or didn't call the right play at that time. And Sean has a habit of screaming at people on the sideline, which is okay. That's fine. It's just passion. Drew Brees could handle it, and Drew Brees would yell back at him. And I think this was Russell just trying to show respect that in a relationship that's only like 6 months old. Think about that for a second. It wasn't like they were together for 12 years. And by the way, the previous coach that he had for a long tenure was Pete Carroll. And Pete would never yell at you. Totally different guy than Sean Payton.
Buddy Ryan would have fought you.
Me, well, I was trying to fight Buddy Ryan on the field. I was yelling at him. His guys were cheap shotting me.
That's funny. Vic is in Las Vegas thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. Raj, there's some interesting things that Boomer Esiason said. What resonated with you?
It just feels as though the relationship didn't fit. It feels as though the two guys just butted heads as who they are as dudes. And while the relationship was only 6, 7, 8 months long, you got some decent results out of it. And I just don't know if it's just on-field results that are shoveling Russell Wilson out of here. I really don't. I feel as though it's a feel thing between him and Russell Wilson. He doesn't have that same, it's a different competitiveness that Russ has as compared to Sean Payton, right? Payton's is far more visceral. Russ's is a little bit more of a team-oriented rah-rah competitiveness. And the other thing is Russ never wants to be seen as the bad guy. While Drew Brees was never seen as the bad guy in New Orleans, he had that fire. He had bite in him where he could jump back at a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Russ has that. Because God forbid he takes a wrong step and he gets ousted in the media, roasted on social for being out of line or for not being a good soldier. I think that hits more at Russ's core than it did at a guy like Drew Brees.
Yeah, it's the inability it's the unwillingness, I think is the best word for this, to snap back.
To be a bit of a bag.
Yeah, because of what it might make you look like. When I think, and this is where I think most people are getting at with Russell Wilson. If we ever saw him do that, even if we didn't love it at the time, it would show the humanness of a person. Like we're not always going to all do the right thing at the right time, and maybe we might do some things that we'll look back and go, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But it was real, and you were true to yourself in those moments, and we can all respect that. And I think with Russell Wilson, being true to himself is a different definition for him than it is for maybe the majority of us out there. And it is, for him, it's, I am this guy, I am this persona, everybody knows me as this persona, and so if I even step a toe outside of that, that is a problem.
I'm doing myself a disservice.
Right. When we wouldn't look at it that way. And I think if Russell Wilson took a step back and thought of it that way, he might even stick up for himself a little bit more in some of these instances with like Purcell is.
It may have helped. It may have helped.
It might. Yeah, it might.
It may have helped move that relationship with Peyton along. And while the main problem is that the on-field results were not what Sean Payton wanted. You were missing the first read constantly. You were missing the timing of this offense constantly. But what do we know of that Sean Payton offense in New Orleans? It took a few years to get, right? Like you don't just become Drew Brees and Alvin Kamara overnight. It takes a few seasons to get that thing going. You don't become Michael Thomas setting records overnight. And he said it. He said it in interviews, Michael Thomas. He was like, I didn't get this offense for 3 years.
Right.
Didn't understand it for 3 seasons. And then I went nuclear. I do think that they punted too early. Although it's not done, right? Like, because we hear these rumblings that, Russ could come back and be the quarterback here in Denver. So I suppose there's still a percentage that he comes back and he's either the starter going into next year and they draft a young guy, or they draft a guy up top and they utilize Russ as like a mentor for a quarter of the season, half the season, kind of like the Chiefs did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The majority of that first year, Alex Smith was the quarterback, and Mahomes learned and learned and learned. And they finally said, all right, we're gonna move on now. Maybe you cut Russ the year after, or you keep him as a $45 million backup this season after that. It feels too early to punt on the relationship because of where you got this year.
Yeah.
Like, they were relevant up until the final 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
Relevant.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to happen.
Yeah. It is interesting. It reminds me a little bit of the kind of divorce between Brian Shaw and Andre Miller when they got crossways after Brian Shaw didn't play him in a game. And it snapped a long, super long consecutive games played streak that Andre Miller really loved. And that was it. I mean, literally at about 10 days later, he was gone off the basketball team. And a lot of people asked me at that point in time, well, how come they just can't sit down and work this out? Because it didn't make sense to a lot of people that this couldn't just be go out and have a dinner and work the issues out and then come back and move forward with whatever you're going to move forward with. And so similarly here, but in that case, the relationship was so damaged so much that it couldn't be repaired. And Andre Miller knew he had to go. He wanted to go. He didn't even want to look at Brian Shaw anymore. And I get the same sense with Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. Boomer Esiason in that interview said, well, look, he got a lot out of Russell Wilson, and he did. I mean, the numbers show that. But yet, at the end of the day, and to your point, Raj, they were within a couple of games of, hey, if we win these 2 games, we might be actually in the playoffs. And how could you not work with that? Except for the fact that if you're Sean Payton, something about this guy is rubbing you the wrong way so much that you can't work with him, even though you made a little bit of strides with him during the regular season.
This is where I have a hard time reconciling my standpoint of, if it's the Sean Payton experience, let it be the Sean Payton experience. Full stop. He does whatever he wants. You have spent the draft picks. You've spent the money. This is the direction that the organization is going. So do what he wants to do. I have a hard time reconciling that with the dead money, right? Because I am so much about, how are you going to fill this roster out? Like, it's going to get worse. At least that's what the money shows us more often than not. If you cut him and you eat $85 million spread across the next 2 seasons, more often than not, you're going to suck, because you just simply don't have the money to fill out a roster. And then compounded with the fact that you've shipped off 3 first-round draft picks over your last 3 drafts, it's going to be very, very difficult to do what the Buccaneers did, to do what Green Bay did this year, to find a way to do what the Los Angeles Rams did. We now have case studies that teams in recent years can get to the playoffs and be successful, but more often than not, you're going to struggle. So I have a hard time saying, Sean Payton, go do your thing, when it still means decimating your team because of dead cap money. And I have to get myself to, I'm okay with them punting the money right now because it's what Sean Payton wants.
And maybe you don't have to get there at all. But I think the way you have described it, that's the reason that you know that relationship is so bad, that Sean Payton literally has gone to management and owners and said, I know the money is it's a terrible, terrible hit that we're going to take. I can't stand this dude. I cannot work with this guy.
And there's no way that with the assets in-house right now at quarterback, and with the very, very slim chance that they will be able to jump up into the top 3 and go get a guy that he salivated over in Caleb Williams. Just probably won't happen. They don't have the ammunition to go do it. If you pair those 2 things together, Sean can't go into ownership and say, we have the ability right now to be better at quarterback. There's no way.
No.
Right? No possible way that you're going to look at the situation and say, we will be statistically better at quarterback next year than we were with Russ last year. The only way that you can make this sense to me, to the fan base, to ownership is, I understand how bad this is going to look to eat all of this money. But in 5 years from now, when we've got everything in place, you're going to thank me. And that's where I have to get on board, right? If I'm going to be the guy that says Sean Payton experience all the way, that's how you win me over.
It'd be nice if he also articulated that thing to the fan base at large. Jay on the text line says Sean Payton lost some games for the Broncos too. He wasn't good this year. Also, I agree with that, especially at the beginning of the season. But the issue here is Sean Payton's the guy who's he's the last word. He's making the decisions, and Russell Wilson doesn't have that kind of power.
I can't stress it enough. If the organization came out and said, we need to go backwards to get better in the immediate future, it would be a breath of fresh air. Mm-hmm. But what we got last year is, I'm going to be disappointed if this team isn't a playoff team. And then the year after, you're cutting $85 million in dead money on one player after shipping off 2 first-round picks and a third and 3 current NFL players. What are we doing? What are we doing? Just tell us, because this is the only way that you can do it. Unless there's some sort of magic, unless Sean Payton is magic, and he very well might be.
We'll see. Well, you know what? We'll ask Vic about this too. He is out in Las Vegas, and we'll talk to him when we come back. All right, a couple of programming notes. Remember, at the end of this program, we have shout-outs, so get them in. I see one on the text line already. Get them in, 303-504-0925. We will read our shout-outs here at the end of the program. Also at 11:20, be staying tuned for the keyword today for a Safeway gift card, $50 gift card to Safeway. Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guacamole and queso. And don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, chocolate-dipped strawberries, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com. This brings us to Vic Lombardi, who is on Radio Row. And Vic is in Las Vegas thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. Vic, you look great, man. What's going on? How's it going out there?
It's getting much more crowded now. When we're doing our show, 6 a.m. Pacific time is when it starts. There's really nobody here, and now it's completely full. So activity is starting to commence Super Bowl week. You could see the crowd ratcheting up, the energy ratcheting up, and game day fast approaches. So we're right in front, in case you guys didn't hear at the morning show. We're like right next to I'll show you on Twitch. This is the show on ESPN, the McAfee show.
Oh, wow.
And there's always a crowd here, and there's always people yelling. And they've got like 30 people attending to their set. Meanwhile, I've got Jesse eating a box of Apple Jacks that he got outside in the media center. Just
I haven't had an Apple Jack since I was
feet
7.
on the table.
Vic, why were you whispering this morning on the morning show?
Everybody says I was whispering. Was I really? I didn't intend to whisper. That was not my intent.
We just played your interview with Boomer Esiason, and a lot of good things interesting about Russell Wilson. And I think the thing that we were wondering kind of coming out of that is, Boomer says he had a great season, didn't he? It was a better season than last, and kind of wondered aloud, how that relationship, why that relationship couldn't continue to work. Why can't this relationship between Russell Wilson and Sean Payton continue to work?
Because they lost the Patriots game at home, and if you win that game, we have a completely different tune we are singing today. I mean, think about it. It's impossible to think of it in the grand scheme of things. You win one game, a game you were leading, a game you're supposed to win against a bad New England team. If you win that game, you finish with a winning record. You more than likely make the postseason. And we're talking about Russell Wilson more than likely coming back for another season, no doubt. You lose that game, and the opposite transpired. I hate to whittle it down to one game, but I really believe that was the difference.
Doesn't it feel short-sighted to do that after just working with the quarterback for 1 year, after all the talk we've heard about Sean Payton and the New Orleans offense taking years to learn and perfect? Doesn't it feel short-sighted to be like, well, you had a bad day against New England, and it cost you a chance at the playoffs. That's worth cutting him for $85 million over 2 years?
Well, it depends how you look at it. That same coaching staff may be looking at other games and saying, how in the hell did we lose the Washington Commanders game? How did we lose that game? How did we lose the first Raiders game of the season? How did we lose that? How did we blow the Houston game when we had a chance? We're on the doorstep of the end zone with 4 shots at it, and we couldn't find a way to score there. So it's not just that game in their eyes. In my eyes, it comes down to the New England game. And you could sit there as a coach and say, if you can't beat a crap New England team at home, who are you going to beat in a tough playoff game?
We're speaking with Vic Lombardi. He's out in Las Vegas for all the festivities at this is the week of the Super Bowl, and it's nothing but festivities is what it is. Speaking of which, Vic, what are you going to get into?
Yeah, stop right there with your festivities crap, okay, Dempsey? This is not a vacation.
I have been to a Super Bowl before. I've been to 2, and it's festivities.
First of all, it's 42 degrees in Vegas. It's been raining off and on all week, all right? Do I look like I'm going to sit on a slot machine with a Marlboro in my mouth? That's not what I do, okay? So I'm not here for the festivities per se. I am here to see how many interviews I can get with random people. And the highlight of the week has already been achieved when I interviewed the SpongeBob SquarePants guy yesterday. And I'm told that that's the biggest interview I'll get. And I got it, so I can come home.
You had Boomer, you had Jim Nantz, you had SpongeBob. What do you have lined up for today?
We're going to go out to the San Francisco media availability. We're going to hook up with Christian McCaffrey today, see if I can find John Lynch while I'm there. So we'll handle the San Francisco side of things today. Tomorrow, Jake Plummer's coming on the show. TJ Ward is going to drop by. You never know who you get in this place because everybody that's anybody is here selling something. I was talking to somebody who you guys are familiar with. I can't say him by name, but he was telling me that a good week at Radio Row nets him about $100,000.
Come
He's
on.
a pro athlete. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A good week at Radio Row, you come through and you're selling for, company one, company two, and you're going place to place, doing interviews, and how these work. At the end of the interview, you're sloughing whatever product in front of you. You can make some serious bank. So I need to find something to sell. If you guys can talk to our salespeople while I'm here and align me for some sales opportunities, that'd be great.
Are you taking Plummer live tomorrow, or is that a pre-taped interview that you guys will play on the show?
No, he's live. He's going to stop by. He's going to be selling his mushrooms, and I'm not sure what TJ's selling. He's got something going on. But yesterday, the interviews I did with Nance and Boomer, they were just selling the fact that they're broadcasting the game. And Jim Nance was awesome. Jim Nance has called 7 Super Bowls. He's been with CBS 39 years. Next year will be his 40th. And I joked to him, can you believe how far we've come? Gambling is now a part of the daily lexicon where it used to be taboo. And this year you are sharing a Super Bowl platform with SpongeBob SquarePants. That's how far we've come.
Vic, will you try shrooms? Jake Plummer's shrooms. Will you try them?
Are you a drug pusher? Is that what?
I mean, listen, he's selling them.
Hey, last year he gave me, remember Jesse, he gave me one of those breakfast bars that had some stuff in there, and he promised me that I'd be more focused and poised after I ate it. I ate it. I did. I ate it. And then I went on a big chalkboard and did a math equation for like the next hour and a half. So it was crazy to see.
Vic, we love you very much. All right, we'll let you go with that. Vic Lombardi, all the things coming from him. So stay tuned to all the obviously the morning show, and then we'll replay a bunch of this stuff.
Great interview, by the way, Demps. Great interview with Michael Malone, and I agree. I'd be shocked if they did anything tomorrow, trade deadline, because I just don't think there's capacity for it. And final thing I'll say, when it comes to the Denver Nuggets, everybody's worried, obviously, do they have enough? Do they have this? When you win an NBA championship, I think you get the benefit of the doubt to roll with what you got, don't you? This is who you are. You just won an NBA title. And if you do it again, great. Look, if you don't do it again, you can make tweaks. It's not like the window's over if you don't win it this year. The window's just begun. Ladies and gentlemen, we want the Nuggets to win it this year. I just don't think they have the capacity to make any major moves. So I'd be shocked.
It's very, very rare that you get a head coach saying, hey, I'm speaking essentially for the organization here. Normally you get the coach speak of like, yeah, it's the GM's decision. I don't talk about that. A little bit behind
There's
baseball.
Baker Mayfield. Is that Baker Mayfield? Yeah, sorry about that. Baker Mayfield just walking over.
Well, go try and get him once we cut you off. A little bit behind baseball here for us. We were supposed to have Coach Malone on yesterday at 10:20, and we kept getting pushed back because he was in a meeting with Mr. Kroenke and with Calvin Booth. And I have a feeling that meeting was trade deadline focused, and we essentially got the short notes this morning of this is our team.
Yeah. That meeting was actually about increasing my salary. They've been talking about that for years, and they finally got
It's about
together.
you peddling mushrooms at Radio Row is what
Exactly.
it's about.
All right, Vic, we'll let you roll. We appreciate you, my guy.
See you, boys. All right, take care.
All right, there he goes, Vic Lombardi. Hear him every single morning on the morning show, and he's going to be contributing to all the shows during the week here, the Super Bowl week here. Let's take a quick break, come back, and let's talk through the Avs a little bit when we come back. Welcome in hour number 2 of the program. Christopher Dempsey, Alex Ryan-Emy, Josh Grismer behind the glass, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Going to do a lot of things this hour. Josh's NFL notes are coming up here in about 20 minutes. Shout-outs here at the end of the program as well. But we want to jump into the Avalanche. Avalanche take a 5-3 loss at the New Jersey Devils yesterday. And, it was an interesting game. What's interesting to me about the Avs? You could almost predict losses like this just because it's within their personality now. Like we've seen enough of them this season to know that it's just that these weird moments of the season, you just lose to the Chicago Blackhawks or you just lose to the New Jersey Devils, and the Devils missing a bunch of players off the roster. But it was the second of a back-to-back, obviously for the Avs as well. But their personality. I wasn't surprised necessarily at the result when as I was watching, I was like, you know what? Actually, given how they play this year, this kind of checks out.
It's inconsistent, right? Either game to game or period to period. I thought the first period was something that Jared Bednar has said multiple times this year, where you get out of the first 20 and you should be up 2-0, but you're tied 1-1 because, well, you score a goal early on, you dominate the possession for the rest of the 20 minutes, but immediately after you get that first goal on a turnaround snapshot from Mikko Rantanen, you let up it was a tip. I watched the video. I don't put it on Onanen. When I first saw it, I thought he was a little bit off angle, but most tip pucks I don't put on goaltenders. You guys know that if you've listened to the show. You should have been up by 1 after that. You have the goal called off to start the second period, so all the momentum that you have to start that middle frame, which has been your toughest period all year long, it gets taken out of your sails, and then New Jersey scores, bang, bang, to go up 3-1. So it's this crazy 3-goal swing over the course of 6 minutes. Again, I look at that replay, and I look at the goaltender interference calls trying to play, for lack of a better term, devil's advocate last night on Between the Pipes, where I could see how it was going to be reversed. The more I see the replay, it's one of the softer goaltender interference calls I've seen because Logan O'Connor owned the ice that he was skating in. The trajectory of which he was skating was not into the netminder. It was cutting across the crease. And the Devils player who pushes, I can't remember who pushed O'Connor into, I think it was Timo Meier. Timo Meier pushes O'Connor into the New Jersey netminder. O'Connor would not have made contact with the goaltender had it not been for Timo Meier. And by rule, that's not goaltender interference because the contact was initiated by the defending player. Additionally, O'Connor gets out of the way as the puck moves up to Josh Manson for the shot. So I think that there was requisite time for the goaltender to get back into the net there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't love the call, but then again, that call doesn't change the game, right? You tie the game up in the third period with 2 goals from your defenseman, Cale Makar, off of a wonderful forecheck from Arturi Lehkonen. That guy stirs the drink.
Yeah.
He is so vital to making this team go. It's him and Val Nichushkin tie this entire roster together. While you have your horses, McKinnon's, Rantanen's, their top 6 in scoring. McKinnon's the best player on planet Earth right now. Those 2 guys, number 62 and number 13, allow you to mold your first 9 forwards together into this really powerful unit. Makar scores, Gerard scores 25 seconds later, you're tied at 3.
Yep.
But inconsistency is what has killed the Avs, and inconsistent defending
I
gets
was going to say in front of the net, right? In your defensive zone.
right in front of the net, right? Bowen Byram gets beat off the half wall to start that play, but then John Marino comes down from the point, and at that point, where your 2 defensemen are engaged on the puck carrier behind the goal line and the second player, it becomes your centerman's responsibility to pick up the low slot, right? It's either the centerman or it's the weak side winger. But how New Jersey was playing there, he's Nathan McKinnon's guy. McKinnon was there. He had shoulder on shoulder. He wasn't on the defensive side of the puck, which means being in between the puck and your defending player, right? So McKinnon would then have to be closer to the puck than John Marino was. He was not. However, he was in a position that he could have taken Marino's stick. He did not. Therefore, goal goes in. So I put it on McKinnon. Maybe Onanen should give you a save there, right? His expected goals above average, his goals saved above average has not been great in his 3 starts this year. I expect him to get some more looks. They need to figure out backup goaltending.
Yeah. And then that third period, I mean, like there were some moments where it just looked like the Avs were going to break through and take the lead themselves, and New Jersey kind of had to hold on.
Dominated the third.
Yeah. And then New Jersey turns around and scores. And it just was one of those moments when it was deflating because you knew, you know what, I was of two minds, and you can just tell me if I was wrong about this. One was it was deflating because it just looked like the momentum with the Avs was going to get them to the finish line. They were going to get the game, they would get the game go-ahead goal, and then they were going to be able to hold on for a victory there. But there was also an element of New Jersey probably earned that victory. I mean, they played probably better than what we certainly gave them credit for going into that game yesterday, and maybe they got the result that they deserved.
It's still a game. I look at the Avs as being the better team on the ice.
Yeah.
For the majority of the game, they were the better team on the ice. And it was deflating, right? Like under 3 minutes to go. There's not many times you're going to give up a goal with under 3 to go down by 1 and tie that thing up. Like even if San Jose is the team that takes the lead on you, you're losing that game 9 times out of 10. It just happens that way. New Jersey does a good job of defending 5-on-6. Again, they're very injured. I'm not going to take it away and say that like, oh yeah, it's a good New Jersey team. No, this isn't the Devils team that I expected to be like competing for the Eastern Conference Final this year. They're too hurt. They're missing their best player. Like they are missing their Nathan McKinnon and Jack Hughes. You should win the hockey game. And the inconsistency came back to bite them. Had they gotten a point and lost in overtime, I'd be happy. 2 points on a back-to-back coming out of break. One is fewer points than you would have liked. 2 was the perfect amount. Anything north of 2 is a roaring success.
In the game, Nathan McKinnon's 14-game point streak was snapped. Also, Miles Wood was his first time back to New Jersey since coming over to the Avs, and he got a nice like a video presentation for him. We do the return videos, and he got one from New Jersey yesterday.
The tribute video culture. No, dude, it's getting out of hand.
No, it's never out of hand.
Like Miles, I love Miles Wood, but you know what New Jersey did with Miles Wood at the helm? Nothing. And New Jersey has like a very rich history of winning hockey. They won in 95. They won in 03. They won in 07 or something like. I thought they won 3 cups with Martin Brodeur.
I think you're right about that. Yeah,
they did. I've got one of the years off, but I know 95 and 2003 for sure. All
the service that Miles Wood gave.
Miles Wood was like a 4th line player for them for a handful of years. You should get a tribute video if you played for a team for more than 5. So if you got to a second contract with that team, and the team was relatively successful, and you weren't a 4th line guy, you can have a tribute.
Okay, well, that's harder to do. A second contract in hockey is harder to do, right?
It's tough to do. Yeah. It's just like an NFL second contract, but
he was seven seasons.
We're handing out tribute videos like it's candy.
They love
like
Miles
it's
Wood.
Halloween candy.
on the text line.
At this point, Russell Wilson gets a tribute video next year if he's quarterbacking the Raiders.
Would you give Russell Wilson a tribute video?
No!
If he comes back to Denver
No
as
chance.
a part,
In no world. No.
Not even a thank you, Russ, on the scoreboard or anything?
What am I thanking him for? He did nothing. They didn't make the playoffs. There were 2 years of crap and mediocre football. What did you do for me to deserve a tribute video?
He threw for, what did he throw for this year? 26 touchdowns or whatever it was?
Yeah, that's great. You met my baseline expectations.
He got you.
You know what?
I
I meet baseline expectations every day at work. Do I ever exceed them? Probably not. Do I now deserve a tribute video from the company?
Yes.
You better believe it.
On the text line.
Come on, what are we doing here?
The Avalanche have a plethora of offensive mind. Oh, it says, Raj, tell me if I'm wrong. The Avalanche has a plethora of offensive-minded defensemen, but what they lack is the stay-at-home bruising defenseman. It's my belief That is why they give up so many odd man rushes and are so weak in front of the net.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. They are weak in front of the net. They are missing a bigger bodied defenseman, but you have to find just like Ryan Johansson doesn't fit on this team because of his pace. If you were to just get a big bruising like Radko Gudas defenseman, he would stick out like a sore thumb, like Ryan Johansson does. So you need to be able to find the guy that is big and physical and can clear the net front while still having the foot speed and the hands to play within this system. You have to be a puck-moving defenseman first and foremost. There's a couple of guys out there. I don't think the Avs, when the trade deadline comes early March, are going to be in the market for a D-man. The guy that fits that mold for me is someone who's bounced between two teams, is now on a very, very bad Ottawa team. His name's Jacob Chikrin.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Avs went out and got him and moved one of their smaller bodied puck moving defensemen to go get that guy, I would love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Go and get that guy. But the only issue is they don't grow on trees.
Right.
They really don't.
And as we're seeing right now, the market, like what the assets that you need to give up to get said player, it's big.
I vastly underrated it. So I don't think that the Avs need to go out and get second center would be nice.
Right.
But the Zach Parise experiment through 2 games has shown that while Ryan Johansson isn't on the score sheet, his expected goals for percentage, playing with Arturi Lehkonen first and foremost, and now Zach Parise, they have been, over the last 2 games, small sample size, the second best line on the Avs in terms of expected goals for 5-on-5. It's a little bit of a nose picker stat, but those are underlying stats that say Zach Parise with Ryan Johansson makes Ryan Johansson better.
Were you guys, either one of you, surprised about Parise's speed so far? I was impressed. I liked how fast he looked out there. He was flying. Yeah, he's a good skater. I just thought he'd lose a step or two, which I'm sure he has at his age, but still, the way he comes out and the way he fights for the puck and his forechecking ability, I was impressed with it.
I'm a fan. He fits. He's going to be a great fit. He's free, essentially, and he's a leader. You need more of that in the locker room. I was a big fan of the signing. That's just my big thing, is that like you can't just sign a big bumbling defenseman because you think you need to be Scott Stevens in the 90s. It's not your dad's NHL anymore. You need a bigger guy who can help you out in the corners and net front, but that dude needs to move, and he needs to be able to handle the puck. And again, they don't grow on trees, and if you're in the trade market, they ain't cheap.
All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to do a couple of things. When we come back, be ready for the keyword to get the $50 Safeway gift card and to be entered into the Friday $250 gift card from Safeway as well. We have shout-outs coming at the end of the show, and up next we have Josh's NFL Notes. All right, it's time for the keyword for today's giveaway of the $50 gift card to Safeway. That word is passion.
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 Passion. Passion. It's about as low as I can go.
Passion.
Passion.
Text in passion, your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered in for the Safeway $50 gift card and to be entered into the $250 gift card that we're going to give away on Friday. Be listening to every show on the 20s. So 9:20, 11:20, I believe it's 2:20 and 4:20. 2:20 for the PhD program and obviously 4:20 during Kreckman and Lindahl. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, you guys are rolling
crushing it.
through on this. Again, every single one of these entries is an entry into our grand prize drawing that'll happen every single one of our shows on Friday is going to give away $250. So as you enter in every show every day, that's another entry that you get so you can walk away with $250 and not just 50.
That's exactly right. Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guacamole and queso. And don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, chocolate dipped strawberries, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com. And with that, let's get to Josh's NFL notes.
Dempsey and Company presents Nelly's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, 11:20 means the NFL Notes segment is here. Josh, what's story number one?
All right, guys, I want to talk Brock Purdy. Now, he's been pretty good over the last couple of years here, but he says the keys to the 49ers offense were not given to me and that he had to earn his place there. The 49ers quarterback went from Mr. Irrelevant to starting quarterback in 1 year, and including going from third string to first string during that season because of injury. He said, coming in day one, just trying to learn Kyle's system, his playbook, and earning respect from his teammates. Over time, I've been able to take the step into the role and be ready for the opportunity that arose. Now, my question to you guys is, Brock Purdy has had really, really, really a good start to his career. However, when he doesn't play his best, I think of the Baltimore Ravens game in the regular season, 4-interception game. There were people calling for his head already and saying that he should not be the starter anymore. The 49ers need to go out and find somebody. Is that because of where he was taken, and will that last his entire career?
It'll last his whole career until he...
What if he wins the Super Bowl this year? What if he wins the Super Bowl this year in 5 days?
He'll be looked at as Nick Foles. He'll have to win two.
Really?
He'll have to win two, man. It's so hard to shed that type of persona.
Yeah. It's funny because at the beginning of what Josh was saying there, I was thinking, I think he's still trying to prove himself, each and every time out, even if he plays well, even if he's clutched down the stretch, all these things, he continues to have to prove himself. Now, I would say this. It would go a long way to shed that if the 49ers win because he was just amazing. And if he was amazing, well, we'll see.
It's going to be tough because if he's amazing, you know who else is going to be amazing? Either Christian McCaffrey or Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel or maybe even George Kittle. And all of those numbers you're going to look at, well, he has, a top 3 wide receiver in the game. He's arguably got the best running back in the game, a top 3 tight end in the game as well. And then you look at the defense and just the monsters that they have on the defensive side. You'll always look at the whole of the 49ers. That's why I think he's probably going to have to do it twice.
Ask you a question. If he throws for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, but Brandon Ayuk also caught 120 yards and 2 of those touchdowns, which one of those 2 guys would get the MVP?
It's always quarterback-centric.
It is always
always quarterback-centric.
Always the quarterback.
Even if it's Purdy?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good question.
He's the quarterback.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Look, how about this?
It depends how many yards after the catch. Right. If it's a bubble screen and Ayuk goes for 70.
Right.
It will matter how those plays happen in terms of the MVP.
Yeah.
I think he can do it. You have won me over, right? I was the guy at the beginning of the season, much like Brett Kane was.
Right.
Where I went, what are they doing here? This is eventually going to run its course, and it hasn't. right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's Tom Brady, but at the beginning of Tom Brady's career, the same thing happened, right? Is he really winning those Super Bowls? Is he really the guy that's going to keep this going for the Patriots? And he just kept winning and winning and winning and winning. It's happened. Doesn't happen all that often. I don't think one performance, despite how dominant it could be, will shake the naysayers.
Yeah, it's
unfair, but that's who he is.
My sense of it is exactly that too. He's gonna have to do this multiple times for people to go, okay, we'll give you the credit for being you're really real. All right, Josh, what's story number 2?
All right, so after he wins 7 Super Bowls, we will revisit that subject. All right, guys, Eric Bieniemy, he is the topic of conversation now. He spent some time with the Chiefs ahead of this coming week's Super Bowl. In his introductory press conference, new Commanders head coach Dan Quinn told reporters that Bieniemy would no longer be with the team in 2024. Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said in his Wednesday press conference that Bieniemy was spending a lot of time with the Kansas City Chiefs ahead of the then AFC Championship game and now ahead of the Super Bowl game. What do you think is going on with Bieniemy now? He has had so many chances to be the head coach, so many interviews to be the head coach. What do you see next for him to come?
This is one of the most
head scratching.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yes, it really is. And because on one hand, I think, this is my opinion here, I think he has proven that he is a really good coach. But on the other hand, there are also these other issues that continue to follow. Do you remember at I believe it was maybe even during training camp with the Commanders this year, when players were saying he was too hard on them, and they literally went to Ron Rivera and said, "Hey, can you tell this guy to chill?" And it's those kinds of things that keep following him around. It just is. I don't know. I don't know what's next for him, but it's. I don't think I would be surprised either way if he got a job. Not this year. I think the next year's coaching cycle. But also, I don't know that I'd be surprised if we didn't see from him in maybe the pros and he turned up in college.
It feels like he made the wrong decision, right? Because when he had his introductory press conference in Washington, it was, I don't want to feel comfortable. And I feel comfortable in Kansas City, right? He had an amazing track record. Granted, he had Patrick Mahomes as his quarterback. His offensive coordinating ranks in terms of offense in yards. 1st, 6th, 1st, 3rd, 1st in 5 seasons. And then he goes over to Washington, and they fall all the way down to 24th and 25th in terms of offensive ranks around the league. Yes, wild talent dispersion in terms of who he had at quarterback there. It feels like he made the wrong decision just to go. And it was a lateral move outside of being the primary play caller, which he was in Washington, and he was never going to be in Kansas City under Andy Reid.
Right.
It felt like a lateral move at the time for why not just spend another season there or 2, win another Super Bowl, have your rankings in the top 5, top 10 again, and instead of having to go the offensive coordinator route, you'll continue to swing at that pitch that is head coach, and someone will give it to you.
You know why I think he felt the need to do that is because it was a zero-sum, kind of situation for him. Because on one hand, you could stay and that should enhance your stock as being a head coaching candidate. It should. But for Eric Bieniemy, it was never doing that. It was always like, but Andy Reid's making is really running this offense. But you have Patrick Mahomes. Like, how good a coach are you really? And so he felt that he had to go and be the offensive coordinator somewhere where it was his show. And the risk was your quarterback is now Sam Howell. Hooray! And that crashed and burned. And so now he is left to pick up those pieces a little bit of his coach's career. So of his coaching career. So it's I think it's a gamble that he had to take, Raj. I really do. It's too bad that he couldn't have done that with a better quarterback. And now everybody's out in Washington.
Has Dion announced his OC? Is it Pat Shurmur, or is Shurmur just? Oh. I thought Shurmur was just a guy who was a consultant. I was like, what? Bring him back to CU.
Bring him back to CU. I honestly, Raj, I think he's going to end up in college. That's where I think he's going to end up. Josh, what's next?
Wow, really? That's actually that's an interesting hot take. I like that though. All right, guys. Andy Reid was addressing his team with the gambling rules as soon as they landed in Vegas. So the NFL has an odd balancing act right now of embracing Las Vegas and the money that sports gambling is bringing in, which is billions of dollars at this point, while also trying to distance itself from the obvious concerns that betting raises about the integrity of the game. It's a major issue facing the league with the Super Bowl, especially being in Vegas. In fact, Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said today that when his team landed in Vegas, one of the first orders of business was a visit from the league security representative to make sure everyone on the team understood exactly what was going on. In quotes, he said, "We had a league security rep come in and talk to the guys right when we got there. I mean, literally when we landed." And that was part of the conversation. It was gambling. He made it very clear, restating the rules and regulations and the temptations while there, obviously in Las Vegas. This is funny to me because I guess it makes sense if you're a player that's not playing in the Super Bowl. There's a lot of players that go and visit Vegas. You're actually allowed to bet on other sports games. You cannot bet on anything to do with the NFL. NBA, NHL, whatever, though, that's fair game in Las Vegas while you're there. Is it really a temptation? You're in the Super Bowl. Is it really a temptation for players that are playing in the game?
Always.
How?
Always,
How are you that?
man.
I'm sorry. I'm going to be flat out. How are you that dumb to fall for a temptation while you are playing in the biggest game of your life?
I'm not saying that everyone's going to be dumb enough to fall for it, but the temptation is certainly there. As much as I call these guys mutants, and the professional athlete is a mutant of a human being, they're humans in bright lights and slot machines and possible plus 1,500 payouts on guys who have way more money than the average Joe does to throw at a bet. You know, if your normal bet is a $15, $20 bet as a guy who's got a typical 9 to 5, these guys they have the ability to throw 25 G's, 50 G's at a single bet. And if it loses, it doesn't affect their bank account. It's there. The allure of winning more money and having that head rush is there.
And then there's this, Raj. How many? If you take, let's call it what, 52 and 52. If you got 104 players, how many of those players are millionaires?
25?
Maybe less than that, because the NFL. You're not talking about millionaires up and down the roster. You're talking about millionaires at maybe the top 10 players on your roster, 10 to 12.
Might be a better question for Columbus. 25 is my guess. It's probably too much. You're right.
And so the temptation is there because, you know, they want to make more and more and more and more money. That's why we see a lot of football players get caught up in this. These are not the vast majority of players in that league are not making life-changing money. When the lights shut off on their career, then they have to do something else to continue to get the cash flow going. And so you see it being more of a temptation with these guys more than probably any other sport because there's a constant more need for additional income. In fact, the NFL updated its gambling policy for the Super Bowl, which, for the participants and the staff and everybody involved in it, it's no sports betting on anything, period. No sports betting, no casino games, nothing. So they are trying to head this off at the pass before they get a bunch of players getting caught up in what would be obviously headline grabbing
and
stuff.
That is the best way to do it. That's the best way to protect your players, protect your staff, the guys that are representing the shield, right? That's what it's all about in the NFL, is representing the shield so that you do not damage possible advertising dollars coming in. And the easiest way to do that is to put a complete stop on this, right? The toughest way to do it is what they had prior to this, which was like, oh yeah, you can bet on anything other than the NFL. You can go into a casino and play craps during the week, but like if you're conversing with someone that's going to place a bet on an NFL game, we can tie that back to you and kick you off the field for a year like Yomo Wazirike. Like, this is the best way to do it. Put a full kibosh on it, say, play the game on Sunday, and if you want to stay for 2 more days in Vegas and blow the wad then, be my guest.
Yeah. Yeah. You always get this question, too, on the text line. What's to stop an NFL player from having a friend or family member place the bet that they won on the NFL for
They're
them?
way smarter than you think they are. They know what you're saying. They can look at your call logs. They know what's happening, right? Oh, it was the Alabama Crimson Tide, I think, that baseball situation. There was an SEC baseball game like a year ago.
It was Bama. It was Bama.
Okay.
Yep.
And and a star pitcher got scratched, and there was an assistant coach or a head coach that was talking to a buddy and sending text messages being like, hey, yeah, they just scratched their number one pitcher. They're throwing a turd at us today. And then there was like a $50,000 bet put on an SEC regular season game. Guys, they know what you're doing. They know what you're doing, and I guarantee if Deebo Samuel is at the Circa in Vegas talking to his buddy, they know what Deebo's talking about too.
No doubt. All right, Josh, let's get one more.
All right, guys, and last one here. This is more Cowboys-centric than Super Bowl, but the report right now is Rex Ryan is interviewing for the Cowboys defensive coordinator position that was left by Dan Quinn, who obviously is now the Commanders head coach. So another former NFL head coach is now on the list of candidates. The Cowboys are doing their due diligence. I guess my question to you is, why can't Sexy Rexy land in the league again? Like, he was a well-respected head coach. He went to back-to-back AFC championships back in the day. I don't understand why he can't make the move back from media to coach now. Not even head coach, but to coach. Is it just because his personality is too big? He's gotten too comfortable being in the media? He's had several, including the Broncos, several opportunities that just haven't panned out for him.
Yeah, it's interesting, and he keeps trying to. He doesn't want to let go of that career. I think he's sitting at that desk every day at ESPN, and he's just thinking, I just need to get that back to the sideline. But honestly, Raj, I can't remember how good his defenses really actually were by the time he was, kind of fading out and going to land at ESPN. And I think maybe that's part of the issue right now is. All right, but do you have anything left in you? What's your philosophy? Is that, playing defense in the league now is a little bit different than, I guess he's maybe not that far removed from being a DC, though.
As a defensive coordinator with Baltimore, he had defenses ranking in the top 5 every single year. 05, number 5. Baltimore was number 1 in 06. Sorry, number 6 in 2007. Number 2 in 2008. And then when he went as a head coach to the Jets, they were top 5 in each of his first 3 seasons. First, third, and fifth in consecutive years. They dropped down to 8th and 11th by the time 2013 rolled around. And then his final 2 seasons in Buffalo in 2015 and 2016, the defense was ranked 19th both seasons in yards, 15th and 16th in points against.
Yeah, that was my sense of things. As I recall his last couple of seasons being, it's just the defense wasn't quite as great as it had been in the past, and what kind of impact was he really having on those defenses? So I think he's having to work through some of that in some of these interviews. And look, in Dallas, he could just say, when I have the players, I get the results. And so, and he wouldn't be wrong about that. I would, if I was the Cowboys, I'd probably hire him. I don't know who else is out there, but I'd probably do it.
Twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream is where you can find us every single day, where Muppet Dungeon says Rex suffered the agony of defeat. I love you guys so much.
I knew it. It's inevitable there's going to be a foot joke associated with him.
Defeat. It's so good.
All right.
It's so good. Crying.
When we come back, we will talk through. Michael Malone was on the program earlier. He had some interesting things to say about the trade deadline in reference to the Nuggets and shout outs. We'll do that when we come back.
Yeah, I don't anticipate a lot happening. Obviously I've had conversations with Calvin Booth, our general manager. You know what you have in your starting five. We're trying to develop some young players off the bench. Look at the progress of a guy like Peyton Watson, who didn't play last year. In the last two games against Portland in the fourth quarter, Peyton's been amazing. Christian Brown's coming off of one of his best games of the season against Portland. And then you always have to listen, right? The phone's going to ring. You always have to be responsible to listen, to see what's out there. But I think I speak for everybody over here. We like our group. We know what we're capable of. We feel we can beat any team in a playoff series. But you have to do your due diligence and always be willing. If there's something that comes along that can make you better, you have to listen to it.
That was Nuggets coach Michael Malone on the program earlier today. Really newsy stuff from him, and just in terms of what the Nuggets may or may not do at the trade deadline. Sounds like it's going to be pretty much nothing. And look, that's not earth-shattering news. We have talked through this a bunch over the last couple of weeks, especially about what the Nuggets could and could not do, given the financial constraints, given who you are even willing to part with on a roster. So, look, I think Vic was right about this when he joined us, and he said, the champion deserves the opportunity to be able to have a roster currently constructed and to go and see if that roster can repeat. I agree with that. And look, the Nuggets roster, the starting five is quite honestly the best starting five in the NBA. I mean, they're always among the top two or three, plus minus starting fives in the league. And then that brings you to the bench. And obviously they're working through a lot of young players. And I thought Michael Malone also was right when he said, look, we're trying to do something unprecedented, repeat, and also develop young players at the same time, which is what they're trying to do here.
It's also a very comforting way to look at the dilemma that they have. And the dilemma is you can't make a move. Unless you want to move KCP, MPJ, AG, or Jamal, you're not getting a big-time piece in return. You just don't have the money to make it work. And you have to match everything these days in the NBA. So it is a good way to look at that problem and say, well, no, it's not a problem. It is an advantage for us. It's an opportunity for us to navigate. This is a new world in the NBA, right? Like, I've seen a lot of articles saying that the Golden State Warriors are going to be like the last true dynasty that we saw in the NBA unless the CBA completely changes. And it's because of how you have to continue to keep these max contract players in your city. And as a result, you can't add more guys via trade. You can't add all that many guys via free agency, right? The only way that you can do it is to draft and develop them and move them up the ladder. And honestly, hate to say it, get a little bit of luck down the way like the Nuggets have with Jamal Murray being injured and not being able to be an all-pro and be a supermax guy, because guess what? You can't afford another supermax. This is unprecedented. Coach is right. And if they find a way to do it, they will be able to go into dynasty talks. But we've never seen someone do it yet because it's so brand new.
You know, I think it's going to end up happening because of all the aprons. I think we're going to get into a space where, some teams have 3 max contracts on, like the Nuggets have 3 max contracts. I think we're going to see 3 max contracts become more common to be 2 max contracts on each team. And so some of that salary is going to get pushed down and spread out through the remainder of the players, but that's going to spread some star talent around the league as well.
What's better for the league?
That
spreading the star talent around, or making sure that you have dominant teams, because for many, many years in the NBA, it is find the next dominant team, find the next group of dynastic teams.
But also it's been the knock on the NBA, right? When people, especially kind of coming into the 2000s, and as we got through that, would poke holes in the NBA, they would just say, well, we know who's going to win, right? We already know who's going to win. There's no parity in this league. It's 4 teams, and they just win all the time. And, okay, this would solve that. If you get the star talent to be spread throughout, and actually I think we're seeing it now. If you just look at the standings right now in both conferences, you're starting to see the impact of that.
When does this CBA go into effect?
Next year.
So the new one comes up next year, and those are in how many year cycles? Do they renegotiate those?
Oh gosh, 10. 10. Yeah.
You'll see it pan out.
Yeah, you will.
You'll see.
We're starting to see the second apron thing already change how teams are
I
operating.
mean, if you get this the way that this will play out is if you start to see more upsets in the playoffs. If you see some 6s make runs to the conference finals, if you see an 8 beat a 1.
But you know what, though, Raj? I think that will never happen.
Why?
Because
if you're spreading talent.
Because in the NBA, it's the only league, it really is. Hey, the hockey would get this, except for they have the variable of the goaltender. It's the only league where you still have to learn how to win in the playoffs. And you couldn't just take a young team, even if you were just you run roughshod over the regular season, and then you get into the Sacramento Kings were kind of that team last year, right? All of a sudden, upstart team, they look great, and then they run into aging Golden State Warriors, and the Golden State Warriors still taught them that lesson in the playoffs, which they will now apply this year and be better for it. And it just works that way. I mean, think of the Nuggets' road to a championship. You lose to Portland on your home court in Game 7 in the second round one year. You lose to the Phoenix Suns when you go, even in the bubble, you lose in the Western Conference Finals. Then you win. And so it's just kind of like that's the way this league kind of works. All right, let's hurry up and let's get to our shout outs, and let's do that right now.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it? I love you, man.
You're my boy, Blue!
Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends. Yep.
Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout outs.
All right, first from the text line is from Christina. She wants to shout out to Riley Tufte, who recently appeared in the AHL All-Stars activities and won the hardest shot competition with a 100.9 mile an hour shot, and for being on the winning Pacific team versus the Atlantic team. Shout out to Riley Tufte. I am going to shout out Colin Gillespie, who is going to appear in the G League's next up game. That's going to be a part of the All-Star festivities coming up here fairly soon here in the NBA. Colin Gillespie is almost averaging a triple-double in the G League this year. What he's averaging is 22 points. He's averaging 10.3 assists and 9.0 rebounds is what he is doing. I don't know if he can average a triple-double, but this is really, really great stuff from him. So congratulations and shout out to Colin Gillespie.
Well, Christina stole mine for Riley Tufte's 100.9 mile an hour shot. I see a lot of text messages coming in like, hey, Raj, are the Avs going to use Riley Tufte this year? The answer is probably no. He's got some waiver issues that if they were to bring him up and then send him back down, they'd have to expose him to the rest of the league.
All right.
Look for Riley Tufte to be like a full-time guy next year or maybe even a black ace in the playoffs. My shout out is to the Vegas Golden Knights, a team that I hate. Because they put the stop to a march toward history for Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. They were looking to tie the 17-game win streak that the Pittsburgh Penguins set in 1993. A 3-1 victory for the Vegas Golden Knights stops it at 16. So now we can stop pretending that Edmonton is actually a cup contender.
All right, that'll do it for shout-outs for today. I do want to congratulate Lance from Denver. Lance from Denver, he is the winner of today's $50 gift card from Safeway. Stay tuned every day. We're doing it. Tomorrow's Thursday. No, is tomorrow Thursday? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday.
I thought today was Tuesday, which put me in some hot water this morning. Tomorrow is Thursday.
Tomorrow's Thursday. All right, we have 2 more days of this. Be sure to stay tuned to each show for your chance to win a Safeway gift card. And with that, we say a fond farewell for Raj. I'm Christopher Dempsey and Josh Grisman. We appreciate you. That's right. See you tomorrow. PhD is next.
Nuggets are practicing right now, getting ready for the Lakers tomorrow, and then they get on a plane, so it's a little practice, and then they hit the road, and Scotty is on the trail with the Nuggets. However, within the next few minutes, we are looking forward to the Scott Hastings Oilers Knights update that he promised he would watch. That just
You made a big mistake, though.
Gargantuan game.
You made a big mistake.
What's my mistake?
Because you reminded him in the text thread. Now all he's got to do is go read an article.
Well, let's see what Scotty can deliver, even just reading an article about that.
Yeah.
Just gargantuan event with the Knights and the Oilers, which, of course, the NHL screwed up because you should have had the Oilers win, but you didn't. You had a good story.
Scriptwriters suck for the NHL.
Well, they screwed that one up because it would have been way more interesting if they won. We'll get that update from Scott. We'll have another keyword. I see our friends from Safeway are actually here today.
Yes, they are. We were just those are my folks, man.
We were just taught. Your ears must be burning because we were talking about the amazing pedal with Plum. We got to bring that back.
It's coming back.
Got to bring that
We're
back.
working on it.
And Safeway is what an amazing. They are incredible. They are absolutely incredible. So there you go with those folks, and we'll have a keyword at 2:20 today as we do flowers and football. Also, Vic will join us. Now, he's busy with something, Dan. What's Vic actually doing out there that he's
Vegas
unable to join us until a little bit later?
Well, according to Grismer, where Vic and Jesse are seated, they're literally right next to the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah.
So maybe he's hanging out or trying to schmooze his way onto the Pat McAfee show
Could
today.
be. Yep. Maybe you found a hot slot machine. Who knows?
He claims that that's not his thing. I mean, I got to say, I'm listening to...
it's never somebody's thing until you hit, and then all of a sudden you're there.
I'm listening to Demps and Goodraj, and they asked Vic, will you try mushrooms? And I'm just like, when else are you going to... Jake Plummer's stopping by with him on Radio Row tomorrow, and they asked Vic, will you try mushrooms? So,
Jake's mushrooms are good for you. They're good for you.
Okay.
He's got a whole line. I've tried it.
All right.
Non-psychedelic, D-Mac.
Well, what other kind of mushrooms are there?
Psychedelic ones.
Well, do we have a choice? Anyway, that'll be a little bit later too. But we're getting to this moment where it's Wednesday, Tyler, and it is a football game. At the end of the day, that's what the Super Bowl is.
Yep.
ESPN has had 64 experts pick who the winner of the Super Bowl would be. I know it's Wednesday. We could certainly change our picks if something happens. But right off the bat, you picking the 49ers or you picking the Chiefs here on Wednesday?
You know, I first off, I'm obviously rooting for the 49ers. I'm a human being, and I hate the Chiefs. So I'm rooting for the 49ers. I've got loyalty to the Shanahan family, but they're the best football team. I do think that they got a lot on their back right now. I mean, sometimes there's just this weird, like, evil sports spirits that are hanging over your head, and they got to knock that off. But I'm going to take the 49ers. If the 49ers win, Christian McCaffrey, I think maybe this is your hot take. So someone on this show said that if the 49ers win, Christian McCaffrey is probably the MVP of the game.
I did say that, but other people may have said that as well. I mean, you know, I was watching ESPN today, and that was the speculation too. And then they were going deeper, like, well, who could be your surprise MVPs? Who else could pop up?
Well, Brock Purdy, easy. He could easily be the MVP.
Talk to me about what Purdy would, if he's the MVP, what kind of day is he having? What does it look like?
Doesn't even have to be that sexy, man. I mean, you win a Super Bowl as a quarterback more times than not, you're going to win the MVP of the game. So if he tosses 2 to 3 touchdowns and they win the Super Bowl, Christian McCaffrey does not have a big game. That's what it would have to come down to. Christian probably runs for 90 yards or something. And Brock tosses for 2 or 3 touchdowns, wins an MVP. That's the way it goes.
So you picking the Niners?
I am. Yeah, I'm picking the Niners.
Well, you're in the minority, my friend. Jeff Legwald, who will join us later on in the show, is picking the Chiefs to win 28-23. I'm not rooting for the Chiefs, but at the end of the day, can a 7th-round draft pick get over on what is shaping up to be arguably the best quarterback of all time? And I'm just struggling with that one.
I mean, forget the 7th-round draft pick. He's no longer Mr. Irrelevant. He's a starting quarterback of the 49ers that took him to the Super Bowl. But, I mean, your point stands. It's Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes tends to win a lot of ball games.
What would happen for the Chiefs to lose? What would go wrong for the Chiefs to lose this game?
They get too cute. They get too tricky. And I do think that Andy Reid actually has a tendency to way overthink himself on 4th and 1, on 3rd and 1. He does have a tendency at times. It actually did it against different Broncos. Now, I think they were toying with the Broncos a little bit. But they do have a tendency to get a little bit too cute. And every now and then that blows up in their face.
Who's the MVP for the Chiefs if they win the game? Is it just simply Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's Patrick Mahomes because they're not winning the ball. They're not winning the game on the ground. They do have an incredible defense, but it's insanely hard for Von Miller to win an MVP of the Super Bowl. It happens, but it's insanely hard for that to happen. So yeah, if they win, Mahomes is the dude. Hate to break it to you.
What's the scenario if Travis Kelce's the MVP of the game?
I don't think there is one because if Kelce goes off, Mahomes went off.
Okay. You don't think the script writers want, that moment?
They did say, I saw the NFL polled random Americans, and there were 21%. There was a new audience of up to 21% that was interested in the Super Bowl that previously was not, simply because of Taylor Swift. Think about that.
That's a lot.
Think about that, though. I mean, the largest professional league in the world, I don't know about in the world, in America, by a landslide, absolutely dominates coverage, dominates the local televisions, dominates your local couch, and there's 21% more people interested because of Taylor Swift.
It's amazing. It's incredible.
NFL just needs something good to go their way.
Yeah, they, like I said, they're bulletproof. They're bulletproof. It's like, well, what would you ask Roger Goodell? Well, if you're Roger Goodell, doesn't he just tell everybody, hold my beer? Look what I've done.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to trap him the other day on the streaming question, and they're like, how greedy do you have to be? At what point is enough money for you? And he's like, well, you know what? We're actually doing a service to our fans because when you sign up to watch this game, you're actually going to get more entertainment options on your TV, and that's what our fans want, more entertainment options.
We talked to Vic yesterday. What time? Hey, Dan, what time are we going to be talking to Vic here today? He's out
somewhere around 1:30.
Somewhere around 1:30. Okay. Yeah. What was Vic bitching about yesterday? You guys remember what he was complaining about yesterday?
No.
I can't find all the TV, the sports. It's not all in one place with the this, that, the other thing.
Yeah.
Okay, solved. ESPN, Fox, all getting together. The TV deal that was announced when we were off the air yesterday will be gargantuan.
Yes, it will.
It's going to have everything in one app. The end. They are dominating the world. So everything Vic was complaining about just got solved. Goodell knew that. He knew. He's probably known for a long time. So when they're asking about the little guy in the streaming, he's just sitting there just like, you don't even know what's coming. It's done. It's going to be done. And you're going to have all the sports you want on one app if you want to pay for that one service.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there'll ever be just that one. I do think there's always going to be one-offs, and there's always going to be a peacock that's going to try to steal a playoff game from the NFL from that app, whatever it's going to be. There's going to be one-offs. And at some point in time, I do think that the big dog eats the little dog. But we're not quite there just yet. I mean, this is big news, certainly in our industry and certainly with everything that's been going on around here and all that. You never know what it's going to lead towards, but this is the future. I mean, streaming baseball games, basketball games, football games. It's there. It's always been there. It's just the big dogs are now trying to consolidate.
Yeah, I don't think it'll impact the Super Bowl because I think the Super Bowl is kind of its own entertainment sort of entity. But when it just comes to regular sports consumption, well, you see where it's going there. So Goodell knows that, and he knows the NFL is a big part of it, and it's involving all the networks, all the...
So break down the deal. Who all's involved in this again?
ESPN, Fox, I can get the specifics of it, but I mean, literally everybody. It'd be easier to ask like who's not part of the deal. And it involves all 4 major sports leagues in America. It involves the SEC network, AC, all the college networks. I mean, it's just, I look at it and I think, well, like I said, it's easier to say who's not involved with it.
But it's not going to consolidate everything. Like Amazon Prime's still going to get Thursday night games. You're still going to find other games that go to other spots. So it's not like this solves the world problems for Vic Lombardi. No, it's just another big dog that is now taking advantage of it.
We'll get back to that conversation, Tyler.
What do we got?
Well, we got hockey night in Vegas, but we go to our hockey correspondent who's about to get on the Nuggets plane. That would be Scott Hastings. Can't wait to hear his updates. Scott Hastings, what happened in that huge Oilers-Vegas Knights game last night?
Well, first of all, I didn't think they put enough pressure. Well, I guess they did. Aiden Hill, and we talked about this before, the goaltender for the Golden Knights. Listen, goaltenders can win games. I thought they did okay. Maybe could add a little bit more pressure, but he was pretty good all night long.
I'm sorry, who was that? What goaltender was that?
The goaltender for the Golden Knights.
Oh, the Golden Knights goaltender. Okay, that's what his mom named him. Go ahead. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, that's his mom name.
Yeah.
I thought he was fantastic. I will say this. Let me give you an optical viewpoint of the game, first of all.
What game are we talking about?
The Golden Knight ones. The one you didn't watch. The uniforms, they wear those gold and black.
Yeah.
You know, rich gold, which are kind of cool looking. Either they're a very slow, methodical, and the lighting in that arena makes them look that way. After watching the Jersey Avalanche game right before it, and you just see the speed in that game, and then this game was more of a plotter's game. It felt like to me. But,
clearly. Hey, Scott, what was the final score of the game?
Well, they had an open netter at the end. I believe it's 3-1.
There you go. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Who scored? Who scored?
Anybody fight?
Yeah. Well, the fight.
Yeah.
There's no more fighting in the. Well, Scotty, did anybody fight in the game?
There was you know what? There was almost a good fight that could have happened in the Avs game, which was cool.
The Avs game.
That was the Avs game. But no, McDavid started off the scoring. You're thinking, okay, here we go, 1-0.
There you go.
And he scored early in that game. You're thinking, here we go, it's the streak's alive, and then. Let's be honest. Vegas is one of the best teams in hockey, and they finally said, "No, we're just going to take control." I thought really stifled everything in the neutral zone. Didn't see a lot of push. I didn't think a lot of push by Edmonton. And able to just kind of hold on, win a home game.
Hey, they scored 3 goals. The Knights did. Who scored your favorite goal? Who was the player that scored your favorite goal from the Knights?
Well, for the night, let me tell you, the favorite goal of the game is McDavid on shorthand. That was kind of cool.
I get it.
It was so quick.
Yeah, but the Knights. Like, who did you like there on the Knights?
Probably Wall. Wall, when he tied it up, I thought that was a fantastic goal.
Patrick Waugh's back?
Does he pronounce his name Waugh or Roy? Seriously. I don't even know.
The announcers were calling him Wall. That's one of the reasons I called him Wall.
Okay. All right. Boy, I almost think Scotty might have watched the game.
Scott's got pride. I know that much. So
I know.
If he says he's going to watch something, I believe he's got the pride to watch it.
Okay. Because we're trying to trip him up here, and it sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Well, listen, I'll be real honest with you. I did not watch the third period.
It was kind of late at night.
After a while, I'm going, are you kidding me? I'm sitting watching this boring ass. I mean, the second period was boring as hell, and I'm I'm watching this. I'm watching this thing for those guys, really.
And you didn't even get to watch history. You didn't even get to see any history made.
I know. They spoiled the script. They screwed the whole thing up, Scotty. But, Hey, you know what you...
The script up. But the Avs, come on now.
Oh.
The Avs.
Yeah.
Let me just say about the Avs. You get an early goal by Rantanen, you feel good, and then just absolutely zero energy for like the next 30 minutes of ice time, and then about 9 minutes in that third period, all of a sudden you get the double penalty and it's 4-on-4, and then you're like,
yeah,
holy crap, this is
here we go.
This entire different team.
Right.
I mean, 4-on-4. They looked. I mean, let's be honest. New Jersey looked like they shouldn't be on the ice with the Avs 4-on-4. But then again, they score a 5-on-5 goal to win it, and once again they struggle clearing traffic in front of the goaltender, and I think that's their biggest issue.
Scotty, you did a fantastic job with the hockey update.
He was prepped.
That actually was way better than I thought it was.
Notes or no notes? Was that all off the top of your head?
For the most part, yeah. I will say this. Listen to you guys drive in.
Yeah.
The only thing that sucked about last night, it was all on ESPN Plus.
Oh, that's for sure. Oh, my God, yeah.
So, again, I'm watching. I have to get out of the Avs game, go back and find the Edmonton game instead of it just rolling right into the next game.
Right.
Yeah, you have to get out, go back in, find it again, and then go to the other game.
It was a pain in the ass. I agree with you on that, too. But same thing. I thought it would just roll from one game to another, but it didn't. It was like, oh, okay.
I did, too.
Yeah,
I did,
thanks
too.
a lot.
I'm like, come on now.
All right, we are going to talk. I don't know where you are in your journey, but we got to take a little bit of a break. But I was going to get into Michael Malone's comments with Demps and Goodraj earlier today. I don't know if you want to chime in on that, if you want to call back, but we're going to get to that next. You tell me. What do you think, Scotty? What do you want to do?
Just give me a holler. I'm getting off of Pena Boulevard in about 1 minute.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. I'm going to put you on hold. We'll see how it goes. But, yes, I think the Nuggets brass, Tyler, had to sit down, and they were really thinking deep and hard. Now, there is a team that might do a deal for one of the favored players in Nuggets history. Should the Nuggets get on that before one of their opponents do? And there's a statistical anomaly in hoops right now that is pretty wild. Details on that next.
Yeah, it was a split, 1-1. Yeah, the players came out on fire. I felt targeted. I took it a little personally. Jamal got me first game. Joker got me second game. And the smiles on their faces were a little disturbing when they did that. So it was just, these are the dog days. We're just trying to find different ways to get guys loose, bring some fun to the gym, and then get into practice. Light practice, obviously, but this time of year, I think you got to find ways to keep it fresh. And the players enjoyed it.
Thank you, Katie Wingy, for posting that on the old Twitter. The Nuggets played dodgeball today. You guys, Scott, Mr. Hockey. Now we're transitioning basketball as he drives to jump on the plane with the Nuggets off to L.A. Maybe just start with you on that, Scott. You like it? They were goofing around a little bit, having some fun?
Well, they've had a couple of days, right? They could kind of relax. I think it's probably at times. I mean, let's be honest, knowing them, it probably gets super competitive, right? Can you imagine playing? I mean, we can flash back to middle school dodgeball or, whenever, and how crazy those games. Now put competitive athletes playing it. Woo.
Are you on a forklift?
Nope, I pulled my bag off. Hey, Tyler, look out the window. There's a squirrel. Anyway, I can imagine that game being a little nutty.
Yeah, I think that's fun. I think it bonds. Somebody was like, "Is that like field day like the Broncos?" No.
Oh, you're Mr. Anti-Field Day, though.
I am Mr. Anti-Field Day, but they did that as part of their practice. They had a little fun, and then they had to practice. They didn't dedicate an entire day. They were just getting back together, getting loose. It's all
healthy.
for that.
It's good. It's good. It's healthy. I mean, you got a long season. It's good to take a little break and just good old-fashioned team bonding.
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm looking at the standings right now, guys. Clippers, Thunder, Wolves, Nuggets, all tied for first place in the Western Conference. And if you were to look at the numbers, they all four would be behind the Celtics. However, all four of those teams would be ahead of the second place team in the East, the Cavs. So what does that say, Scott? I'll start with you. What does that say about the Western Conference in general? And what does it mean for a team staring at the All-Star break here? Like, this seems to be a pretty significant 4-horse race.
Yeah, and it also is a good reminder that, because a lot of teams, I remember my first year in the NBA, Hubie Brown said it, and then the preceding years of Mike Fratello, that you could, when you want to be a good team, when you're worrying already with 30-some games left, that you want to get a higher seed, teams will take off the week, 10 days right before the All-Star break. They're getting into their plans. You're going to the Lakers, first time there since you swept them. I'm sure that's going to be a very emotional game, national TV. LeBron shows up for national TV games. I'm sure Davis too. And then you got a back-to-back with Sacramento, who's not as good as they were last year, but a dangerous, dangerous team there. And then, you got the Super Bowl on Sunday, and then the next day you're playing Milwaukee in Milwaukee, who's always tough in Milwaukee. And then you finish back up, I think, with Sacramento on that Wednesday, right? So it's a hell of a stretch, to be honest with you, of quality teams. And so you want to try to steal or get as many games as possible going in. And then here we go. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a push for the top four teams to get, home court advantage. And then you're going to have to see where you want to play, don't want to play, and everything else. Will you see games? Well, we don't want to get to 1, so we can't get in the 4 spot, so let's get up to 2 or 3. Oh, we don't want, maybe you want to play Minnesota, and you say, hey, let's get into 1 and get in their bracket. So it's going to be an interesting stretch run for sure.
I know you've always thought very well of Minnesota, to say the least. Borderline, I think that they're kind of scary. Which one of those other teams makes you a little bit nervous for the Nuggets?
Clippers, because of the experience. They've almost got Harden now, instead of being a, hey, look at me, I'm James Harden player, a more subdued role guy that now if I need you to explode for a little bit, I can do it in spurts. Kawhi Leonard is back playing all the time and reminding everybody, listen, I was considered one of the top 2 or 3 players in the world. You know what, guys? He's got a little bit of Joker vibe to him in the sense that he doesn't really need the spotlight. He doesn't really want all the smoke that comes with being a star. He just wants to do his job. But I also think he got away from playing in enough games for 2 or 3 years with that knee. But now this guy's playing, and really this streak started when they beat Denver in LA. And that's kind of when this streak is gone, and that's when all of a sudden that streak of him playing a lot of games has come from.
All right, Goodraj and Chris Dempsey had Michael Malone on earlier about the trade deadline. So here we go. This is just from a couple hours ago with Malone here on 92.5.
Yeah, I don't anticipate a lot happening. Obviously I've had conversations with Calvin Booth, our general manager. You know what you have in your starting five. We're trying to develop some young players off the bench. Look at the progress of a guy like Peyton Watson, who didn't play last year. In the last 2 games against Portland in the fourth quarter, Peyton's been amazing. Christian Brown's coming off of one of his best games of the season against Portland. And then you always have to listen, right? The phone's going to ring. You always have to be responsible to listen, to see what's out there. But I think I speak for everybody over here. We like our group. We know what we're capable of. We feel we can beat any team in a playoff series. But you have to do your due diligence and always be willing. If there's something that comes along that can make you better, you have to listen to it. And we're not a team right now that is burning up the phone lines, actively looking to make changes. We like our group. We like our locker room. We like our culture. We like our camaraderie and our chemistry. And again, I think Calvin will take phone calls, but I'd expect us to be the same team once that trade deadline is over tomorrow.
Now, more or less, that's what he said Sunday after the game, too. So nothing's really have changed. But I just want to bring something to everybody's attention just to make sure everybody's cool with it. There's rumors out there the Timberwolves are trying to do a deal to get Monte Morris. So is everybody cool if Monte Morris is a tradable commodity that the Nuggets don't act on that, Scott?
It might be a commodity. It once again, though, dude, you got to look at the salary cap and the salary cap problems and where you're at and what you can add and how much you can add, what you got to subtract. Does he cost you what? Is there a player on there that you can move straight up for straight up? I think he's making I don't know if he's making 8 or 9 million, something like that. Maybe 12, 14, somewhere like that. I think they would look at that. I think he was he'd be a good security blanket to have, especially if you're worried about Reggie and his legs at 35 holding up for the last 35 games and then 20 games in the postseason.
Well, it does feel like familiarity would play a huge role in if the Nuggets had any interest in anything. Because if you listen to Malone, he's pretty clear. He likes the vibe of the locker room. He likes the culture of where they're at. And even to go back to last year, they got rid of Bones because they didn't like the vibe in the locker room. They didn't like the culture, right? And they got out in Thomas Bryant and everything. But right now, it does feel like, first off, I believe Malone when he says that they're not interested in anything. But to your point, Scott, I think familiarity would be about the only thing that would interest the Nuggets right now.
Yeah, and it's another one of those moves. But remember, so was KCP and so was Bruce Brown last year. It's not one of those moves that's going to, move the national media's thermometer, right? Meter. It's not going to be one of the ones where everybody, now they've done it. Boom, boom, boom. They're there now. Boom. It won't even register. But I think we here in Denver understand what you're going to have and what you would get with him. So, yeah, I think they would look at it. I don't know how much he'll play, but again, here's a guy that could probably rest Connolly in Minnesota, and that's probably why Tim Connolly's looking at him there in Minnesota too. He understands the value of a solid point guard that doesn't make mistakes.
You are headed out to L.A. The Lakers will unveil their 7th statue outside of their arena, this one of Kobe Bryant. Oof. Okay. What kind of juice do you think that would add to the evening, Scott, if anything? And what do you guys think about statues outside of arenas? I kind of love them.
I think they're earned and not given. It's probably of all the ones there, that's probably one of the no-brainers for the Lakers and Lakers fans.
Do you think it adds anything to the game? Anything special, or?
Oh, I think the crowd will be crazy going in. Let's hope it has a reverse effect. And LeBron remembers when Kobe shut him down in an All-Star game and he couldn't score against him. Maybe that'll help.
All right, Scotty.
6 is a lot. That's a lot of statues, man.
It's a lot of statues, but I mean, I think a statue is so cool.
That's
man.
the problem though. Once
Statues.
you do a statue, then it's like who else qualifies as the statue, and then do you have to go like Oklahoma, Heisman Garden?
I think it's a good conversation to have. I'm just a big statue guy. I think it's the listen. Getting your number retired obviously is amazing, but somebody builds a statue of you, a statue. I mean, to me, Scotty, that's next level.
It is, second level. In Atlanta, they had Hank Aaron.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, there you go. But they also had Phil Niekro.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Well,
yeah. I mean, I could see it because I know Phil meant a lot to that community.
Right.
And everybody loved him, and he was such a, had such a quirky talent, right?
Yeah, you don't want an embarrassing statue. Like if there was a Will Barton statue, I mean that that would be a little awkward.
Hold on, you
obviously.
said this would be the 6th for the Lakers?
Seventh.
Seventh. Hold on. So let's see how many of these I can guess.
Well,
off
I
the
don't.
top of my
I don't.
head.
I mean,
All right, so
I don't know. But
you gotta
I
have Jerry. You gotta have Kareem. You gotta have Magic. You gotta have. Well, now you got Kobe. Would Shaq be a statue? Wilt.
Will.
Jerry West.
I think there is a Shaq statue. I think there actually
Is Shaq
is
a statue?
Yeah, I believe there is one out there.
Yeah.
There is. It's one of the worst ones, but it's him hanging on a rim on a backboard.
Oh, with two hands like up by the rim, or I mean, two knees up by the rim.
Yep.
All right, Scotty. Listen, safe travels, brother, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. And La La Land, I understand there's flooding there, like nobody's business. So, did you bring a life jacket?
Well, every once in a while the world needs an enema.
Thank you, Scotty. Count on you to walk that off. Our guy, Scott Hastings, getting in a plane. Yeah, I'm a big statue guy. Like, come on, man. There should be an Elway statue, right?
I think it's tricky. I do.
Really?
I think statues are a little bit tricky. First off, an Elway helicopter statue would be amazing.
Right?
Yes, it would be amazing. But I do think it's a weird wormhole. Like what qualifies as a statue?
Pat Bowen's got a statue. They did a beautiful statue thing for Mr. Bowen, and it looks good.
Yeah, he did own the team. And, his family is going to make sure he was remembered. I mean, makes sense.
Well, listen, I get it. It's awkward to hey, everybody, build a statue of me. I mean, not even me would go that far. I would think.
You don't think Elway should have commissioned it?
It would be funny if he did, but of course that seems awkward. But that would be appropriate. Are there any other Broncos guys? Are there any other athletes you would do a statue of?
Man, or specifically the Broncos or any athlete?
I guess we could just go around the horn here for all the teams here in town. I mean, I would do one of Helton, no doubt about it.
Well, part of the deal with the statue is that the statue has to be an iconic moment. It's not just an iconic person; it's an iconic moment, right? So. I don't think Peyton has any iconic moments.
Peyton Manning.
And also, I get it. He didn't play here that long.
Oh, I think you do a statue of Peyton Manning.
Oh, man.
4 years, but look what happened in those 4 years.
I don't know. No. Yeah.
How about a statue of him self-sacking, just falling down?
I personally think the Peyton Manning 4 years were arguably the greatest 4 years in franchise history. That includes, I understand that the Broncos got back-to-back, so that wins. I get it.
It was great.
But, I mean, that was one of the greatest 4 years in franchise history, but it is only 4 years.
By the way, happy anniversary to you today.
Thank you. Happy 8 years to my teammates. Appreciate you. Love you guys.
That's
Thanks
amazing.
for the ring.
8 years today.
Is that it? It feels like a lifetime.
It's crazy, man. Statues, yeah. We'll get
who else in Denver sports has an iconic moment? I mean, you want to go to the Rockies, you can do Matt Holliday slide. I mean, you can't do that, but
no, that would be a great photo or something. But I'd have Larry Walker. I'd have Larry Walker and Todd Helton, your two Hall of Famers.
Oh, you could do Todd on his knees with his hand up in the air.
No doubt about it. That has got to be the most iconic photo in Rockies history. I doubt there's another one that even comes close. Holidays was a great moment.
Name another Denver Broncos moment in time that could be a statue.
DT running in somehow.
How do you do that?
I'm not sure, but that was like such an iconic moment. Tricky one. I get it. This one's for Pat. This one's for John. That sort of. This one's for Pat could be its own kind of thing.
Even like Jokic. Like I'm trying to think of like what was a photographic memory of Jokic.
Him putting his head in his hands, talking about the parades on Thursday. I want to go home.
I want to stay on parade.
Well, that was better for sure. But just like can you imagine a statue of Jokic just shaking his head with his hand? Oh my God. Hey, it's a good question.
Help us out on the text line. Send in it's got to be a moment. It's got to be a photographic moment.
Yeah. Of all the teams, you could do a statue of Sakic handing the cup to Bork. No. Come on,
you do
man.
not know.
That wasn't a moment right there. It's Sakic actually handing the cup to Bork.
I'm anti Ray Bork having his jersey up there. I'm definitely anti Ray Bork having a statue.
Yeah, but it's more about Sakic being the captain and what that moment. To me, that was pretty iconic.
Sakic is deserving of a statue, sure.
How about Darcy Kemper with just one eye winning the Stanley Cup? You know? I mean, you could go through these moments.
What about Terrell Davis smile high saluting?
Terrell Davis smile. There you go. Great one.
No.
What? Terrell Davis with a mile-high salute?
As great as TD was, I mean, so here's the problem. If you're going to go down that road, then you always got to make a rule about it. Like, if you're in the Hall of Fame, you get a statue, okay?
Okay.
That's basically what Oklahoma did with their Heisman Garden.
Sounds good. Do a stat. So you'd have Shannon Sharp on the phone, call the Patriots, call the National Guard where we were killing the Patriots. Him on the phone. I don't know. Tom Nalen bending over. Wait, he's not in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, okay.
Should be.
Well, listen, suggestions, 303-504-0925. This PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys, if you're tired of not looking good, feeling good, sleeping good, call Revitalized Health or Death Row, one of the two. Tyler Plum is here, my friends at Revitalized Health. They are the best in the industry at what they do. They are going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. I've been working with them for 7 years, and I would not keep going back unless they made a huge difference in my life. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
All right, we're getting some good suggestions. Oh, my God. You are curse word high, Tyler.
Why?
TD Mile
High
High
on life.
TD Mile High salute defines 2 Super Bowls and winning generation and culture.
I got it. I get it. Yeah, for sure, man. I grew up here. I was at both parades. Like I know it. I know what the moment is for sure. I just think that a statue, like it's a wormhole, man. Like once you do one statue, what are the guidelines on a statue?
All right, I didn't even finish the rest of that. I'd rather see the Mile High salute than the helicopter. Well, I mean, you can have both.
Well, who's the hater now? Who's the hater now? You can't enjoy the helicopter?
Eric Young's opening day, first franchise at bat homer. Epic. Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was amazing. I'm not going to lie. I remember to this day.
Tyler and D-Mac put up a statue of John Elway's missed draft picks. Wow.
Put up a plaque.
You know,
all the quarterback busts in franchise history.
Yeah, and he goes, and bad coaching hires. You know, you joke about that, but you should know, listener, Sandy Clough moment. Listener.
Cleveland has to have something like that.
Well, the Broncos had kind of something like that. You remember that wall that had all the photographs or the paintings or whatever of the coaches inside of the facility.
Yep.
They've painted over it.
Oh.
It's gone. So there have been I think it got a little embarrassing.
Wait, I actually don't know what,
before, when you go in and before you get to the big team room, there was a wall and it had the little portraits of all like the coaches in Broncos history.
They were painted? They were on the wall or they were a photo?
Yeah, well, it's more like a painting really than a photo sort of thing. You know, it's like the wall of coaches. You don't remember that?
I guess not. No.
All right. Well, they had that's funny.
I was always too stressed out.
Well, in fairness, as a player, you would never go. You go into the team room, but you wouldn't go out to the lobby, theoretically. It's like from the lobby into the team room, not the other way around. Anyway, they put like Eric Studesville up there because he coached for like 4 games. And I thought that was a stretch.
It feels like Cleveland has to have like a bronze plaque of all their quarterbacks somewhere.
Statue of Bloom with his arms open after he returned his first
Now
punts.
we're talking. Bus in the house. Let's go.
You don't have to twist my arm on that. That's a pretty iconic moment.
Well, that game, everything about that game was iconic.
It was
in the thunder. It was in the lightning. You literally had lightning delays. You had the rain. You had Joel Klatt throwing for over 300 yards.
Packed house.
Yeah.
Sold out.
I mean, that was when that's why they started playing the game there, because people actually could fill out the stadium.
That wasn't Van Pelt doinking it off the dude's head, though, right? That was a different game.
It was either the year or 2 years after, but it was shortly after it, and that's why that's why the game was so exciting. I'm not going to lie, Van Pelt had a huge part of making that game intriguing.
How about a statue of Sakic handing Bork the cup, or right after with Bork holding up and Sakic hugging him? I think that would be a killer statue of Sakic and the cup they both have their hands on the cup, that brief moment. Man, you were just anti-Bork, huh, man? Holy cow.
Cool. I'm glad that he had a moment. I'm glad he won. That was all awesome. But no, he doesn't deserve a statue.
A statue of Peyton.
Put that in Boston. He deserves a statue there.
Statue of Peyton Manning and Tyler Columbus running out onto the field together.
It was iconic. I mean, it changed everything.
He was a little bit ahead of you going into the huddle, wasn't he? Wasn't he a little quicker on the field than you?
I have no freaking clue. I'm not going to lie.
Man, that moment to me is, I really do remember.
Usually we all run out there at the same time.
I'd have to go back, but I could have sworn when I was watching it, he was out there and you were just kind of next to him, but just slightly behind, appropriately.
Well, he does have a good rear end.
10 feet behind.
I did want to gander.
Pat Bowlen deserves a statue. Yeah, he's got one. It's not only a statue, it's kind of like a monument. It's like a whole thing. If you don't know where it is, it's right behind the horses, the horses' butts. That's the what end? That's the south.
How many Hall of Famers in Broncos history?
Oh my God, dude! Are we talking to Jim Sacamano? Or are you just talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
He throws in like Tony Dorsett as a Broncos Hall of Famer. All right, well, let's go. That's a good question. I mean, I don't know if I can do it off the top of my head, but, Elway, Sharp,
TD, Atwater.
Are we counting Manning?
Yes.
Okay, Manning.
John Lynch.
Yep. That's a Sacamano one right there, but whatever.
Did you say Floyd?
Nope. Good one. Great one. Floyd. Bolin, we putting Bolin in that?
Yeah.
Or count Bolin?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Gary?
7, 8. Gary Zimmerman. Zim counts, of course, right?
Does he count?
Well, I played more for the but okay, sure, of course. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are we missing anybody?
You get 9 statues. I mean, where are you putting 9 statues?
Around the entire It's huge. And Power Field is gargantuan,
Hey,
bro.
I will
there's all
say
sorts of
this: you make
places.
the Hall of Fame, you deserve a statue.
I
I'll
agree.
put it that way. If you want to make it as simple as that, it certainly simplifies things.
You could have like a walkway of statues, like the lane of statues or whatever, and just one after another. Cardinals do it, man. The Cardinals do it outside their stadium. They got a statue for every dude in the Hall of Fame. They got a bunch. They got a ton of guys. They're smaller statues.
The Arizona Cardinals.
No. It's just a Kurt Warner movie. What else would they
How
have?
many Hall of Famers they got?
It's Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner.
Saw the Kurt Warner movie.
You did not.
You saw it too.
I walked out. Where I fell asleep.
We were there together.
I know. That was. those
T-Mac and I went to a movie together.
Those were the days when you would try to suck up by going to the free stuff. Like, hey, everybody. Well, you seem to be excited about it, so I guess I'll go to this. What a waste of time that was. Let's see.
Hey,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have to twist my arm to do a Hall of Fame statue garden.
Statue guard. Yeah, there you go. See, that's a damn good idea. All right, well, we'll take Abe Kubel dropping the cup. You know what? I don't know how you would do that as a statue, but that photo, because every single guy has the same reaction.
Oh yeah,
they're all like, whoa. Abe Kubel. God, I don't know how you make that a statue though.
I mean, he accidentally dropped the cup. Rob Gronkowski intentionally used the Lombardi Trophy as a baseball bat.
Yeah, that was. And he was hucking it on the boat parade. That should be the Tampa statue. Gronk throwing the trophy to Brady on boats.
It's a hell of a statue, actually. That's a hell of a statue.
Oh, we forgot Champ Bailey. Oh, my God. Of course. Sorry. Great listeners. So 10 dudes, huh? 10 statues? Well, you already got one with Bolin. You're just talking about 9 other statues.
It's a lot of statues.
Would you have a statue?
What's the statue run any of these days?
I don't know. It's $1 billion. We got the richest guys. We got rich guys all over the place.
Yeah.
We're not worried about money. Money doesn't matter, Tyler. Come on now.
It's amazing to me how many guys are laughing in this photo. It's on Twitch right now.
It's such a great photo.
I would think guys
It's
were
amazing.
Everybody's laughing. They all think it's funny.
Yeah, because it was awesome. Oh, is McKinnon not laughing in the photo?
Look at McKinnon's face.
Oh, well, come on, Nate.
Lighten update. So he dropped the Stanley Cup. Big deal.
I was standing right there. I was, they let the media on the ice after
This is why you
win
shouldn't
Stanley
give
Cup.
everybody a turn. You shouldn't give everybody a turn.
I was standing right there. It was unbelievable. Just all right, whatever. Who cares?
Somebody wants Mutombo waving the finger.
Oh, that's a
pretty
good
damn
one.
good. That's pretty damn good.
That's
are
a good
you
statue.
happy I paid attention to you? Are you happy now?
That's a good statue. All right, listen, we have the latest news on the Nuggets and trades, or not trades. We have our Super Bowl picks. It's about that time. Vic is going to join us after 2 o'clock. Is that right, Dan, from Radio Row? Our keyword of the day for Flowers and football at 2:20, man. Awesome day to hang out with you here. PhD on 92.5. Dropping weight and dropping that fat is cool because there's certain milestones. So to clear the 25-pound fat loss, it's actually, I think it's been pretty quick and it's been pretty easy. So I want to thank Sota Weight Loss for helping me out. My nutritionist, Amanda's wonderful. And yeah, it's 25 pounds. So averaging just over 3 pounds a week is about average. So I'm not special, that's for sure. Who knew it would be so easy and so quick? But most guys drop, 3 to 5 pounds a week, and I'm right there, 3.26 to be specifically accurate with you. Thank you to Sota Weight Loss. You can go to sotaweightloss.com. You can see the before and after photos to get you a little bit motivated and all their testimonials as well. Plus, hey, let's take it from your pal D-Mac right here. Call him at 800-555-6521. 800-555-6521. It's Sota Weight Loss, state of the art.
We're playing a great 49ers team, but we're going to go out there, play our best football, and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh, Niners fans, he's calling you out. And it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos more than I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming.
Wow. All right, that's media night. That, well, I assume I don't know how that was formatted. Was he into like a microphone speaker, or were the fans just hearing it in their earbuds sort of thing? Because that's what they had. Like, you could go into the night and you could got your little radios.
Yeah.
And you could tune into podiums to hear different athletes. That sounds like he was standing on a stage or something. Is that what that was, on a stage?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, okay. Like it. Good Niners fans getting fired up, man.
Media night is fun, man. That was like the most relaxed you are the entire week. You go into that, and it's goofball central. You got people dressed up in ski clothes. You got people from other countries that can't understand you. I ended up on, oh my gosh, what's the
You don't. I know.
Yeah, save me.
James Corden.
James, thank you. I couldn't remember that.
But it wasn't James Corden. It was.
Well, it was both. So I was actually on that show twice that week.
Okay.
Because the first time his parents were just at media night, and his mom came up and kissed me on the lips, like literally just kissed me on the lips.
Yeah, I thought it was just his parents, but you were on with him?
After the game, so they brought me back on after the game.
Yeah.
And his parents were still on the field,
Yeah.
but he was interviewing.
From Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. That's great. And people, is that on?
It's on YouTube. You can
somewhere?
find it. Yeah,
Oh,
you
it's
can find
great.
it.
Dan, have you ever seen Tyler with James Corden and James Corden's parents? Oh, we should post that. That was
His mom.
fantastic.
Well, she sexually harassed me.
Yeah, I know.
She kissed me on the lips.
The dad didn't seem to mind.
No. And then after the game, she slapped a sticker on my ass. Yeah.
You had your own moment of fame during a moment of fame. Can you believe?
Got my kids on TV.
Seemed like yesterday or a million years ago.
You know, the fact that the Broncos have been so bad for so long makes it feel like a long time. Like, when I just think back on my personal memories, like, I still feel like an athlete. I like, as dumb as that sounds, like, and my body is decrepit, like, I still consider myself a professional athlete, right?
You were being so harsh on yourself. Of all your ex-teammates, you may be the most, look like, as fit as anybody. I mean, any of your teammates would die to look like you. That's
yeah,
for
well,
sure.
my body doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I spend all night doing yoga on my floor trying to keep my back in shape.
Right.
You know, that part of it feels so fresh. And there's times that, like, my kids are still, like, they're still naive and dumb enough to think that I can come back and play football. They're like, Dad, what, can you just go back? Kyle Shanahan would hire you, wouldn't he? And I'm like, no, well, maybe on his coaching staff, but no, not to be a football player. That stuff feels so fresh. But the Broncos have been so bad for so long, and it's been so painful. It really does feel like, who can even relate to Denver Broncos' success? My kids can't. And they were at the Super Bowl. They have no clue what Denver Broncos'
How old's
success
Noah?
is.
Your old
He's
son?
12.
So he was 4 years old?
4 years old.
Oh, my God.
My daughter's got memories just from all the photos and everything, and she was so cute on the field. She was collecting all the confetti that was falling. She did it both at the AFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. We didn't ask her to. She took my helmet and started filling it up with all the confetti.
Great
so
idea.
I got the blue and orange confetti that
That's
came
great.
home,
That's
and then
great.
she did it at the Super Bowl. I got all the black and gold confetti that came home there as well.
And the confetti, because gold. That's why it was black and gold there
Yeah.
at 50. And it's shaped like a little Lombardi trophy.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah. As a confetti collector at Super Bowls, that's what's cool about that confetti.
I'd have to go back and look at it. I've got it in my basement.
It's a mix. It's like there's other confetti, but a lot of the confetti is shaped like a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah. But isn't it wild to think, like, our
Yes.
kids don't know this stuff? They don't know anything about it. So, yeah, it does feel like a lifetime ago. And sometimes when things get this bad for this long, you just really don't have any realistic hope. You never do. So even when something good happens, you just don't believe it.
What's the most significant thing the Broncos could do next to start that journey back?
Consistency would be the most important thing. At some point, you got to stop going through coaches. I do think that you got a guy that knows a lot about football. Now, look, Sean Payton's success, I was looking at that. There was a flashback on Twitter today on his Super Bowl. That was 14 years ago, or 13 years ago, something like that. 13 or 14 years ago. That's how long ago it was that Sean Payton had success. So it's been a lifetime for him as well.
Right.
But you do have to have consistency. And obviously you need a quarterback. You're not going to win in the NFL without a quarterback.
Thank you, Dan.
I do think there's something to be said about not chasing a quarterback, though, and that's where you and I diverge. They need a quarterback desperately, but you don't want to do dumb things to get that quarterback. So you need a quarterback and you need consistency. Those are the two biggest things.
You know, I have been looking at mock drafts recently.
Yes. Hey, Scott's not here. We can
Scott's
do 3
not
hours
here.
of this.
Oh, okay. All right. Here's what the mocks are saying for the Broncos. And this is NFL mockdraftdatabase.com. I encourage you to check it out for yourself. It's not just one or two. It's a ton of mock drafts. It continues to be Bo Nix for the Broncos. It continues to be Bo Nix. Now, it's not by an overwhelming amount like you see like Caleb Williams with the Bears. Which
Are you
is
looking at
kinda
the
crazy.
consensus thing
Yeah.
there?
Mhm.
Okay, so they usually give you like 3 players, right?
Yes.
So who are the 3?
It's Bo Nix. Oh my gosh. I think it's a pass rusher, which is like Dallas Turner or Jerjan Newton. And then after that, it's none of the other candidates. You know, it's kind of a mishmash. Which all beat Nikki Haley, apparently.
Oh.
A little politics there for you. Yeah. Can we handle that? So it's something like that. I'm forgetting kind of. It's not Penix, though, and it's not J.J. McCarthy. It's Bo Nix is the only quarterback that even pops up for the Broncos.
Well, because a lot of people think that J.J. McCarthy and Penix are second rounders.
That's getting, you know, I'm seeing McCarthy sneak up. I'm just seeing Penix just drop off the face of the earth, man.
Well,
so our guy,
that's
guy,
probably
Coach
Sanford.
Sanford.
When recency bias is dumb. I think that it's human nature to have recency bias, but you see a dude bomb it out in a game like that, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, he sucks. Well, you got a
No.
whole lot of film saying he's pretty damn good at football.
If the Broncos,
those two would be easy though. I mean, if it were between those two guys, I don't care if J.J. McCarthy is skyrocketing up the board. Which one is exciting? Which one sounds fun?
Between Nix and McCarthy?
No, Penix and McCarthy.
Between Penix and McCarthy, I think they both have good things that you could say
There's
about them.
nothing about McCarthy that excites me.
The-
Nothing.
The fact that he won a national championship, led a team, a leader of men.
No.
He's got the endorsement of Jim Crazy Harbaugh.
Hey, well, Harbaugh says he should be the first
I
quarterback
got
selected.
it. There's nothing appealing about a guy who just led his team to a national championship. There's nothing appealing about that.
Well, I'm talking about in excitement terms, right? So, not really. I mean, he feels like a robot. He plays like a robot, and he looks like he looks like a Brock Purdy of college football. That's what he looks like.
All right, well, I don't think you're going to have anything to worry about McCarthy. I really don't. We can talk about it if you want, but I don't think it's going even close to that direction. Frankly, I think Penix would be a surprise at this point. I think it's just wrapping your head around the Broncos taking Bo Nix at 12. Just wrap your head around it.
I don't think Penix should be that shocking, though, because I do think it'd be a surprise at 12. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't really see anybody having them being drafted that high in the draft this year. But, hey, man, Broncos could easily pass on QB with their first selection. Very easily. And then I know they don't have a second-round draft pick, but if they wanted to fire move back up into the second round, that'd be pretty easy to do.
What time is the light rail passing at the county line station? What time do I got to step in front of it?
But you would like him at 12.
I
You would like him
know.
in the
Do
second,
you
but
want to
you would
go
like
through
him
this
at
whole
12.
this whole thing again?
No.
It's about the commitment, the fifth year.
I've been
option.
hearing it for 5 years, and it's never made sense.
All right. I'll leave it alone. Listen, maybe we can all be happy. Maybe you can stay at 12. You don't give up Patrick Surtain. You're gonna have to drop somebody though. Don't trade Patrick Surtain. Okay, fine. You realize other dudes are gonna have to go, right? Everybody knows that. So if you're part of the Justin Simmons fan club,
other guys are going to have to go simply for finances.
Well,
that's the
right.
biggest deal. So you should be talking about trading Justin Simmons. You should be talking about being able to trade any contract you can. I don't think you're going to be able to trade Garrett Ball's contract, but especially on the back end of it. But all of these guys are the type of guys that are going to be in the conversation of flat-out release simply because of financial constraints.
Well, don't forget, too, if you decide not to trade Patrick Surtain as he's coming up on his 4th year, that is in general, before that 4th year gets going, when teams in general commit big money to those type of guys.
Yeah, but 2 years is an eternity in the NFL.
I get it.
You got him under
it.
cap-controlled contract for 2 years. That's an eternity.
Okay, so you're saying don't worry, just do the new deal, whatever. You'll deal with it when you have to deal with it 2 years from now.
Yes.
Okay. So you're not saying don't give him that big deal, but that big deal ain't going to kick in for a little bit.
Well, it very well might, and you're certainly correct in saying that with guys like that, when you start talking about the 5th-year option, that's when you start talking about a new contract.
But you're right. You get Surtain on a
in
relatively
theory,
bargain basement deal.
You've got him under control for 2 years.
You do. Although I'd say you got him under financial control for a year, because I would think if they do a new deal, they'll get rid of that 5th year and the new one would start after that 4th year, I would think. But who knows?
Sure, but I'm just saying worst case scenario, you throw the 5th-year option on him and you got him for 2 years.
If he plays under the 5th year, I would be stunned by that.
I would too.
I would be.
I'm not predicting it.
Okay. I'm just saying if you go in that direction, which I get it, and we'll talk to Jeff Legwold about all of this stuff coming up at 1:45. But Jeff is doing victory lap after everything he writes on ESPN.com is a Jeff Legwold victory lap.
Well, it's pretty easy. I mean, there are no solutions right now, and Jeff can take all the victory laps he wants now because he's right. There are no solutions in front of you. So if you're the type of dude that wanted the Broncos to have a solution before they made a decision on Russell Wilson, you win because there is no solution.
Just to recap real quick, you picking the Chiefs or the Niners?
I'm taking the 49ers. They're the better team. They've got the best athletes in the world. They're stacked at every single position. And I feel like it's their time.
Leggy is on record because ESPN asked all their experts to make picks. They had 64 picks. It was 49-15 in favor of the Chiefs. Leggy has picked the Chiefs 28-23. Will you tell Jeff Legwold he's wrong when he joins us in about a half hour?
I always do.
And that's where Jeff has classic lines like, I can go back to writing.
I called him a liar once and he threatened to quit.
Oh, my God. All right, well, we'll have that great moment coming up. No dumb questions at 303-504-0925. We'll have our keyword of the day with flowers and football coming up at 2:20 with our great friends from Safeway. How great is it? We saw the Safeway folks here earlier today. They are just amazing. You know, Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made-in-store guac and queso. Get that Super Bowl ready. And don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, chocolate-dipped strawberries, and so much more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Premier, the name says it all. They're Denver's premier heating and air professionals on the Front Range. With their $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, 0% interest financing, and much more, they provide a great value with their premier service. My guy, Reed, I mean, it's been more than a dozen years that I've been connected to Premier, and man, it's been so amazing in our home. Because there's just things that change with technology and, oh my gosh, what I try to think what they haven't fixed in my house when it comes to heating and air conditioning. They've been amazing. All their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and 100% satisfaction guarantee. And, you know, my endorsement, that's for sure. Love Premier. If you've got needs in that department, call my guys at Premier Heating and Air. Call and book your appointment. Mention my name, DMAC, and you'll get exclusive offers for being an Altitude listener. Give them a holler, 720-743-3779, 720-743-3779, PremierAirColorado.com.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Oh, we're getting some no dumb questions in already. That's cool. Bookmark that one. 303-504-0925. We'll get to that in about 8 minutes. Oh, man. Look at that. On the text line, somebody's showing. Can I turn the computer? Talk to me about who's in that photo right there with you, Tyler, after you won the Super Bowl right there.
Well, that's a Hall of Famer with me.
Who do we got there?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time telling who's who there.
Hold on. You don't know who that is for reals?
I'm having a hard time.
Come on.
Is that DeMarcus?
Yes. That's
all
DeMarcus
right. Well, that's a weird picture of DeMarcus. Come on. That's a little bit of an odd picture of DeMarcus.
I knew instantly that was DeMarcus Ware.
All right. Lighten up. Who's 98 who wasn't playing?
I don't know who that was, to be honest with you.
DeMarcus Ware's brother.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't know? You don't know who 98 is in that photo?
I do not know who 98 is in that photo. No. I had a lot of teammates, dude.
That is so funny. You don't know. He's right there. He's 5 inches from you. He's right next to DeMarcus.
I let DeMarcus Ware sabotage my selfie there. I was taking that selfie.
What a great photo. Would you have that posted on like Facebook or something?
I don't know where that came from, to be honest.
That's a great photo.
I probably put it on Twitter.
What's that, Dan?
I got who number 98 is.
Oh, who?
Okay, give me guesses. Can you give me like 3 names?
Okay, he's a defensive tackle.
Yeah, I got that much, thanks. The number told me that.
Doesn't help. He's obviously not playing in the game because he doesn't have a uniform on. But yeah, keep going.
I don't know what other hints you want. All right, first name starts with D. Last name starts with K.
Deshaun Kilgore.
Who? You got part of the last name.
Darius Kilgore?
No. Darius Williams.
You had it, D-Mac.
Darius Kilgore?
That's Darius Kilgore?
It's Kilgo.
Kilgo?
Oh,
Darius Kilgo.
I remember him. Yep. That's my bad.
God, I really do not remember him. Was he just a
Darius and I weren't on the same lunch schedule, so we didn't cross paths at the lunch table all too often.
It is pretty funny. You don't know one of your team. I mean, I get it. It's a practice squad guy. He wasn't activated, but I mean, come on, man.
Dude. You know how many teammates I had?
A lot, but you won a Super
Thousands
Bowl. The
of
guy
teammates.
standing 2 inches from you. That's okay.
What's he even doing in that photo?
What are you talking about?
I didn't invite him in that photo.
All right, we're getting a bunch of no dumb questions in.
Who
which
sent
is
that
cool.
in?
I don't know. I mean, they didn't put a name to it. We'll get there in a second. All right, let me play some Michael Malone here.
Darius. He just wanted somebody to take a photo with him.
You're a bad teammate.
I know.
I guess that doesn't jump off the page. That's DeMarcus Ware.
Me that I didn't know who that was, and you didn't know what DeMarcus Ware looks like.
I got it eventually, but it's a weird angle.
It's just so fun. I thought you were being facetious when you're like, "Hey, explain who's in this photo."
Well, I was trying to bail myself out.
Me in a Hall of Famer.
I was trying to bail myself out. All right, here's Michael Malone earlier today with Chris Dempsey and Good Raj.
Yeah, I don't anticipate a lot happening. Obviously, I've had conversations with Calvin Booth, our general manager. You know what you have in your starting 5. We're trying to develop some young players off the bench. Look at the progress of a guy like Peyton Watson, who didn't play last year. In the last 2 games against Portland in the fourth quarter, Peyton's been amazing. Christian Brown's coming off of one of his best games of the season against Portland. And then you always have to listen, right? The phone's going to ring. You always have to be responsible to listen, to see what's out there. But I think I speak for everybody over here. We like our group. We know what we're capable of. We feel we can beat any team in a playoff series. But you have to do your due diligence and always be willing. If there's something that comes along that can make you better, you have to listen to it. But we're not a team right now that is burning up the phone lines, actively looking to make changes. We like our group. We like our locker room. We like our culture. We like our camaraderie and our chemistry. And again, I think Calvin will take phone calls, but I'd expect us to be the same team once that trade deadline is over tomorrow.
Okay. I think that's that.
They got a rotation. They got the guys they like. What game was it? I think it was 2 or 3 games back. They played 9 guys in the first quarter. And it felt to me like that was a little bit of an experimentation time, maybe a moment of, hey, is there anybody that we do want to get rid of here? But, dude, they've got such a healthy nucleus. And Christian Brown has been like the one piece that just, if there's been one like slight disappointment this year, it's just that you thought Christian Brown was going to take that major leap and instead of maybe hit a sophomore year slump, right? would you even call it a slump? Maybe, I guess, yeah. Other than that, though, they have built this team organically. That's how they built it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to go out and change this team and change the DNA of this team because they like how things have built organically from within. They brew it themselves. They like the way the tea tastes.
It'll be interesting to see because as of today, you have 4 teams tied for first place in the Western Conference. The Wolves and the Thunder both lost last night, which is good. So the Clippers, the Wolves, the Nuggets, and the Thunder all have the same record this deep into the season. Clippers have a game in hand, I believe. So they could possibly go ahead. But right now, if you look at the NBA standings, all 4 are tied. And then after them, I believe they have a 5-goal lead. Let me double check here. Yeah, they got a 5-game lead on Sacramento and a 5-game lead on Phoenix and 5.5 on the Pelicans. So those 3 teams are sort of circling around each other for, that spot.
You know, one team that surprised me a little bit? The Clippers. I just feel like
that doesn't surprise me. Why does it surprise you?
Because they felt like a ticking time bomb, man. I mean, just too many personalities. At some point, heads were going to butt, egos were going to clash.
Well, I remember talking here on the show. We saw the Nuggets beat the Clippers. And the Nuggets have traditionally owned the Clippers.
With nobody. They beat the Clippers with nobody.
Right. But, and I remember talking to Scott about this too, like, look at the Clippers like, they're going to get together. Like, there's just too many. It's going to take a little bit, but look out. And I think they're a very dangerous team. History is on the Nuggets side against the Clippers, that's for sure, but they got some dangerous parts.
The entire roster is Hall of Famers. Of course they're dangerous.
Yeah. And they're proving to be. They're 34-15.
I'm going to stand by it, though. At some point, those egos are going to battle.
I think there's more weirdness going on with, like, Minnesota. And they are rumored to be trying to pick up Monte Morris. Oklahoma City, can that be real? Can a team that, I mean, they got all sorts of talent, but they're so young. Can that be real this year? You'd think at some point they'd wake up, right? Or the
Well, in any league, that if you've got an MVP caliber player that you could win a championship and it's almost guaranteed, the NBA is that, right? So they got 2 great players. They got 1 MVP candidate. Are they real? Yeah, I mean, in basketball, that's the way it goes, man. One dude can literally carry a team to a championship.
You know what's going to happen? The Lakers are going to go on some sort of run.
Are they?
I think they are. Yeah, I do. I think they'll go on some sort of weirdo run. They'll be like the 6th seed or something like that. Or maybe they do that play-in tournament.
I thought LeBron was getting traded.
No, he's not getting. What?
Those are all the rumors.
I know. That ain't happening.
His agent had to shoot it down.
He's not getting traded. They'll go on a run. They'll annoyingly be
LeBron
there.
doesn't get traded. LeBron trades himself.
That's right. He's like Chuck Norris. All right, it's time for No Dumb Questions. Go ahead, Dan. Let's hit it. Let's go. A 303-504-0925. Twitch gets reach out there. Brought to our good friends by Safeway. Hit us on Twitch. You got something? I got a couple, but yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I got one. So I recently bought skinny jeans. Okay.
Okay.
I feel good about my body. I like the way I look. You know, like
congratulations.
I just feel like skinny jeans actually look good on me. Right.
Okay.
Now, to each their own. And not everybody thinks that skinny jeans are still in style, right? Some might say the ultimate midlife crisis is jumping on a style that is actually 5 years old, right?
Okay.
So, number 1, I bought skinny jeans because I think I look good in them. But number 2, admittedly, I'm going through a midlife crisis. So,
just a quick self-admission.
Yeah, just quick self-admission.
Okay.
What are acceptable midlife crisis moves? What are acceptable moves in midlife crises? Buying the sports car, you know.
That's a good one.
Skinny jeans, is that not acceptable?
See, I'm a short stubby, so the concept of skinny jeans is so ridiculous to a guy like me.
Yeah, but come on. They do look kind of good on me, right?
Well, what is your length? Your pant length?
36.
And your waist is 34?
34, 36.
So you're one of the few human beings in the world whose pant length is larger than his waist. So yes.
Well, I am 6'8".
I know.
I don't think it's that big of a deal.
How many? Well, Dan, what's your pant length? Dan actually may be in that territory. What's your pant length?
I think I'm a 32.
That's pretty good too. I mean, that's really good. What do you think Lombardi is?
You know what I want to buy?
What do you want to buy?
A Can-Am.
The cool little motor, the tricycle,
the three-wheel motorcycle. I've never ridden a motorcycle.
Dude,
never been on a Harley.
Dude,
I can't just jump into the Harley lifestyle, even though my beard does fit.
Dude, you're going from mid-life crisis to elderly crisis. That's what the old guy in his 70s buys.
No. The Can-Ams are cool, man. They're like little sport bikes.
Yeah, man.
Wheels.
I think that is what
they're a training wheel. They're a gateway
No,
drug
I
to
know
the bike.
I know what they are. I mean, they're either, I think, for women or for dudes that can no longer ride a motorcycle. I think a dude at your age on a trike is gonna. I don't think it's gonna be as cool as you think it's gonna be.
Well, my only concern is my knees. Like, how do I fit? Because you got to lean forward on that thing a little bit.
Trike? I don't know, bro. I mean, I think you're jumping a generation. I think you're. I would go with the sports car. Why don't you just get a motorcycle?
Well, I've never ridden a bike.
You can figure that. Now, that would be a good midlife crisis. Learning how to ride a motorcycle. I'm sure we got Harley people out here or whatever. They get you going on it.
I mean, if we want a Harley dealership to sponsor me, I'd be more than happy to ride a bike.
Teach Tyler to ride a bike. Get Tyler up on the hog.
Acceptable, send them in, though. Acceptable midlife crisis moves.
Okay. You're looking for suggestions?
Yeah, I'm bored. I watched 7 episodes of Griselda in 2 days.
Your life is so fun. You're either like the busiest guy I know, like insane, or you've got an absurd amount of time on your hands.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like it's
well,
not.
It's like every other week.
See, we just dance. We just dance. I don't know how much you want to dance. I don't know when you want to go. See, people are bragging. I'm 31-32. All right. I mean, I'm about 28-inch length on my leg. 28. Think about that for a second.
Wait, so that's unusual?
It's short.
No. To have your waist smaller than your inseam?
Yes. How many people do you think have that?
I don't know.
Dan, for you to be a 32-32, you're rocking it. I'd be curious about. We're gonna have Vic on in about a half hour or so. Vic would be interesting because that dude is so skinny, it's ridiculous.
He's also pretty short, though.
He is also pretty short.
Yeah.
All right. Dumb question. What do you think about Lombardi? Do you think his waist is smaller than his pant length?
Yes, I do. He's very fit, very, very fit. But what's his inseam running?
Right. What could it be?
26.
No. Well, I'm a 28, and he's got me by a little bit.
He does. Vic is taller than you.
It killed me. We measured this just about a month or so ago. Because I thought for sure I was at least the same size, and he's got me by a pinch. Well, we'll find out in a little bit. Go to the fanny pack cross body route. You'll never look back. That is screaming midlife crisis right there.
That is. I said I wasn't going to talk about this, but I ran into Garrett Bowles the other day.
Was he rocking the fanny pack?
He was rocking a fanny pack across his chest onto his tummy. And yes, I said something.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said, what are you doing? What is that? It's a fanny pack. First off, how much did that fanny pack cost you?
Mm-hmm.
Over under $5,000. Second off, what does a man put in his fanny pack?
We should all just show what's in your pocket.
It's like a cross-chest fanny pack.
I get it. I've had this conversation a million times because, as a dude, what do you have in your life that you need that just can't fit in your front pocket? Seriously.
Great question.
You know what? What do you got in your front pocket right now? I tell you what, my wife got me this wallet, this metallic wallet thing. That's it, man. Look at that. It fits all the cards right there. She got a monogram, a little present for me. That's it. What do I need more than that? That's it. That's my wallet. Then I got keys, and I carry around some little headphone. That's it. What else do I need?
2 cans at every time. At all time.
Okay. But you can put that in your front pocket. You don't need a fanny pack for that.
Yeah.
Dan, what do you got in your pockets right now? Everybody, if you're driving around out there, what's serious? You're with Tyler. You're right there.
You'll never take my Zindum.
I'm not going to attempt to. But you can put that in your front. You don't need a fanny pack for it. What do you got? A wallet, Dan?
I got a wallet, but I carry a backpack with me.
You don't have a wallet.
My wallet is my phone. Look.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Phone.
That's perfect.
And people are always like, "Aren't you afraid you're going to lose your phone?" No, I guarantee you, lose your wallet way more than you've ever lost your phone. Name the last time you lost your phone. Nobody loses their phone.
That's actually
so
pretty
I know
damn clever.
exactly where my wallet is at all times.
That is super. I have not even. That is perfect.
And God forbid you actually do lose it. Find my wallet. There's an app for it.
I guarantee you, more people when they're bumping around are checking, do I got my phone? Do I got my phone? Then do I got my wallet?
Hell yes. Nobody's turning around to go get your wallet.
Nobody gives a crap about their wallet, really.
No. You got
really.
Apple Pay.
And no cash. Or do you have cash in there?
I never carry cash. Ever.
Yeah.
Zero cash.
I do wonder about, I'll give you a lightning quick Super Bowl story.
Okay.
Out there with some of the fellas a few years ago. And I was with Stink and Alfred. And they were saying, well, all ex-players carry cash. We were having dinner. I'm like, what? How much cash you carry? And he goes,
old players.
Yes,
old players.
Yes. And I go, wait a second. And Sting just breaks out his wallet, Tyler. He's got like $600 in cash.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, and then Alfred goes, oh, yeah. And he's got like $800 in cash.
My dad is 78 years old, has never learned how to use an ATM.
Does he write checks to himself?
Yes.
No, he does not.
No, he doesn't write checks to himself, but he does write checks.
How does he get without he doesn't have a debit
Well,
card?
I'm not trying to encourage people to rob my dad, but he's either got like $1,000 or plus on him or zero for like a month. Like he could live an entire month without buying anything.
So he just gets out a wad and that's
Yes.
it. He lives off of it.
Yes. He goes to the bank, inside the bank,
Gets his
withdraws
cash. Okay, gotcha.
Not
gotcha,
from an
gotcha.
ATM.
Right. Just
Walks
go
into the counter,
to the teller.
withdraws cash.
Yeah, you can do that.
I didn't know. How do you do that?
Well, that's the way I haven't done it in years. So but I've done it before. There's a withdrawal slip.
Yeah.
Seriously, should I tell you how you actually do it?
I know. I've actually done it, believe it or not.
There's a withdrawal slip.
Well, actually, no, hold on.
No,
The
you
only
might
reason
not have.
No. The only reason I've ever done it is because I'm checking a cash that I wanted to take cash out of the check at the same time.
No, we're doing 8 Mile. I know we've gone too long and no dumb questions when 8 Mile kind of floats in here, but how much cash do you think Legwold has on him right now? What do you think? You think he carries a couple bucks with him?
64.
Listen, I don't think you go full midlife crisis if you're walking around with like $600 in cash. And I'm asking Alfred and Sting, like, why? Why? And they're just like, just in case.
Just in case. Never know.
I'm like, give me the scenario. We're at this. We were in New Orleans, so
your tire popped, but you don't have a credit card.
I mean, if you're in Vegas and you need cash because you're going to a gambling table or something, or listen, let's face it, brother. If you got a lot of cash on you, wives are giving you the side eye about what are you into today.
If you carry a lot of cash, you have secrets.
Right. That's basically what I was thinking too. Mark, Alfred. It's PhD on 92.5. Just Legwald joins us next. Hey, it's D-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive. Okay, here to tell you there's never been a better time to buy a car, truck, or SUV. The time is now. Mike Maroney is pulling out all of the stops so that everyone can get a special deal on a new Chevy, Ford, Buick, or GMC. Depending on which model you choose, you'll get a discount of up to $10,000. Wow, fantastic. 1.9% long-term financing. Payments as low as $299 a month. It's an offer like no other. Again, discount up to $10,000, 1.9% long-term financing, or payments as low as $299 a month. And when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee. So visit them today. Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. For complete details, go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com and tell them your best buddy in the whole wide world, D-Mac, sent you.
listen, the competition has been off the charts this year. Having the Taylor Swift effect is also a positive. Listen, they're both Travis and Taylor are wonderful young people. They seem very happy. She knows great entertainment, and I think that's why she loves NFL football. But I think it's great to have her a part of it. Obviously, it creates a buzz. It creates another group of young fans, particularly young women, that are interested in seeing, why is she going to this game? Why is she interested in this game?
Because there's a dude. That's why she's going to the game, because there's a dude.
We are joined by Jeff Legwall, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Well, Jeff, you're clearly not in Las Vegas, as you're sitting in your kitchen right there. So I don't know. Are you going to the Super Bowl or not?
No, not this year. They decided to keep me in draft mode. So it was Mobile and Indy are on my travel docket. So
you and D-Mac dreaming about quarterbacks
today. Well, are we? We can get there. Well, hold that thought just for a second. ESPN, you, Jeff, did your picks, and it was 64 experts, including yourself. You picked the Chiefs 28-23. You were not alone. The vast majority of the experts, 49 of them, also picked the Chiefs. Tyler is straight up picking the Niners. So let me just start with you, Jeff. And you like it by a pretty close score. So what do you see the advantage of the Chiefs? And just let's get there. Why are you picking the Chiefs?
Well, I think Mahomes is worth 4, I guess, is my thing. I will say, having charted both teams, the past couple weeks and things, but the Chiefs do have a defensive hole the 49ers can go nutty with. They're not very good against zone run. So if the Niners, want to make it kind of a run Super Bowl, I think it would do well for them to make it that kind of game. I think if you leave it in Mahomes' hands at some point, I think he will make you feel the sting.
I mean, for me, first off, admittedly, I'm probably blinded by loyalty, but they've got the best players in the NFL at every single position. I mean, I know you guys don't play Madden. The only reason I do is because my son. But if you turn on Madden, you've got a superstar player at every freaking position on the football field. That's who they are. And we've got the most good players. You should win a football game.
Right, and that's right. If you do them 1 to 30 on the rosters, you're probably saying Niners easily, and the talent quotient. But that guy behind center, he just sort of, I thought it would take at least a long time before we saw anybody who seemed to want to win as much as Brady, and we may already be seeing him, but I don't know. But he's just worth a lot in that environment, in that kind of game. I think his experience does matter there, but yeah, if it's a talent, and the 49ers corners, they're going to need a solution there. Up the front 7 is spectacular, but if they get the corners isolated, if the Chiefs, who haven't been great throwing outside the numbers, if they do get that figured out, I think that's their spot. And the Niners, if they will zone run it and play action, the Chiefs are very vulnerable to that kind of thing. So.
As we're sitting here without a quarterback on this Denver Broncos team, and obviously they do need one, I started thinking about the 49ers a lot, and I'm going to set this up and let you and D-Mac debate it. But
great.
Are the 49ers the best example ever of building a football team and then finding your quarterback? or is it the opposite way around, right? Because, I mean, to me, the 49ers, yeah, they took your philosophy, D-Mac. They tried that philosophy. That didn't work out. But they happened to build a damn good football team and everything worked out around it. Are they actually a good example of building a football team and then worried about the quarterback next?
Tyler, I think it's a good example of managing the cap and the draft and then being able to deal with finding a quarterback, because they did whiff, at least in their own minds. I mean, they got rid of him. They got rid of Trey Lance.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's a whiff because he didn't get to play much, but they considered it a whiff and got rid of him. But they had positioned themselves to do that. They were a draft-built roster. They re-signed their own guys. They managed their cap. I mean, they were way under the cap this year even. The Broncos have not done any of that.
They also made big moves, though, Jeff. I mean,
Yeah,
they
I
made
mean,
a
they
big
got
move for
Trent-
Christian.
No,
They made a big
because
move for Trent Williams.
Right.
They position themselves to make those moves. You have to manage the cap. You've got to manage the draft. You can't just say, we're going to toss picks away and sign people to big money and then get rid of the players. You can't do all of those things. You have to do one or the other. You either got to get rid of the guys or you got to build.
I call
can't
this
sort of
I call this the Jeff Legwell. I was saying earlier, Jeff, every article that you're writing now, because you're being asked to write certain articles. Like it's just like ESPN saying, hey, we're doing this, write that. I just call it the Jeff Legwald victory lap because everything you're clearly being asked to write is like, okay, sure. And you write it from the Broncos' perspective is like, this is why they've screwed things up. And now here's this, which is what you've been saying on this show for a long time. But now it's time to pay the piper, isn't it? And you've just been saying it like, okay, you want to do all this? Well, how about this? You want to get rid of Russ? Well, now this. I mean, that's what it feels like. I don't know if you're taking any kind of satisfaction that you get to do that, but it's kind of been set up in your lap to do it.
I just believe in the information. I just think the Broncos had two paths. You could either commit like crazy to making Russ work after you signed him to the deal, or you could not do the deal. I think they're just trying to walk both sides of the fence. At least if they, until they officially release him, we always have to give the addendum that they haven't done it yet.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, there's no easy solution for this, and I think sometimes we're all kind of wanting to make a list. If the Broncos do these three things, they'll be back. And there's no real easy solution to this one. They've either got to get real fortunate in the draft, the most fortunate ever, in the history of Johnny Unitas was playing semi-pro ball when the Colts found him, and the Patriots drafted Brady in the 6th. Those are the two probably greatest lucky lottery wins in quarterback history. And Brock Purdy, is sort of the latest version of that. And, they need something like that to happen, frankly, to really dig it out, because you're far more flexible if you have a quarterback on a rookie deal. If you're trying to do quarterbacks in free agency, it limits all of your other things in free agency, because that's always going to be the big ticket item.
All right, well, enjoy the draft preparation. We're talking about it every day ourselves. We're just looking at the mocks right now, Jeff, and Bo Nix is popping up left and right towards the Broncos, so I think that'll be an interesting decision to make. Just really quick, are there anything else we should be paying attention to in this draft process? Just get an update from you real quick. Anything else we should be noticing?
There's tons of talent at the no glamour positions. People don't want to talk about. I mean, the linemen were spectacular and at the Senior Bowl. I've been to 20 some of those, and it's the best group of linemen I've seen there.
Okay, real quick then.
That kind of stuff is.
Well, real quick. How expendable then? And I'm not trying to rag on Garrett Bowles here, but if you're saying that depth is so good, does that impact what the Broncos may do with Garrett Bowles?
I think the fact, whatever if they officially do Russell, I think every veteran contract is on the table, because to get under the cap is going to be a lift. It's going to be a heavy lift. They're either going to have to give up, turn prorated signing bonus into real money, or turn signing bonus into money, or to get the cap figures down, or they're going to have to move players out of the way. There's really no other way to. Or they could just keep the problem longer and just start kicking the can down the road with voidable years and all the rest of that stuff, which is what the Saints did during Peyton's tenure there, and they are in huge trouble this year as well against the cap. So, yeah, it's no easy solutions.
Jeff, Tyler said, what's the sign that you're going through a midlife crisis? He's talking about, do you have any?
Mine was a long time ago, so I'd have to think about that.
I was going to ask, what was your midlife crisis?
Is there a late life crisis?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll get back to you on that. But
it's never too late to grow a ponytail, Jeff. All right, we appreciate it.
I'd have to ship hair in, I guess.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Vic's waist size and his pant length size. We'll get to that important question.
I think that's a topic later in the show, by the way. People always talk about regrets of their midlife crisis.
Yeah.
What regrets do you have of not doing during your midlife crisis?
A lot of people that probably would have got divorced. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here, my great friends at Revitalized Health, whom I've been working with for 7 years. Why would I work with them for 7 years? That's a long time. Because they made my body feel better. I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping better than I have in a long, long time, and they're going to do that for you as well. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. Those medical weight loss options are changing lives, so call Revitalized Health if you've gained a few pounds. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Find them online at revitalized-health.com.
All right, we're going to have our guy, Vic Lombardi, in about a half hour. We will have...
Bass. I need bass.
Yeah, my wife's asking me on a date tonight. Look at that.
Well, she said no to tools. She feels bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a little movie night with the wifey wife. Oh, look at that. Look at that, the wife. We have the keyword of the day coming up. Our guys and our friends from Safeway were here. How awesome are they, Tyler?
Fresh foods, local flavors.
They are the absolute best. So a chance for you to win $50 for Safeway for flowers and football on the way as well. Avalanche kind of screwed up last night.
Hot start, got lazy, got smoked.
I thought they were they tied it up because Bednar moved Lekin into the top line with McKinnon and Mikko, and it worked. And they scored 2 goals in 29 seconds. And then you're like, oh, all right, because the Devils suck. And then, this guy, he slips in front of, I'm forgetting his name again, Dan. John Marino, yeah.
Dan?
Slips. I know that's
the only time a
Dan's
Marino's
brother?
produced in February.
Wow. Where's the
Have you checked his kids' birthdays?
Well, okay, wow. All right. Well, that'd be Mrs. Marino.
It's true.
I don't know. That felt stinky to me. It's pretty apparent what I think the Avalanche need, and we'll get to those details in a little bit. Meanwhile, with Super Bowl week, Tyler, got an interesting question for you. If you were what would a win mean for the Chiefs? What would a win mean for the Chiefs? What would that cement them as? And specifically Mahomes.
I don't think it would do anything, quite frankly. I mean, Mahomes, it just puts him one step closer to literally being the greatest quarterback of all time. So that's what he's chasing. The Kansas City Chiefs are a dynasty, so they're already a dynasty. They're going to maintain being a dynasty even if they lose this game. I think it makes them more unbearable. It makes their fans just a bunch of ungrateful sons of you-know-whats that nobody wants to deal with. But I don't think it does anything in terms of the organization, man. I mean, they win or lose this game. They're in a dynasty. That dynasty ain't going anywhere. Patrick Mahomes legitimately is chasing Tom Brady, and I didn't think that could ever happen. I didn't think anybody would ever be able to chase him. Man, what's he in his fifth year, I think, and he's been to the Super Bowl 4 different times? Come on.
4th trip in 5 years.
4th out of 5 years.
Yeah, so what year was he? He was drafted in 2017, 2016? Forgetting where Mahomes went.
6-7 years.
It was Mahomes,
like that.
Deshaun. It was Mitch Trubisky, Deshaun Watson, and Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, you should know.
You
should know this.
I know that one. But I forget what year. I think that was, I want to say 16. Dan's going to save my bacon here in a second. I'll just look it up. All right.
He's got 6 AFC titles. 6.
Okay. Starting a football team tomorrow.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady. Both in their prime. You're starting a team. So you don't get their teams. You're starting a team.
What a dumb question. Mahomes or Brady?
It's the greatest of all time. You tell
I can't mess up. I know that. So I'll take the leftovers.
But who's the best? It's another way to say
Patrick Mahomes is the most talented quarterback of all time. Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time. And I'm going to stay true to the greatest quarterback of all time. I mean, Tom Brady's brain, Mahomes was learned. And that's the scary part about Mahomes is Andy Reid told us throughout the first couple of years, like he had Brett Favre tendencies. He didn't know what a cover 2 was. Like he didn't know how to identify a defense. So, I mean, I'm not going to devalue what Tom Brady has done like that. No, Tom Brady's still the GOAT, although I think Patrick Mahomes is the most talented, and those are very different things.
What does Patrick Mahomes have to do to even pass Tom Brady on that then?
I think it's pretty simple, man. I mean, he's going to be defined by how many rings he gets. And he's going to be in the category of greatest quarterback of all time no matter what. If Mahomes got an injury tomorrow and never played another down of football, he will be discussed in 20 years as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all
I think
time.
he's got to win the 3rd Super Bowl to be in that conversation. But I think it's because there are other quarterbacks who have won 2 Super Bowls. Eli's won 2. Elway's won 2. There's other guys who have won 2. Not a lot. Peyton's won 2. Yep. Mahomes a better quarterback than Peyton?
It's such different styles of play. Yeah. I hate to even answer the questions because, it's seriously like, I'll take any of them. But I know for a coach, it is much easier to coach a Peyton Manning. It is much easier to coach a Tom Brady. And that's part of the reason what makes Andy Reid, in my opinion, the most innovative coach in NFL history. Because he knows how to utilize Patrick Mahomes. You put that dude in the wrong offense, I'm not saying he wouldn't be good. Of course he'd be good. I just don't think it would be as special as it looks right now without the offense that Andy Reid has designed for his specific skill sets. So the safest answer for more coaches would be a Peyton Manning or Tom Brady.
You know what's wild? We're having this conversation, and the guy on the other side is a dude named Brock Purdy. Think about that for a second.
Answering questions about whether he killed JFK.
Yeah, well, because he looks like Lee Harvey Oswald? Who has that question?
So apparently that's a thing on Twitter right now.
That he looks like Lee Harvey
photos
Oswald?
Passing around of him and Lee Harvey Oswald. And some reporter asked, there's photos of you comparing you to Lee Harvey Oswald. How do you feel about that comparison? How do I feel about the comparison? What?
I'll give it. He does kind of look like him.
A little bit.
He does. It's not like he doesn't look like him, but what a weird thing to... do you think he even knows who Lee Harvey Oswald is?
I don't. Because based off his answer, he gave one of those answers that you always give when you don't know what they're talking about. He's like, I don't know.
Brock Purdy.
Would you say I don't? If you knew who if you knew who he was, would you say I don't know or hell no?
I'd say hell no. I'm Brock Purdy, yo. He's roughly the same age as my oldest son. How about that? Oh my God. If my older son knew who
call him a failure. Call your son a failure.
Yeah, he's doing
go
great.
Ahead.
He's
go
doing
ahead.
great.
Do it.
Hey, you ask me who my favorite kid is these days, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Hey, I'll tell you. If my kid knows who Lee Harvey Oswald is, I'd be stunned. I would literally be stunned. I'm going to guess most of our audience doesn't know who Lee Harvey... Dan, be honest.
But did he do it?
No, of course not. What are you, crazy?
Right.
No, it's not even close. Is that even a question? Do you know who Lee... Be honest, Dan.
I love history, so yes.
Grizz is nodding his head yes, too. There's a lot of liars out here.
They know the name. All right, what is he famous for?
Okay, Dan. You asking me?
No.
Dan, what's he famous for?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Who are you asking?
Say it quietly.
Say it.
He doesn't know.
No, I know. Okay. He's suspected of shooting JFK.
Suspected.
Well, you did put it.
Conspiracy.
You did
1 of 4.
Who? All right. As long as we're going down this wormhole for a second, just for a second before we get to the Avs, really quick. Dan, Grizz, Tyler, who shot Lee Harvey Oswald?
Oh, I don't know.
Don't know. Dan.
Grizz said one of the mob guys. I have no idea.
Well, the mob guys shot everybody.
Well,
the mob guys are probably the dudes that hired him.
But that's right. It's a big.
So the mob guys had to cover their tracks, so it makes a lot of sense.
Jack Ruby.
I don't know who that is.
Well, if you want to go down to Lee Harvey Oswald really did it, look into Jack Ruby, and you'll have fun with that.
Did he have a Tommy gun?
No, you don't. No, it was very famous. They were taking Oswald to a police car. They were just doing a perp walk, and it was a couple days after he was arrested. Ruby just came up to him and shot him in the stomach.
What happened to him?
He died in jail.
So he was willing to go to jail to cover the tracks of his boss.
He killed himself in jail.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Look up Jack Ruby.
How in debt do you got to be to somebody to be willing to go to jail for?
I don't know, brother. You can have fun with that one, y'all. You want to look up some weird stuff? Go look up Jack Ruby and have fun. You'll thank me later.
The government hired him anyways.
Look up.
I know.
Okay.
I know. I just didn't know that dude's name.
Well, go look it up. And yeah, Marilyn Monroe had tunnels, so she could go see, JFK.
What has the FBI ever done wrong? CIA, they're shady.
Just watch another Jack Ryan movie, okay?
Okay.
Be done with it.
Yeah.
Here, I know you got time. Here's Jared Bednar on his backup goalie situation.
And then when their opportunity comes, they can jump in and play. So we wouldn't have any young players sitting for us in any position up here when they could be down with the Eagles. So now we have that flexibility to be able to move both guys. And if someone's riding a little hot streak, we can give them a start. So I think it's fluid, and we'll just see how everything goes. But I'd like to give Newman a little bit of an opportunity here because, he's played okay for us in the Met so far.
All right. Big deal or not a big deal? Big deal, quick version of big deal, no big deal. Backup goalie situation for the Avalanche. Big deal or no big deal? Thank you, Dan.
I think it's a big deal. Yeah. I mean, it's important. It's not like they don't play. It's an important deal. Big deal.
Dan, big deal or not a big deal?
Guys, remind me what happened in the 2022 Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, yeah.
Did Darcy Kemper play in every game?
Sure didn't. In fact, it was Francouz who basically won them.
Western Conference Finals.
That's right. That's right.
So, yeah, it's a huge deal.
Huge deal. I think it's a big deal, too. I'm with you guys. I'm asking the question. You may say I don't think so. Yeah, I think they've got to make a move. And I don't think Prosvetov is the guy, and I don't think Eustace, who's a nice guy. I don't think he's the guy either.
This is easy. Get the teacher dude. Get that dude back. Get the E-mob.
The E-bug?
The E-bug. Get the teacher E-bug. Get the teacher E-bug. Why is it called an E-bug? Emergency backup goaltender. Oh, that doesn't even make sense.
By the way, they had an E-bug.
See how I did that? Yeah.
On their practice Sunday before they went on the road trip to New York, they had an E-bug practicing with the team.
What's he do for a living?
He got shelled. I mean, it was unbelievable.
I mean, come on. He got shelled like that's breaking news? The E-bug got shelled?
Dude, it was psychotic because they had a pretty intense practice on Sunday. And I'm just like, oh, my God, this guy. I'm like, wait a second. Who is that guy? And it's because Georgie was in Toronto and he just met him in New York. He didn't come back to Colorado to go to New York. So they just brought up the E-bug just to get, he was getting drilled.
The E-bug is one of the greatest concepts in professional sports. It's one of the greatest concepts ever.
I was watching the Avs score goal after goal after goal on this goalie, and I'm just like, wait.
This dude sucks. They paid this dude? Wait, does the E-bug get paid?
Yeah,
Hold on, seriously, does E-bug get paid? He's got to.
He's got to. I mean, he's showing up.
What's an E-bug salary?
That's a great question.
Talking about greatest jobs of all time.
They got an E-bug at every game, and they do use him sometimes in practice. It does happen sometimes like it did the other day. So
what's the E-bug salary?
I don't know.
Over or under $200K?
Way under. Way under.
Way under?
I was thinking like $200.
He's employed by a professional sporting team.
Yeah. Maybe $200 a game. Maybe.
No way. No freaking way.
If it's more than $200 a game, I'll be shocked. I'll be $200,000. No way.
I don't know, dude.
No way.
Practice squad guys making that.
This is so far below practice squad.
Dude, this is a vital player in the organization.
No, it's not.
Stop.
It's not.
Stop diminishing the importance of this role.
It's literally the lowest thing you could possibly be and still be somewhat of a team.
Not true. You could not be an E-bug, and then you would not be important. But an E-bug is important.
But there's a lowest rung of all ladders. That's it.
Well, the E-mob's more important.
Dan, do you have an answer to that question?
Well, this says, so somebody poses a question, do E-bugs get paid if they play? The answer is it's a one-day contract called an amateur tryout agreement. If you prorated the minimum NHL salary for 1 day's work, it would come to over $2,000. But
you got to
E-bugs receive no payment at all.
Well, that's a terrible job. Who would take that job?
So wait a second. That dude went to practice on Sunday, got shelled for the better part of an hour, and got nothing?
No. There's laws against this. There's laws against this sort of thing.
He got paid nothing just to take 1,000 pucks off the face.
mean, how hard can it be to be a goaltender, anyways?
Well, I think
put those big old pads in the way, do the splits and stuff.
Dude.
Do yoga every night.
We got to see. So they get paid nothing for being at the game. They get a ticket to the game. They get to watch the game.
Yeah, I bet you they get comped a meal at the arena.
Okay. We have Let's Football
Do they have
Go
to buy their ticket?
and Vic Lombardi. It's always so sad at the end of the game. Because I see the E-Bug after every Avs game. Because he's got the pads. He's got his hockey bag. He dresses up in a suit. Oh, not tonight. Not tonight again.
Gotta go back to my janitor job.
All right, it's Let's Football Go coming up next. All right, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, when you get to your mid-30s or so, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone. All right, not good. Maybe the libido ain't what it used to be. Put on some weight. You're just not seeing those gains even if you're going to the gym. You're a little bummed out. Okay, listen, it just might be about low T. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. It's 10 questions, so this is very simple to do. Yes or no, takes about 2 minutes. Go from there. If you schedule a consult, they'll draw your blood, results in 30 minutes. You'll meet with a licensed medical provider, get the results, get together. The cost of the appointment is only $99. You get a consult, a T and PSA test. If you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. I've been over there. There's 5 locations, so it's easy to find. But, man, it helps for sure. And I enjoyed my time over there, no doubt about it. The program has worked for thousands of men in Colorado. So give them a holler, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I mean, Mountain High Appliance is amazing. Go to mountainhighappliance.com. They have the best. They offer every major appliance line and brand with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Are you kidding me? mountainhighappliance.com. It's time for Flowers and Football, brought to you by Safeway. It was great seeing the folks here in the building from Safeway today. They're amazing. And Safeway is your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guac and queso. Come on now. And don't forget the Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, chocolate dip strawberries, and more. Shop your event must-haves at Safeway.com. Today's keyword is perfume. Text perfume. Do you know how to spell perfume? There you go. P-E-R-F-U-M-E. Your first and last name. Text perfume and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Once you do that, you'll be entered for today's $50 gift card prize, as well as Friday's $250 gift card, thanks to Safeway. First up, Dan Bud Tanner.
All right, it is the 8-year anniversary of Tyler, Peyton Manning, Von Miller, some dude named DeMarcus Ware that D-Mac's never heard of, winning Super Bowl 50.
I hear he's famous.
But let's go to the field after the win. This is Peyton Manning talking to Tracy Wolfson, his last ever on-field interview in a Broncos uniform.
Okay.
Peyton, this feeling right now, your second Super Bowl, but what a season it was for you to get this win today. What does that mean?
Well, it's very special, Tracy. This game was much like this season has been. It really tested our toughness, our resilience, our unselfishness, and so it's only fitting it kind of turned out that way. And great bunch of teammates, great bunch of guys I got to play with, and I just feel very, very grateful.
You mentioned this season, but does this win make you think about all the seasons you've had and just all the successes and what a career it's been? Do you reflect on that right now at this moment?
Sure, you certainly do. You know, on the bus rides, and of course you get asked a lot of questions, and you reflect on all the coaches and family members and friends that have helped you get to a Super Bowl, get to this point. So I'm very grateful. I've taken the time to call those people, tell them how much I appreciate their support, and obviously it's very special to cap it off with a Super Bowl championship.
Oh, what do you think about that when you hear that?
You know what I was honestly thinking about there? Peyton Manning is going down as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it on every single commercial on TV. You can't watch TV for less than 5 minutes.
He's there.
Mahomes has already tripled what Peyton Manning did in his career.
It's crazy.
Tripled it. And we're sitting there talking about who is this guy? It's unreal how easy it's been for him. Anyways, going back to Peyton, man. You know, that year was weird. It was an emotional year for him. It was an emotional year for everybody. You win a Super Bowl, but it was just things didn't quite feel right for a lot of people, including Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
I just know what it was like for me, man. I mean, honestly, I was in my 8th year, and I was ready to retire, quite frankly. I really was. I got cut by Atlanta, and I was going to retire. And then I got a call from John Elway. He's like, hey, you want to come back and play for the Broncos? And I was like, sure, yeah. But my point of saying that is I was kind of in DGAF mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was in my career.
Right.
I don't really care about much. The first time I got in that huddle with Peyton Manning, man, I was peeing down my pants. I was. I was shaking in my cleats. I felt like a rookie again. Like that's what that presence was of Peyton Manning. And to be able to be a part of Peyton Manning's story, I'm not a part of it. I joke about being a part of it. I'm not a part of it. But, just to have a memory in common with Peyton Manning, that he says hello to me when I run into him, that, our kids know each other, all that stuff. It's a fairy tale, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is there anything in any of your group texts or threads, that sort of thing, on this day, on this anniversary?
Haven't heard from anyone.
All right, next story, Dan.
Seriously. I texted with 2 guys last night, actually.
Close group right there.
Yeah. No, I've heard from them, just not about this.
Okay. Dan, yes.
All right, fellas. So Dan Quinn was hired as the new head coach of the Washington Commanders, leaving their defensive coordinator position open for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, Rex Ryan has interviewed for the vacant defensive coordinator position with the Cowboys. They're searching for a new D coordinator after Dan Quinn left. Ryan has worked in media since he was fired as the head coach of the Bills back in 2016. And if you guys remember last season, after the 70-point game given up to the Dolphins, Rex Ryan said he could come into the Broncos and fix that defense in 1 week. What do you guys think about him?
They were supposed to be number one if he was there. Remember that?
Right.
He wanted that job. I know that.
You know what I was thinking about?
Not really, no. Midlife crisis again? Pant size?
So cancel culture got rid of unpaid interns.
That did happen, yes.
Who's looking out for the e-bug?
You're obsessed with the damn e-bug.
Dude's taking 1,000 slap shots to the face.
You know,
and that dude's unpaid.
Hey,
huh?
Here's what we gotta do.
Where's cancel culture looking out for the e-bug?
Here's what we gotta do, Dan. We gotta have Tyler go to an Avs game with the e-bug.
Can I be the e-bug?
You know, they wouldn't know the difference. I mean, I think that would be amazing if you met the dude's just a dude. If there's a couple guys, I believe it's just a dude. I'm sure we could set it up. All right, let me ask you something. Would you be willing to spend a night with the e-bug when he goes through his job?
Sure.
Dan,
let's
what
go.
do you think?
I'm in.
Think we can set that up?
Yes, absolutely.
Tyler with the e-bug.
Could you be the e-bug?
No,
Could we make that happen?
No, he can't be the e-bug.
Why not? They don't have to pay him.
Dude, I can skate. Forwards.
D-Mac, there's a commercial where a walrus is playing in net.
No.
You don't think Tyler could strap on some skates?
The entire point of what I would do is to prove that I'm better than the e-bug.
At what?
Goaltending. I can put on big pads.
Listen, we can all carry a hockey bag with pads around to Ball Arena and back. We can all do that, which essentially is what the e-bug does night after night.
As long as he doesn't put me through his stretching routine.
But listen, you know what? Dan, let's put a mission. Let's find out who the e-bug is. Let's get him on the phone. Let's see if Tyler can mentor with the e-bug. I mean, and you could be an e-bug for the day.
I feel like,
dude, I'll tell you this:
I feel like nobody's looking after the e-bug in society.
Oh, you don't want to be the e-bug in an Avs practice. I'll guarantee you that.
That's what I'm telling you. You can't have an unpaid intern, but you could have a dude that's unpaid go take 1,000 slap shots to the face.
He's a real goalie, and most of these e-bugs are like Division I college goaltenders, dude. They're real hockey players.
I'm going to start a union for the e-bug.
Well, you should, because they don't got one. Was there a story there?
Something about Rex Ryan's feet.
What's the question?
There's something about Rex Ryan's feet.
Well, here's my question. A couple of questions here for you guys. After the Miami game, how would you evaluate Vance Joseph's job he did after the Miami game?
He was on life support. I know that for a fact.
And would you prefer to have a Rex Ryan-led defense or a Vance Joseph-led defense for next season?
The one thing, like when we talked to Jeff Legwald about how, and we've had this conversation, how do you get to the promised land? Consistency. I'm almost cursed, some form of consistency. So, no. Tyler, you've got to commit to some of these guys and stick with it, man. You can't be changing everything left and right.
You know, Vance Joseph is still here, but I'm actually a little bit surprised. Obviously, he turned things around, but if you think about how long it took for him to get hired, and was he really Sean Payton's guy? Did he settle on Vance Joseph? Was he the last dude that was available? And then to have that, it's hard to get. I have a hard time getting Jaden Daniels' first games of the year out of my mind. It's hard to get those games out of your mind when you're head coach. Even if you do turn things around, it's hard to truly trust a guy when something like that happens. So, I don't know. Rex Ryan is interesting. I think it's fascinating how he hasn't been able to find a job, because if you go back and look at his defenses, that dude flat out kicked butt. He kicked butt.
Yeah,
I mean, he was top 10 in everything just about every single year except for the Buffalo years, and I know those were his most recent stint.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the dude, his entire career had a top 10 defense.
I think he's got that, the Tebow type of thing. Like, he's such a big personality. Like, Fangio is nothing. He's a dreary old man.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Who just melds into the background. Rex comes in that with that 1,001.
What head coach wants Rex behind him?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I even think for Dan Quinn, having Kingsbury there is kind of interesting, because I think Cliff gets a lot of attention too, but not like Rex Ryan. So
Dan's a weird one, though, man. He's not afraid of that stuff.
Okay.
He's not.
Okay. You talked to Dan Quinn recently?
I shot him a text. He didn't respond, but I did shoot him a text.
Okay. Just checking. Just never know. All right. Hey.
He offered me a job.
I know.
I said no. He ain't offering again, pal. I'll tell you that much.
All right. Next story, bud.
All right, lastly, fellas, we heard rumors as to why a guy like Bill Belichick didn't get hired by, let's say, the Atlanta Falcons.
What do you mean, a guy like Bill Belichick?
Guys
There's been
like
so
Bill
many
Belichick.
of them.
I mean, let's compare them.
Who else is like Bill
Pete
Belichick?
Carroll didn't get a
down the long
job.
list.
There was a bunch of big names that
all
didn't
right.
get jobs.
So old guys.
Yeah, all the older guys.
What happened to the old guys who didn't get jobs?
You know, in Atlanta, it
Ageism
was
and e-bugs.
It was Bill they didn't want to give Bill full control. So there was a legitimate reason, at least.
Yeah.
When it comes to Mike Vrabel, a lot of people were surprised he didn't get a job. And according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, a certain anonymous NFL general manager floated out the theory that Mike Vrabel is such a large man that it can be very intimidating to people in an organization. Rossini said she laughed at the comment, but the GM said it could be a real thing. The GM said, "I've been in rooms and somebody's physical presence can make a difference," close quote. So he's too large of a man.
But they think he's
get
going
a
to beat
job.
the hell out of him? I mean, is that what they're afraid of? They think he's going to beat the crap out of him?
That's a weird one, but I'll give you this.
So
I was surprised he got fired, and I was surprised he didn't even come close for a job. So there's got to be something about Vrabel behind the scenes that's off-putting. I don't know what else to say.
Well, they're saying he's an egomaniac.
Well,
He's
there
an
you go.
NFL head coach. Find me one that's not. Like I could name about two that I've ever been around that were not absolute egomaniacs.
Was Hackett an
Dan Quinn's
egomaniac?
one.
No, Hackett was not an egomaniac. Hackett was goofy, man. Hackett wasn't like a bad human being. He
You
was
know
just
who's actually an
ill-equipped for the
egomaniac? Oh, what? I don't want to get
What?
Pete Carroll's a bit of an egomaniac.
Yeah, okay.
Even though he's got the total personality that I'm the opposite of it,
Yeah.
he is.
Oh, okay.
Like you don't get to that point in your life without being an egomaniac. So I don't even know what the story means unless he pulled the Tom Cable and punched his head coach in the face, assistant coach in the face. I don't know.
Well, I think it's like how you're an egomaniac. Are you like? I think Jim Harbaugh is probably an egomaniac, but I think he goes about it in terms of just being very decisive for what he wants to do. He's not a jerk. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're a jerk to other people. You're off-putting. You can be an egomaniac and still be a nice person. You don't have to be a bully as an egomaniac.
I think it's tough. I really do. I think that's part of what got you to where you are, your lack of care for other people's opinion.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how the story goes, but are you nice to the support staff, to the people that you don't oversee, just the people in general? Are you just a good person?
I guess part of what I'm struggling with this storyline is Vrabel does seem like he seems like he was like the one dude to come out of the Patriots, and I know he didn't coach there, he played there, but it seems like the one dude that seemed like he had a personality.
I guess he's a jerk. I don't know. I mean, that's what the story's saying.
Well, somebody said it, so it's got to be true.
Hey, what's going on with EB these days? Because wasn't he? I think the story yesterday is he was kind of schmoozing around the Chiefs.
He spoke to the team.
Yeah,
pretty unusual.
Yeah,
you got an outsider speaking to your team that was
Right.
coaching in the NFL this year at the Super Bowl. I mean, yeah, he's probably looking for his job back.
Probably looking for his job back. Probably was.
I mean, Dan Quinn did just announce that he won't be. I think the way he phrased
Yeah.
it is, we will not be working together.
Correct. Right. Do you think EB ends up back with the Chiefs in some form or fashion?
No.
No, really.
I got a conspiracy theory on it that I don't really feel like going into. But
Great radio.
Yeah. Well, because somebody will yell at me about it. And,
All right, then forget it.
You,
Don't
you-
worry
you- you
about
know
it.
how these things go.
All right.
I think Andy Reid has done everything in his power to help him get another job.
And it just didn't work out so far.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Well, you want to just leave it there?
But I said to get another job.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Are you reading between the lines here, Dan? Because I'm lost. It's like I'm reading something backwards. But it's okay. You're just smiling. I should just go to break, shouldn't I? Just go to.
You already figured it out. Like, what are you talking about?
What are the odds we even talk to Vic at this point?
Has he hit the sauna yet?
I don't know, man. Did he get all of his crunches in? I mean, the box. Did he get his box squat jumps in, or what's he doing? Are we stretching now? Is hot yoga time? What is Vic Lombardi actually doing in Vegas?
Says he doesn't gamble.
Uh-huh.
He's not there to report on anything.
Said the weather's lousy. It's 40-something degrees, so he's not playing golf.
No. I don't know.
You got he's busy? Dan?
Blue Man show.
You think he's taking it a matinee of the Blue Man show?
Yeah.
Little 1 o'clock with the blue hairs of the Blue Man?
Yeah. I think he'd like it.
Do you know there actually is an afternoon cat show? I swear to God, there's a guy who has trained cats. I've seen him 3 times. It's unreal. And he has a show like 3 times a day, and it's in the middle of the afternoon. It's near the Venetian.
That guy probably has killed little kids in his backyard.
No way.
He's probably got bodies in his backyard.
We have breaking NBA news. And Vic, and I'll tell you how I got my phone stolen at the Super Bowl. Somebody remembered on the text line. That's coming up next. Yeah, it's funny being in shape, being out of shape. Oh boy, I've yo-yoed my whole life, up and down. And, there was a time I just stopped getting on the scale. Just, I'm doing okay. I'm fine. And then, eventually you step on it and you're like, oh my Lord, what happened there? And that's the beginning process. But with Soto weight loss, it has been quick and it's been easy. 25 pounds of fat, Gonski, dropped it. 3.2 pounds for myself lost per week over the past couple of months. And guys lose between 3 to 5 pounds a week typically. So we have a program here with Soto Weight Loss. If I could pull it off, you can't do it? Of course you can. Go to sotaweightloss.com. You see the before and afters. It's like, all right, I could see myself there. You see the testimonials, thousands of them. And this is a program that's easy. I have a nutritionist, Amanda, that I work with. They take care of me. They'll take care of you. And then, couple months, 2-3 months down the road, new person. 800-555-6521. SotoWeightLoss.com. Soto Weight Loss, state of the art.
Barton throws it off over to Joker. He's triple teamed. Out of it to Monte for three. Got it! Big game Tay puts the Nuggets up by a nickel. 48 seconds to go on a Denver 7-0 run.
We have breaking NBA news. Vic Lombardi joining us from Las Vegas, thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. So, Vic, we'll get to Super Bowl stuff here, but just a reaction quickly. The Detroit Pistons, according to Shams, that guy. Monte Morris is going to the Timberwolves. We did bring this up earlier in the show, like, okay, if this happens, are you okay if the Nuggets don't do anything, which it seems like they're not? So, Vic, just your reaction on this quickly with Monte going to the Wolves. 4 teams are tied for first place in the West right now. No big deal. Big deal. Nuggets missed out. No big deal for the Nuggets. What do you think?
There's nothing the Nuggets really could do about that. Yes. Is it a big deal? Yes, because it makes Minnesota better. Yes, Minnesota now needed badly a backup point guard because when Mike Conley's not healthy, their offense goes to schnizzle, and they're not the same team. Monte Morris is a seasoned vet who's going to bring some calm and going to bring some poise off the bench for them. Does it hurt, especially in being a beloved former Nugget who's actually there for the NBA Finals to watch the Nuggets win it last year? Yes, it hurts. It sucks. It's like seeing your son go play for your arch rival in college. It sucks, but what are you going to do?
But then you start rooting for your arch rival. That's what you do.
Well,
most time.
Yeah, I mean, if blood is thicker than water. I've always agreed with that, Tyler. If your kid played for Nebraska, you would wear Nebraska gear. You would.
Yeah.
Guarantee you would.
Yeah. Have you checked in with Kyle Turley? How's Joe Namath doing out there? What's going on in Media Row?
I haven't seen any fur jackets. I look for the fur jackets when I look for Joe. I haven't seen them yet. Tomorrow night, we're going to go to the NFL Honors and go to the red carpet, and I'm sure we'll see all of the above. That'll be a better report card.
Talk to us about your day today. Did you get to talk with Christian?
We're on our way there now, as a matter of fact. They have a late afternoon press conference. The Chiefs did this morning, and the Niners doing late this afternoon. So we're going to go visit with Christian McCaffrey and company as we speak. The morning session was just us sitting next to the Pat McAfee setup over there, which is elaborate, detailed, and millions of dollars. Our setup consisted of Jesse Trujillo, one computer, and 3 boxes of miniature Apple Jacks that he brought for breakfast.
Did you go to the media party last night?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was at the Grand Prix of Las Vegas where they held that Formula One when they were here. And so they left the whole thing there. It's like a big cruise ship that they left in the middle of town, and they used all 3 levels, and it was pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of people. I didn't stay too long, though, because I ate, got out of there, drank a little bit. You know, I am not the partier like you are, D-Mac. I don't sit around.
You are not. I know. The Las Vegas is wasted on you, Vic. I don't know what to say.
It is. I mean, I was in bed last night by 9:30. Couldn't be happier.
That is pathetic. All right. So what did you see there? Well, give us a story. What is it? Buzz? We had Joe Buck saying that Las Vegas is terrible, and
does it feel bigger? Does it feel brighter? Does it feel different?
No, Las Vegas is Las Vegas. There's nothing that can make Las Vegas look bigger or brighter.
No. I'm talking about the Super Bowl. Does it feel bigger, brighter because it's in Las Vegas?
The inverse of that is true as well. There's nothing that makes the Super Bowl look bigger or brighter. The Super Bowl is a Super Bowl. It's the biggest event in American pro sports. You could put it anywhere and it would look huge. Well, Las Vegas is the biggest entertainment city in the United States.
Period.
You could put it anywhere, and so they both work the same way. There's nothing different about having the Super Bowl here. Nothing, except the fact that we're driving by an In-N-Out burger right now.
Have you been ran over by any Swifties yet?
Dude, I was going to bring that up. So McAfee was doing his show, and people, they like get in line and try and get in the background so they could be seen on camera. And these 2 dudes show up with these jackets, these sequin jackets that read, the NFL is Taylor Swift. And it read exactly that. So they're just sitting there waiting to get on camera. That was the funniest part of the morning.
That's great stuff. Okay, everybody seems to have I knew Christian McCaffrey win. Give us your I knew Christian when he was a 5-year-old or whatever your best Christian McCaffrey story is.
I knew Chris McCaffrey when working for Channel 4. We did the Ed McCaffrey show, and sometimes we would actually go to his house to tape it, and his kids were always in the way, and Christian was one of them, always making noise to the point where I was like, can you shut your kids up so we can get this interview done?
All right, so does Christian know who you are?
I have no idea. We'll soon find out today. We'll find out.
That's so true, though, about everybody's got a story, and it's not just in media. Like, I was picking up my son up from practice the other day, and some random parent was like, you know what? Like, are you going to watch the Super Bowl? Yeah, I'm going to watch the Super Bowl. Like, I actually gave piano lessons to Christian when he was a little kid.
Wasn't Grizz a teammate of Christian's? So, Grizz, you think Christian would know who you are? Grizz is like, no doubt.
Yes,
no doubt he would.
Christian, he's very good with it. Yeah, if he was teammates, he knows who he is.
You think so?
Yes.
But you didn't have a beard, Grizz, back in. You
Actually,
did?
I'm not going to lie.
Grizz has his number.
Ask me to name 10 high school teammates. I couldn't do it.
Wait a second. Vic, look at this. Grizz, you've got Christian's number. If you sent Christian a text, would you hear back from him within 24 hours? No,
Saying not during Super Bowl week.
Not now. Okay. So Vic,
You know
what
we should do?
Yeah.
I should time it while I'm interviewing Christian. We should have Josh just irritatingly.
That would
call
be
him.
freaking hilarious. That would be hilarious.
You should. All right. Here's what you should do. Grizz, send Vic a picture of yourself, and Vic, you just go up to Christian and go, you played with them at Valor. Who is it?
Name him.
Perfect.
Oh, that's a great idea. So, Grizz, give me two versions. Give me you with your facial hair and you with no facial hair, so he may never recognize
Yeah,
you with
but
facial hair.
it's got to be now Grizz. Facial hair or not, it can't be high school Grizz. It's got to be now Grizz. Right,
I
Vic?
love that idea. I love it. I'll say, do you know this man? And that's it.
Well, no. I think it's better if you say you played high school football with them. Who is he?
Great. I will say that.
I don't know. That's giving a few outs. Now it's jarring his memory.
But
bank.
that's the funny part of it. The closer, if you just say, who is this guy, whatever. No. Tell him you played high school football with him. Who is he?
No, give him clues. Like, first start with just who is this, then you played high school football with him.
All right, we'll figure it out. Vic will figure it out.
I'll say, Christian, this man pictured here calls himself the greatest Valor high school football player ever produced. Do you know him?
Oh, wait, we have something to look forward to. Grizz, are you sending the pictures to Vic? He's going right now.
Send him.
All
right, good. I got
you, Vic.
it.
We'll talk
Thank
to
you,
you.
guys.
There you go. See, now we got something interesting. to
I
look
mean,
forward
they
to.
are good friends because Grizz has as much money as Christian. So
Well, ain't no doubt about that. Roberto Ibarra just won the $50 to Safeway. Thank you, Roberto. We have some fun to look forward to, Vic, with you, Grizz. It's always tricky when you say, I know that guy. I know him. Well, do you? We'll see. I got his number. Okay.
How about them apples?
How about them apples? Oh, my God. If he says, oh, yeah, Josh, of course. Dude, Josh, would you be doing
best day of his life.
Are you kidding me? Nate.
We got the E-Birds coming in next.
I'm sorry, what's that?
The emergency backup radio talent.
Oh, Nate Nandy?
Coming up next.
Thanks to Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. E-Bugs. Nate
E-Birds.
Nandy?
E-Birds.
They're coming up next.
I felt targeted. I took it a little personally.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
That is it. Avalanche lose to the Devils 5-3. And through 2 games on the 6-game road trip, Mark Rycroft, they only have 1 point. Not without it, lack of effort. Goals from Cale Makar and Sam Girard tied up in the third, but it just wasn't enough.
Makar and Samuel Girard.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, it is Nate and Andy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're with you until 6 today. We have a full radio show. We have much to do with you today here on this program. We'll check in with our buddy Nick Kosmider. We'll check in with Vic Lombardi from Las Vegas, Radio Row, find out what's going on ahead of Super Bowl 58. That's right, we live in a world where we're having a Super Bowl 58, Andy.
Well, there's that. So there's a lot of wild
Were you
things.
disputing my facts on 58?
How dare you with 58?
No,
it's
I
only
disagree.
50. Well, actually, if you go back to the original AFL days,
learn your Roman numerals.
It's actually
Dumbo.
75, you jerk. No, it is wild. I've heard Vic kind of point this out. I ponder it as I sit in traffic sometimes.
Okay.
Is what I was doing today. So you've got a Super Bowl. First off, 58 is wild. Like the Broncos' first Super Bowl, I remember them going to, I want to say it was 23 or 22.
Think about it this way.
To 58.
The Broncos played in Super Bowl 50.
Right.
And that was their last playoff game.
And that was the last good time we had.
Now.
That was the last party any Bronco fan really threw.
We're going into Super Bowl 58.
Yeah, with no end in sight.
Ugh.
And the Chiefs are dominant. God damn, I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes today.
Yeah, he's good.
And I'm going, you young. We got 10 more years of this guy minimum.
Yeah.
It's unreal. But no, how about the fact that they've got a Super Bowl in Vegas, which I never thought I'd see. And Vic was talking about some of the largest, those stanchions, the big setups that everybody sees belong to FanDuel and DraftKings and Bally's. Not only are we allowed gambling, the gamblers have put their own sports networks together, and they're dominating the presence out there at Radio Row. It's crazy.
It's almost like the NFL figured out, if we just get in bed with this thing, we'll all get even richer.
We like money.
Yes.
They're going to find a way to tie Taylor Swift into this somehow, right? She's making them money. Everybody can be mad about her all they want. She is making them oodles of money.
Isn't she already tied into them? Like it's already happened. I don't think there's anything to figure out.
She's turned down the halftime show a number of times.
Well, sure. Yeah, she doesn't.
She's like, I don't need your piddly. My catalogs are already dominating everything. I don't need to show up on your halftime show.
That's for Usher, okay?
Yeah. Go get Paul McCartney out of retirement. He's one of the Beatles. I don't care. I'm richer than he is. Well,
She doesn't.
Your life must be good.
She doesn't need any of that stuff. No. We got a lot to do though. We're
Do
going to
we?
talk to Cosmider.
I'm
We're going to
glad
talk
you
to Vic.
feel so.
We do. I have a ton of good stuff today. I'm excited about this radio show, Andy.
We get to stay a whole 3 hours.
We got a
What do you
whole
know?
3 hours, and I maybe have 3 hours worth of content, so I'm very excited about it. But we begin today with the NBA. And a move made. So we had heard the rumors of Monte Morris, who was not a part of the rotation or the plans or anything with the Detroit Pistons, that he could be eventually a part of a buyout situation. Well, it turns out today the Minnesota Timberwolves, they swing a trade to add Monte Morris to bring him off the bench to be their backup point guard. Tim Connolly goes and gets his guy. He loved him some Monte, and he reacquires him to help out their backcourt depth and be behind Mike Conley and Ant and everybody in that backcourt. And Minnesota gets Monte Morris. Andy, I'll do the Chauncey Billups thing. Okay, love Monte.
Yes.
He's not what this team needed.
Okay.
And while I would have, nobody would have been mad if Monte Morris was back on the Denver Nuggets, right? Nobody would have been. But Does Monte Morris solve any problems for the Nuggets?
No, but how about I'm going to ask you this question.
Okay.
I get it. You're right. We all love a good reunion. We all love getting one of our guys back.
Sure.
But no, they don't need him. I do wish, though, the destination was not Minnesota.
Yeah.
I would have.
It's almost like Tim Connolly knows.
Right.
This is a guy that could help me beat the Denver Nuggets.
I almost wish you would have got him to prevent him from going to Minnesota. Do you know what I'm saying?
The preventative measure. Mm-hmm. No, I know what you're saying. The problem is okay, if the Nuggets are going to do something by tomorrow's deadline, what I would like them to do is there's a specific issue that I think needs to get addressed in the playoff rotation of this team, and that is a bigger guard to play on the second unit with Jamal Murray, who can do a better job and has more versatility defensively than Reggie Jackson does. That would be the thing that I would say you would need to upgrade here at the moment. For example, last year, Bruce Brown, who is probably a wash with Reggie offensively, but defensively, like Bruce could damn near guard 1 through 4. I mean, that's just how special that player was, and that was why he got the massive contract and everything else like that. Now, he didn't live up to the massive contract because it turns out Bruce Brown was perfect just being Bruce Brown, and Indiana wanted him to be something else. It didn't work out. They trade him. But Bruce was a guy that could handle the ball, and you could have Jamal play off ball, and then Bruce could defend really 1 through 3, but if you needed to, you could put him on a power forward if you had to. Like, that's just the kind of versatility that he had. With Reggie, you have a I'm not going to say very good, but a good offensive player, and also a guy who's been a good offensive player numerous times in the postseason. The limitations with Reggie, and we have seen Reggie and Jamal's minutes played together not necessarily be great, but the thing you would like is a bigger guard to play along with Jamal with the second unit that would take some pressure off of Jamal Murray defensively. Monte Morris wouldn't have done any of that. Now, we've seen reports of DeLon Wright being linked to the Nuggets at 6'5". Like, he's got a little bit more of that length. Maybe he could be the kind of guy that would do that. Yeah, that would be the sort of move that I would like them to see. But really, to me, it's like this is the simplest way I can break it all down, Andy, is look at last year's 8-man rotation that went 16-4 and won an NBA championship, compared to how it's different this year, and say, okay, where are our shortcomings? And I would say perimeter defense with the second unit, even with as great as Peyton Watson is, you need another guard who can keep an opposing point guard out of the paint. And right now, I don't think they have that.
But do you think they're looking to add it? Michael Malone has been pretty, and I know you heard the interview today on Dempsey and Company.
Yeah.
He seems like he's letting us all know we're standing pat.
Yeah, let's listen to this. Is from Michael Malone earlier today, talking to Chris Dempsey and Raj, and this is him talking about what he views for this team going into the deadline.
Yeah, I don't anticipate a lot happening. Obviously, I've had conversations with Calvin Booth, our general manager. You know what you have in your starting five. We're trying to develop some young players off the bench. Look at the progress of a guy like Peyton Watson, who didn't play last year. In the last 2 games against Portland in the fourth quarter, Peyton's been amazing. Christian Brown's coming off of one of his best games of the season against Portland. And then you always have to listen, right? The phone's going to ring. You always have to be responsible to listen, to see what's out there. But I think I speak for everybody over here. We like our group. We know what we're capable of. We feel we can beat any team in a playoff series, but you have to do your due diligence and always be willing. If there's something that comes along that can make you better, you have to listen to it. But we're not a team right now that is burning up the phone lines, actively looking to make changes. We like our group. We like our locker room. We like our culture. We like our camaraderie and our chemistry. And again, I think Calvin will take phone calls, but I'd expect us to be the same team once that trade deadline is over tomorrow.
Okay, number one, that's exactly what you should say when you're the NBA champions and you're going into the trade deadline. Like that.
And you're the coach.
Yeah, as a part of like a strategic communicator right there, like that's perfectly said from Michael Malone. And then number two on that is there's also a lot of truth in what he is saying right there. Bruce Brown is now Reggie. Okay? Christian Brown is still Christian Brown, and he really hasn't gotten that appreciably better. and Jeff Green is Peyton Watson. Now, Peyton Watson is excellent defensively, and I think he is an upgrade over Jeff Green, although he lacks some size, and he's going to be a rookie playing in his first, I say rookie, second-year player, but for all intents and purposes, he's a rookie. He's going to be playing in his first postseason, and the postseason is rough on rookies.
Yes.
It's
you find out that it's all new, right?
Yeah.
Did Peyton didn't get any real playoff minutes
a little
last year,
garbage
right?
time.
Yeah.
No, but and Christian Brown can talk to him about this, but it's like, number one, you will get no whistles, kid.
Right.
And
Yes.
that's going to be a part of your life when you get to the postseason. The physicality is absolutely going to ramp up. You will always be playing against premier competition with every opponent having shrunk their rotation. And every guy, and this sounds ridiculous to say, but there's 82 regular season games. When they get to the playoffs, every dude on the floor plays 100% as hard as they possibly can every minute that they're on the floor. And that's different. And that's something he's going to have to adjust to. And he'll have to have a little bit of a learning experience. Quite frankly, I would advise Nuggets fans, prepare for a slightly inconsistent postseason out of Peyton Watson. I'm not saying that he's going to be bad. What I'm saying is he's going to have moments where he looks like a rookie.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things we have to be prepared for, and I think Nuggets fans are by and large.
Mm-hmm.
First off, it won't be as easy as last year, no matter how long it goes. It
No,
just won't be. That was a dominant performance.
They will lose more than 4 games.
They will. You may have to sweat a game 7,
Mm-hmm.
right? You may have to sweat more than 1-2-2 tie in a series.
Yeah.
And Christian Brown was quite the anomaly last year because normally a rookie doesn't turn into something better come the postseason.
Right.
That was incredible. And unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is, he's fallen back a bit, right? He's not been as offensively consistent in the regular season as he was that last playoff run. I think they'd all like it if he'd find that again. I think that's why Coach Malone keeps saying, play better. What can he play better?
Yeah.
So I just, I don't know. Look, I really love Christian Brown. You know that.
Sure. You should.
I do think he needs to get back to the level he was last year. And I'm hoping we saw a spark of it the other night.
Yeah, he played really well the other night.
Yeah, he did. And I think he played the way Coach Malone talked about him in a positive light in the postgame for a reason.
Yeah.
Because he keeps saying, look, kid, we need you to get back to where you were. And look, he doesn't need to become the answer of just consistent threes. He doesn't need to be Reggie Miller all of a sudden.
Christian Brown, this just might be what he is as an NBA player.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is a good rotation NBA player. You can win a lot of games with Christian Brown.
But we need the consistency of because he gets to the hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Need those to start going in again, right?
Yeah, got to finish. Monte Morris is a Detroit Piston. As of right now, the Nuggets 8 is still the Nuggets 8. We'll talk to Nick Kosmider coming up here on the other side. He's covered the Nuggets forever, so we do want to get his thoughts on the NBA trade deadline, but also a very interesting piece about trading up to draft a quarterback that Nick Kosmider wrote this week. We'll ask him about that coming up next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Yes, Nate, that was right. Hey, look, if you got yourself a new truck or a new 4x4, and I'm kind of in the process of searching for a new vehicle for my daughter, so I know what you've gone through. Trying to keep that payment down, and maybe you want to add some accessories after the fact, that place to do it is Colorado Off-Road. My friend Jerry Jones and his wife Wendy can point you in the right direction. If you're not sure what to get, they'll have a conversation with you about stuff, but the bottom line is, a lot of the things I've got on my truck, I took off Jerry's suggestion. Got the bed cover that folds up into 4s, but it's as durable as you can imagine. He's put in the remote start kit. He's got the slide rail, the step rails. The remote start kit. I should probably, Nate had asked me, just what exactly are you talking about when it comes to the puffer laws? Well, there's a way that you could start your car without having the keys in it so that you're not breaking any laws when you let it warm up before you actually get in the vehicle to drive it on cold days. And as we all know around here, that comes in very handy. Colorado Off-Road, located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Find them online at cooffroad.com.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll go to Vegas, check in with Vic Lombardi. We're getting you all set for Super Bowl 58. We welcome into the show right now our buddy Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos and the NFL for TheAthletic.com. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. If you've been in a car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Hi, Nick.
How's it going?
We're doing well. Nick, the Kansas City Chiefs, they had the 27th pick in the draft back in 2017. They just simply traded their way up to number 10. They get Patrick Mahomes. They've already won 2 Super Bowls. They got a great chance of being able to win a third. It's just that easy, right? You trade up in the draft, you get a quarterback, and then you begin a dynasty. That's the way it always works, right?
Yeah, it's as simple as that. It's why everybody makes that move every year, because that's all you have to do. You trade, 17 picks up. You draft the guy that's going to win you multiple Super Bowls, and you carry about your day. No, I mean, look, we know that most of those, no trade like that is ever going to work out to the degree the Mahomes trade did. All that really Kansas City had to give up for that in terms of notable compensation was a first-round pick the following year. They knew already that they were going to be a team being in the playoffs, so that was obviously a late first-round pick. And if the Chiefs had a chance to go back and do it again, they'd give up 3 times the compensation. But yeah, it's an interesting note now because you have a lot of teams that are in the Broncos range who are at number 12 saying, that's a viable path. But most of those don't work out anywhere close to the degree that the Chiefs trade did, right? There's a lot more, a lot more Mitchell Trubisky's and Trey Lance's than there are Patrick Mahomes's and Josh Allen's, who was another winning trade, that the Bills did a couple years, a year later. So again, that's a path that the Broncos will have to explore, because on the flip side, I'll tell you this, I was doing research for another story that's coming out either tomorrow or Friday about where exactly Super Bowl starting quarterbacks come from. They come from all over the place, all parts of the draft, but overwhelmingly the most likely place they come is the number 1 overall pick. 13 of the 67 quarterbacks who have started in the Super Bowl or will start by this weekend were number 1 overall picks. So again, just trade. Just make sure you do it all the way to number 1.
That sounds like the book Where Do Babies Come From. Nick, just go ahead and write the Where Super Bowl Quarterbacks Come From.
It's that simple right there. Nick, I want to I want to give you the information that you already gave me in your latest piece in The Athletic, because this just illustrates it for everybody, okay? As Nick Kosmider writes, and you should subscribe to The Athletic because this is the kind of content you get. Teams that have traded up or into the first round to pick a quarterback, they have done so 28 times in the last 30 drafts, dating back to 1994. So we've had 28 such trades. Mahomes has won 14 playoff games in 6 seasons as a starter. The other 27 quarterbacks who were selected after a team traded up to get them have a combined 36 wins. 10 of those go to Joe Flacco. 8 of those belong to Eli Manning. That leaves, as you write, Nick, 18 playoff wins for the other 25 quarterbacks that were acquired via trade up, okay? That's less than a playoff win per quarterback right there. Like, hiring coaches and drafting first-round quarterbacks, particularly when you trade up to get them, they're both just complete rolls of the dice.
Yeah, they are. They can be job killers when you get them wrong, despite the fact that it's proven that it's not an easy thing to do. And that just, I think, underscores the complicated nature of where the Broncos are in particular, right? Like, they're number 12. And interestingly, two of these big trades of the last 5-6 years have come from that number 12 spot. The 49ers, who managed to get to the Super Bowl this week, despite the fact that they traded, a million picks in the future, including 2 first-rounders, in order to move all the way from 12 to 3 and draft Trey Lance, only to have him start 4 games before you ultimately trade him. The other one, of course, being the Bills, who traded from number 12 up to number 7 with Tampa Bay and drafted Josh Allen. Obviously, 2 very different ends of the spectrum, but again, more of these trades end up closer to the Lance side of the poll than they do the Allen side of the poll. And the Broncos, they are also in a different situation than, say, the Bills, who to move up those 5 spots of prime real estate in the draft, they had to give up 2 second-round picks in that same draft in 2018. The Broncos don't have any second-round picks. So again, this is a situation where the writing is on the wall, and the best thing that the history does is show you what it's going to cost. You can only learn what you're going to what the results are going to be to a certain extent, right? Because every situation is unique, but there is historical precedent and what it's going to cost. And for the Broncos to go anywhere close to that 7 range, that 6 range, and that's if you like Jaden Daniels, if he is in fact going to fall back, or maybe it's Drake May, given some of the conversations that appear to be coming out of places like the Senior Bowl. If you like one of those guys enough to do that, we already know what it's going to cost, and the Broncos simply have been giving away that kind of capital without a whole lot of results the last couple of years. And so, again, I just think it underscores the difficulty of doing that, of trading for the quarterback, even if that's what a large section of the fan base might want.
Well, and Nick, this is going to sound maybe like a funny question, but hey, you're used to it from me. Here's what I like about all the scenarios in this. Everybody wants them to trade up, go to 2, go to 3. Well, guess what? Last I checked, 2 and 3 need a quarterback too, right?
Right.
So first off, I don't even know if they're going to be willing to listen to the offers. But secondly, haven't we all learned, I think both the Jets, and we'll see, maybe the Jets thing turns around next year, and the Broncos have learned, if somebody's willing to trade you somebody, maybe you need to be aware of it, right? If somebody's willing to move off that pick for the quarterback, maybe you fall in love, shouldn't you maybe double up and make sure you really got the guy? Because I can't help but think of, Zach Wilson, how has that worked out? Trey Lance, how has that worked out? Back in the day, Ryan Leaf, how did that work out? What about RG3? It's just sometimes you make the trade and it ends up being the worst thing for you. I don't know, Nick. I just feel like you need a little buyer beware if you've got other quarterback needy teams up top, don't you?
Well, and what's really I think you're right, Andy. And I mean, look at even just Bryce Young there, right? What did the Bears know about, what he might be? Obviously they still wanted to figure out what they wanted to figure out about Justin Fields. But again, they were able to get from Carolina a massive package, including one piece of it that turned into the number 1 overall pick this year in order to move from 1 back to 9. The Panthers are now sitting in a situation where unless, Dave Canales can come in there and help Bryce Young turn around from what was a very rocky rookie season. And I think it's way too early to just count him out as a quarterback. But again, it just sort of highlights the risk that comes with that. Interestingly, though, teams are trading up for quarterbacks more right now than ever before. Nate mentioned the number. It was 28 over the last 30 drafts, but 14 of those trades have come since 2016. You're averaging almost 2 of these trades now per draft compared to just 0.7 of these trades per draft before 2016. So for whatever reason, teams are getting more and more bold in terms of making this the path that they try to take. And part of that is because of the ability it gives you to build other teams, right? If you can figure it out with a young quarterback and not have to pay, that exorbitant salary, you're going to be able to have these other components to build a team while getting what you hope is strong production from that guy right away, i.e. CJ Stroud. That is a model that we've seen enough times where you say, hey, that's something we can put together. The Bengals with Joe Burrow getting to the Super Bowl in his second season before you have to pay these guys. That is the appeal of it. That's why you keep seeing it. And the fact that Mahomes and Allen are guys that are still fresh in teams' memories of these trades working out. I think that's why you continue to see it. But to your point, Andy, that you've also seen enough of these where it's going the other way, and particularly with Denver's situation, again, having given up 3 first-round picks along with other capital, and you're seeing the results of what that has done to the roster. To me, it's just a very hard road to go down given what we know.
Okay, let me throw a name off you because Nate gave it to me, and it's becoming very sexy in the mock drafts. Bo Nix. I I don't know, man. It just doesn't grab me with how long he stayed in college. How do you feel about that one? Is he the best fit for the Sean Payton system from what you've seen?
Yeah, I didn't go down to Mobile for the Senior Bowl, but talking to some people who were, he did himself some favors down there. It wasn't a situation where he blew everybody away, because to your point, he's somewhat of a known in terms of what you're going to get out of him. I think what teams are saying is, look, the Auburn thing was a mess. It has been for a while in terms of just the cohesiveness offensively, what they're trying to do, how it tries to look like an NFL system. You saw a little bit more of that with Oregon, but again, it's still where you're put in a situation where you don't have to make a lot of pre-snap reads and all those sorts of things. So it's going to be an adjustment. But I think the thing about him that's interesting is that he has played in so many different systems. He has been able to adapt to those kind of things. And what will be critical if the Broncos do add a rookie quarterback and actually put him in position to potentially start is the acumen, the ability to quickly learn, what is a complicated system, which we already know with Sean Payton. How quickly can you grasp that and pick it up? And so on one end, I think it would almost be, in my mind, like a compromise, right? We know that Sean Payton has not worked extensively with rookie quarterbacks during his career as a head coach, as a play caller. So this might be something of a happy medium where you get a guy that, yes, he's going to be a rookie in the NFL, but he has been playing a lot. He's been in these different systems, and so maybe there's the thought that he could expedite some of that. And I think too, again, the accuracy component of it. So some of the easier reads that he was able to make at Oregon, that's part of the equation. But he was also, if you just look at the film from people that I talked to, said, a little bit more accurate than he had been, fixed some things with his mechanics. So it's intriguing, but again, certainly probably not the ceiling that you're going to imagine where you have a guy like Caleb Williams or Drake May.
Yeah, completed a ridiculous 77% of his passes in his fifth year as a college football player. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic with us on the Ramos Law Hotline right now. So, Nick, We've talked about guys that have taken big steps forward from year one to year two playing in Sean Payton's offense. There certainly is the question about whether some guys will be back. Will Cortland Sutton be back? Will Jerry Jeudy be back? Like, these are all fair questions to ask. But in terms of guys that we would consider to be known commodities as a part of this offense right now, who do you expect to take the biggest jump from year one to year two playing in this system?
Yeah, I think for me, it's got to be. It has to be from just an overall run component is where I'm seeing it, because this is an offensive line that for stretches of this season, particularly again, we reference this a lot, that 5-game winning streak where they started to seem like they were doing the things that they wanted to do, from a schematic standpoint in the run game, and going back over some of the quotes from the end of the year, even a guy like Mike McGlinchey, who has been around in this league, was talking about some of the complexities involved in what they do as a 5-man offensive line that they had to continue to sort of learn and grasp throughout the season. And again, some of the protection that broke down, we saw that all year. That's something that's got to be fixed. But for me, they're going to have to be a really good run the ball team. Like there's just not a way around that. No matter what they do at quarterback, it's very hard for me to envision a scenario in which they can get to where they need to be as a functioning offense without being a lot better in that regard. I think some of these guys that are on the offensive line are going to be benefiting. Again, you're probably going to have decent continuity there. You might be looking at a new center because perhaps the Broncos can't afford to bring Lloyd Cushenberry back. But Ben Powers will be back. Quinn Miners will be back. Mike McGlinchey will be back. I would still guess that Garrett Bowles will be back, although it very well could end up a different way with him. So that's the group that I'm looking for. Like, can they cohesively get better? Is Javonte Williams a little bit healthier? Post now another full year removed from that injury, or do they get somebody else in there, a younger player that can kind of give them a little more pop in that regard too? But that to me is paramount.
Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. That is where you read him, and the content is getting cranked out as it always does. By the way, real quick, Nick, Monte Morris to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Your old buddy Tim Connolly goes and gets his backup point guard. Do you like that move for Minnesota? Is that bad for Denver?
I kind of saw that writing on the wall. We had heard that obviously Monte Morris was on the trade block. Teams are always looking for that kind of stability from a backup point guard, an improvement in that spot. And I certainly think that is something that the Timberwolves get in that. They're going to need that steady hand coming off the bench, because this is a team that obviously they were all in the playoffs a year ago, in that first round loss to the Nuggets. But it's a group that, as they now go with kind of a target on their back, I think that it's a good move for them to have a guy with a little bit of that postseason experience. Whether it's a bad thing for Denver, I don't think so. I think that again, they have plenty of their own experience. He's not a guy, Monte Morris, that I think is necessarily going to scare you coming off of the bench. But I think a guiding hand for them anytime a team that's trying to contend, adds a sturdy piece or adds an upgrade to even a depth spot. I think that's important.
Nick, who you got for the Super Bowl?
Big game. Who do you like?
The big game. Are we even allowed to ask it in a question anymore?
The big game. I've made the mistake a few too many times, both during this season's run, maybe even last year of picking against Patrick Mahomes. And I think I've sort of altered my thinking to where, like, until that actually happens, I'm not going to do that. So I think 27-23 Kansas City is how I see it going down.
He's taking the Chiefs, everybody. Nick, good stuff, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right, good stuff there with our buddy Nick Kosmider. Hey, all week we're giving you the chance to win Safeway gift cards. They will help you with your big game spread, Andy, plus the Valentine's Day needs. Not getting sued today. Make sure you're listening. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock today for a key word to text along with your name to 303-504-0925. Everybody who texts will be entered for a $50 Safeway gift card on the show, as well as a $250 prize coming up on Friday.
Have you checked your email?
I have not.
Was there
You just made me tell on myself for not looking at my work email today.
No, not at all. Nothing, no. Yeah, okay, we're all right. We didn't get in trouble for
No, we're good.
The picture we painted yesterday with those chocolate strawberries. I don't need the gift card. I just want the chocolate strawberries.
Andy, I will argue that nobody on this station made a more glowing endorsement of chocolate-covered strawberries that they sell at Safeway than we did on this show.
The strawberries are so good.
They're so good.
You could eat them through the mental picture we drew of me shirtless and only in a pair of shorts on the couch.
Or you could aspire to that particular mental image yourself.
Sure.
Either way,
the strawberries are that good.
You're buying chocolate-covered strawberries.
The world melts away when you have the Safeway chocolate-covered strawberries.
See, we're
positive vibes only.
We're moving product, Andy. That's all that matters. Okay.
You're so focused on the strawberry,
it doesn't.
The alabaster white guy in front of you is not even seen. That's how juicy and delectable chocolate strawberry looks.
You don't need a napkin. That's what you got chest hair for. We'll take a break.
Nothing's dribbling. You're eating all of it. Little chocolate speck on the tummy. You're just picking that up and it's going in the mouth. You know where you've been.
You do. Everybody likes the taste of their own brand, right? Hey, I got to tease, Andy. Kyle Shanahan could be joining some unfortunate company if Nick Kosmider is right and he can't beat the Chiefs on Sunday. I'll tell you what he's trying to avoid coming up next. Keeping it funky here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets back at it tomorrow. They will play the Lakers in L.A. Avalanche fall 5-3 last night to the New Jersey Devils as Nathan MacKinnon sees his point streak come to an end. But we're talking Super Bowl 58 here at the moment, Andy. Kyle Shanahan will be a head coach in the Super Bowl for the second time in this game. Technically, at least in terms of being on a staff, his third Super Bowl. He was also the offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons, famously or infamously when they blew the 28-3 lead and lost to the New England Patriots. So
technically, it's his fourth Super Bowl. He had a job.
Held the cords,
yeah.
Yes.
Well, he had a job. Getting paid.
He did hold the cords.
He was there.
Did he get paid?
I hope. Child labor laws, man. Better got something. Probably got a ring, right?
He probably got a ring, yeah.
Probably got a ring.
I bet you Mike didn't pay him. That would be my guess.
Yeah, $50. Here you go, kid.
So, if the Niners lose, and Mahomes gets his third, Kyle Shanahan would be joining a group. He would be the fifth member of this group, been to multiple Super Bowls and never won as a head coach.
Wow. Who are the group? Give me the group.
He would be the fifth to join, okay?
I know there's a Bronco coach in there.
There sure is. See if you can. Actually, I tell you what, get in the hunt, Andy.
Get in the hunt? All right.
Can you guess them? Coaches.
So 4 others.
That have been to multiple Super Bowls, never won the big one.
4 others, right?
There are 4 others.
Dan Reeves.
Dan Reeves is 1.
Marv Levy.
Is 2.
Let's see here. John Fox.
John Fox is 3.
God, that's 2 Bronco coaches.
It sure
sadly.
is. Yep. Lost one with Carolina, one with the Broncos.
Now I'm trying to think who the 4th would be. I've actually done all right on this.
You've done very well.
I've done better than name my backup quarterbacks or corporate sponsors of stadiums.
The one you haven't gotten is the toughest one just because it goes back a little ways.
Dick Vermeil?
Bud Grant.
Bud Grant?
Yes. The Purple People Eaters. Mm-hmm.
I guess Vermeil won one with St. Louis. So.
Yes, the Minnesota Vikings have never won a Super Bowl. So there you go. Bud Grant is on that list as well. So Kyle Shanahan would join John Fox, Dan Reeves, Marv Levy, and Bud Grant on the list of coaches that have been to multiple Super Bowls that have never won the big one.
Interesting.
Yeah, because when I look at this list, okay, like Dan Reeves and Marv Levy they're great head coaches.
They are.
There's no doubt about that. But like Kyle Shanahan is largely like he is viewed as, and maybe this is, my recency bias here, but in the modern NFL, and you think of all those dudes that were on that staff in Washington working for Mike. And remember, we talked to our friend Jordan Rodrigue, who did the Play Callers podcast, and, McVay and LaFleur and Mike McDaniel and Bobby Slowick, all those dudes are on that staff, and they're all learning the game. Saleh was on that staff. They're all learning the game together from Mike. But, like, hasn't Kyle always sort of been viewed as just like, he was the leader of that group. He was their boss. He was the OC. Like, technically, McVay has had more success than him, but Kyle Shanahan is generally regarded, along with his dad, of like one of the greatest offensive innovators ever in the sport. And we'll be talking about this guy. Like, that part of it doesn't go away, but we're also looking at him and going, wow, man, that's a big loser list that you're on right now. That's a tough way to have to go.
Yeah, and so Jeff points out Andy Reid's there. Look, there's a few guys that have actually won one and lost with other franchises.
Right.
So that's fair, Jeff. You're not technically wrong.
Yeah,
but Andy Reid has won one.
He's
won what, 2 now?
If you think
3?
about it, he's won 2. Andy Reid kind of like had the reputation that Kyle did. He was a joke artist.
Yes.
He was a guy that blew clock management and game decisions and couldn't ever finish. And that was sort of the MO on him until, Mahomes.
See, what's interesting about your point with Kyle, and I don't think we'll ever look at him this way in this town, but remember, there was a time after his stint in Washington and then his stint with the Browns. People forget, he actually was Browns OC, I think, for a year.
Yeah.
People are starting to wonder, are you just riding daddy's coattails? Are you just getting jobs because of your last name? And so if he does lose again, now see what's interesting is like Reeves and Fox, they lost to different teams. Should it really count
if you're
for
always
Shanny?
losing to
if you're
Mahomes?
losing to,
Yeah, that's cold.
like again, Marv Levy, if I'm not mistaken, didn't 2 of the Buffalo Super Bowls come against the Cowboys dynasty?
Yes.
So, like, does that count? That team was amazing. The team was amazing. You know what I mean?
You went
what
to
are you going to
4.
do about going up again? I know.
You went to 4.
I know. You should have got the one against the Giants.
Here's
is the
one more
one you
note
should
on
have gotten.
this. Okay, and this is Andy, and maybe we'll go back to Dan Reeves on this. Who Dan Reeves, who was 0-3 in Super Bowls, right? I saw this number. This came across. Okay, this is a little mathy, but follow me on this. Okay. Somebody screenshotted this and put it on Reddit, put it on Twitter this week. It's from Reddit. Someone posted it 4 years ago. Okay, you know the ESPN win probability?
Yeah.
The little graph they give you as the game is going along? In Atlanta, the Falcons hit 99.6% to win the game. Win probability at 28-3.
That
Okay.
is rough.
The Niners, with a double-digit fourth-quarter lead on the Chiefs, with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback, hit 95.6%. Losing both of those games comes out at a 0.0176% chance, while winning both comes out at 95%. In other words, the probability of Kyle Shanahan losing both of those Super Bowls is 1 in 5,682.
Ridiculous. That's not good. Now, technically, again, you're losing to 2 dynasties of the era.
Yes.
But especially the Patriot one, it is criminal you did not finish that one off.
1 in 5,682 is the likelihood, okay? So, and here's the other thing, Andy, and I know you've talked to people that have lost Super Bowls before. It crushes these guys.
Hey.
What it does to them mentally, what it does to the people inside the buildings, like Kyle Shanahan has been a part of 2 of the most painful Super Bowl losses you have ever seen. Like, at least Reeves, when he was here in Denver, got his ass kicked every time that he went. Like, at least it was over, in the third quarter for him. Like, with Kyle Shanahan, it was like, I'm sizing my ring. And never was able to win that thing. Like, if he loses again on Sunday,
well,
how do you come back from that?
Nate, look,
It's
they're
dark.
gonna have to pay Brock Purdy sooner or later, which means you can't afford this great team you've got built around him either.
This is your chance.
To your point, I will never I don't even know, it was cathartic in some way, and yet it was depressing. All I remember after 48, the New York Super Bowl, is sitting with Ed McCaffrey and I. We didn't want to go into the party. It was way too uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to this 9 News had set up, because they were they're the Broncos station. They were going to do live hits from this thing. So we're sitting back in this room where they had beer and wine, like all the stuff to try to coax players to come here. And, we still have some of the fun stuff. Do
Have
a
a good
couple
time.
interviews. Yeah, exactly. And, Kyle Clark got off the air and he comes and sits down, and Ed is just telling us stories about how he never lost a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the things that he saw go wrong that day. Like Ed, I don't want to put words in Ed's mouth, but from what Ed had said in the conversation we had, it really is amazing that they turned it around to get back to 50, because to your point, like with Kyle, again, the Broncos had the greatest offensive team statistically in NFL history.
Yep.
And got crushed. And had to redo their identity in 2 years to go win that other one. Like, to your point, I can't even tell you the desolation you could taste in the air flying home from that Super Bowl on that team plane.
Mhm.
It was unreal. Unreal, man. Like you said, some people, I remember
it breaks these dudes.
John Elway told the story of his mom telling him when they went to face the Packers, I don't know if I can handle the heartbreak if you don't win this one again. So, I mean, it is everything. It is literally everything. So I don't know. We'll see. Look, for Kyle, like, again, if you're San Fran, you don't get it done this weekend with what looms ahead salary-wise.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. You tell me, we were both doing radio. I remember driving home from the airport finally going, that's it. Manning's not getting another chance after 13. I was convinced. I don't know. You pick yourself up from this. I don't know how you do it. Somehow they did it.
They did it.
But it wasn't on the strength of the O.
Nope, it really wasn't. They had to completely change what they were. Kreckman and Lindahl, again, just for Kyle Shanahan's own sanity, let's hope that he gets it done. We go to Vegas
for mine.
and check in with Vic Lombardi next.
Hey, it's Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants, and you are filling your ear holes with the sweet sounds of Altitude Sports Radio. Nah.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
At least you wasn't making fun of Russ that time. It is Craigman and Lindahl. It's our numero dos here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. We'll check in with Vic Lombardi coming up here in just a moment.
Yeah.
Plus we got to talk about the Avalanche falling last night and the NBA trade deadline, which is now fewer than 24 hours away, I believe, is where we're at here in the math, and if the Nuggets need to be doing anything. So we'll be talking to Vic about that coming up here in just a moment.
You jealous you're not out there?
No.
You don't miss it at all?
Not at all. I'm doing great here, man. I'm in lovely Denver,
You know
Colorado.
what? I forgot.
I'm thrilled to be here.
Our one time together, we get on Brian Baldinger, and you go and tell him you like the couch. I don't need any supplement to get me moving.
Okay, so what happened was,
You were trying to be funny.
I was making a point, okay, that I firmly believe in, was that Baldinger was pitching some, testosterone
Get your energy back.
thing.
And
yeah.
she'll like it
she'll
too.
like it too.
Nice.
Wink. And in his pitch, Brian Baldinger, who's a perfectly nice guy, but it was all like, get up, get active, the couch is overrated. And I just made the argument, I disagree with that point. I wasn't disagreeing with his overall larger point of like being active is a good thing. It's just every now and then while somebody is making an argument, they make a flawed argument. And to me, the couch is overrated is a flawed argument. I don't think you can overrate the couch. The couch is amazing.
Yeah, I'm down the middle between you two. As a guy that spent most of Saturday
Who
on
spent
the couch.
a lot of time on the couch.
Well, Saturday was a little much, though. I got done. I remember I looked up. I was like, it's 6 o'clock. Where the hell did this day go?
As a father of a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old, I have to tell you that my couch time it's at a premium, and I appreciate it when it comes along.
So we'll have to see if Vic has had this experience, although I think I heard him tell one of the other shows that it'll be more tomorrow. You're too busy arguing with him that the couch is great, and I was looking at Brian Baldinger's pinky, which looked like it was attached with silly putty. And it was the nastiest thing I'd ever seen.
I also was not there. Hi, Vic. How you doing?
I am transversing the greater Henderson neighborhoods right now looking for the San Francisco press conference. We're about to arrive. That's what I'm doing.
By the way, Vic is in Las Vegas thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you. Vic, before we get into some of the Super Bowl stuff, as you know, Monte Morris is traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. All right, along those lines, okay, and you'll understand my question here. Michael Malone, anytime that he has had a chance to talk publicly about the upcoming trade deadline, whether that is, this morning with Demps or at any other media opportunity, he's basically made the point of really, really like my team. Along those lines, okay, last year, Denver makes the couple of acquisitions. They get Reggie Jackson at the deadline. They get Thomas Bryant. Neither of them were a part of the playoff rotation a year ago. We have seen guys sort of have a little bit of bumpy adjustments to being Denver Nuggets, Aaron Gordon excluded, obviously. Vic, is it easy just to step in and right away fit in both on court and off court with the culture of this Denver Nugget team?
Well, it's a great culture to begin with. The culture's not the problem. The problem is for anybody going into a new locker room, a new system, new group of players, even Aaron Gordon, who fit in perfectly, right? When he came here from Orlando, even he found massive improvements over the last 2 years after fitting in. So there's a point to be made there, man. It's hard to add somebody at the deadline and expect that somebody to achieve all that you would hope. There's always going to be a learning curve. Now, as far as the Monty Morris thing is concerned, Tim Connolly's no dummy. He sees a seasoned, poised, backup point guard who can help his team, and it's going to help them because after they lose Conley, when Conley goes to the bench, they sort of go into chaos mode. So Monte Morris is going to slow them down and show some order. And he's a great insurance policy in case Conley can't play for some reason. great pickup for the T-Wolves.
Yeah, Vic, I mean, we've watched – I thought Bruce Brown went through it. I thought KCP went through it. I thought Reggie has gone through it. Like, playing with Nikola Jokic – you don't just instantly get to walk in and it's paint by numbers and you reap all the benefits of playing with Nikola Jokic. Like, guys kind of have to learn how to play with him, and it's not the most intuitive thing in the world.
Well, you know what I think they're doing is I think they're playing a more European, almost Serbian brand of basketball, which is a pass first, touch the ball as many times as possible, don't let the ball get sticky in your hands, and to be totally blunt, that's not the style of basketball most of these guys grew up playing or grew up knowing. So you're exactly right. Everybody wants to play with Joker. Everybody's numbers are better when they're on the court with Joker. But sometimes there is a learning curve knowing that style of game.
Vic, we do have Super Bowl questions, but I was reminded by a friend of ours, the last time we all ventured out to the Super Bowl together as a group, it was you and me and Ryan Harris, and Jesse was there. Yeah. Jesse's nasty feet made an appearance with the toenails. Have we fixed that situation?
Have you gotten him a
petty? Are you more comfortable on this trip this time?
Just the mere thought of that is inducing vomit, Andy, and nor have I been brave or courageous enough to investigate the matter. I'm not dumb. I have no idea. Jesse's right next to you. Andy wants to know, Jesse, did you fix your heinously violent
Yeah.
No, the answer is no.
So he's still got the Dumb and Dumber feet where she's got to get out the buffer to try to take off the nail? Dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I know that club pretty well. My feet ain't pretty either, so.
Yeah, but still, I mean, we almost made him go get his own Airbnb after that. Hey, how much pressure do you think's on our pal Kyle Shanahan this week? Nate was reading some numbers. He's gonna join a not so great club to lose Super Bowls if he loses this one. So, how much pressure do you think's on? Does he have the most pressure in this game?
Well, obviously, a guy who hasn't done it versus a guy who has. I want to ask you guys something about pressure because I think it's such an interesting word. It's so relative, right? Because here's a guy who has been to Super Bowls before as an assistant coach and as a head coach. Third visit.
Hold on, Vic. Your phone sucks. We got to get it fixed. Hold on. We'll get Spring
to hear this.
Jump all over
this.
Hear this.
He's making. By the way, when was the last time you were at Old C's? Him doing this has got me getting a hankering for a little Old Chicago.
They got a great beer selection at the Old C's.
The pizzas.
Oh, it's top-notch stuff right
Chicago
there.
7?
Absolutely.
Let's try it again with
Thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com to find a location near you.
Try that point again, Vic.
Yeah, go for it, Vic.
Here's my point. I think the whole pressure thing is such a relative statement because let's say he loses the Super Bowl, and I don't care what the score is. Let's say they lose by 30. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to fire him? Are you going to take a coach who has succeeded to this point, who has taken his team to this level, who has been able to fashion a very competitive football team year in, year out? What are you going to do with him? Say he's not successful? I've never understood that. The Buffalo Bills of the early 90s, they went to 4 straight Super Bowls. Was Marv Levy trash? Did Marv Levy feel pressure? Is he a bad coach? You know how hard it is to get here? You know how hard it is to achieve what he's achieved already? So I guess pressure in the respect of legacy, yeah, there's pressure. But he's a hell of a football coach. He's already proven it.
Vic Lombardi, everybody. He is in Las Vegas thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com and find a location near you. Vic, buddy, you got Niners practice to go cover. Go get him, pal.
All right, buddy. Thanks, guys.
All right,
Take
Vic
care.
Lombardi with us right there.
Sounds like he's sprinting right now. What is going on?
He's got to get out on that soft field. He's got to feel those units of
he's
gravity.
Cut and slip and wipe out.
That are out there, okay?
By the way, you know what? I love our conversations with Adam Hill because he just seems salty about the world whenever we talk to him, so it always kind of makes me laugh. But we still didn't really get the answer of did the damn field take? All I want to know by the end of this thing is, like, again, what does this look like? This feels like a carpet on a slick hardwood floor.
By the time
that you're just waiting to come up every time you take a hard cut.
By the time it does take, they're just going to rip it all up.
What's it going to take though, Nate?
They got 2 more practices out there. That's it. Today, tomorrow, Friday, and then they're just ripping it up.
Shouldn't they just bulldoze the thing and just...
Probably. Yes. Just get it the hell out of there. Talking about Kyle Shanahan there for a moment, and there was Seth Wickersham, who we've talked to before on this show, and he's great, and he did a deep dive into Kyle Shanahan today on ESPN.com. Like, the psyche of Kyle Shanahan is a very reported on topic right now, but he did a deep dive into the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch dynamic in San Francisco and the roles that each of those guys have to play. And Andy, I want to share a couple of the anecdotes from this piece, because I think that, quite frankly, there's parts that I read about Kyle Shanahan and I'm like, it doesn't sound that different than Sean Payton, quite frankly. We'll talk about that coming up. Plus, great piece in the New Yorker about Nikola Jokic this week. Some interesting comments on the Joker that came from Bill Walton that only Bill Walton could have said. We'll tell you what those are as well coming up next. Yes, it is. Nate and Andy on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Football and flowers, flowers and football. It's brought to you by our friends at Safeway. We've got a keyword to give you. Text in the keyword to 303-504-0925. Right now, you are entered to win a $50 Safeway gift card. Andy, you ready for today's keyword?
Yes.
Here we go. Cupid. Text Cupid and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's right, Cupid. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Once you do that, you are entered for today's $50 gift card prize, as well as Friday's $250 gift card, thanks to Safeway. Cupid.
Cupid.
Just a fat baby with wings.
Sure. Making you all fall in love.
Firing projectiles at you.
Why not?
Taking out your eye like a Boba Fett action figure with a missile. There you go. Cupid. 303-504-0925. Hey, Safeway's your one-stop shop for game day snacks like crispy chicken wings, pizza, and made fresh in-store guac and queso. And Andy, don't forget your Valentine. Pick up beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates. So what else do they have? Chocolate-dipped strawberries.
Yeah.
And more. Shop your
For
event
yourself.
must-haves at
For
Safeway.com.
yourself.
Cupid.
Or some queso. Get some queso there.
Or you can...
Is queso not sexy?
Do you ever dip the chocolate-dipped strawberries into the queso?
I'm not ready to go there. Not ready to go there.
Just hit every one of your pleasure points.
I don't think strawberries and queso we could try, not chocolate queso strawberries.
A little sweet, a little savory.
But I'm just saying, why not a little, just quick queso? Queso?
Cupid.
Like I'm with stupid on a shirt.
But it's Cupid.
I'm with Cupid.
Yes. Thanks to our friends at Safeway.
Wonder if they ever sponsored the Cupid Undie Run. I still can't believe that was a thing.
Wait, what's the Cupid
I
Undie Run?
IMC'd the thing like 3 years.
Oh, tell me about this.
I've told you. It was a bunch of people running in there. We were down at our friend Stoney's.
Okay, I didn't pay attention. Go ahead. Give it to me again. You MC'd a underwear
I think I got it.
race.
But just in case, tell me again. Because I wasn't listening.
I want the details. People were racing in their underwear.
So, yeah, I don't know. So it should be noted. I get hooked up with this event.
Yeah.
Because I was friends with she was one of the former Bronco cheerleaders. She wasn't old, but a former Bronco cheerleader. Shout out to Catherine Costers.
Erstwhile Bronco cheerleader.
Yeah, Katie Costers hits me up. She's doing event planning, and she goes, hey, you want to MC this thing? Be cool if you came out. And I was like, can I wear a shirt? Yeah, I'm in. She's like, yes. So I go out there, and I'm not sure what to expect. Well, it looked like a cast from The Bachelor. These people were well put together.
They were hot.
Both sides, all of them, right?
Okay.
Yeah, all of them.
It was sexy.
Yes, yes.
Where's Mark Johnson?
You'd like to be at Stoney's, apparently.
Yeah.
And all I remember is...
Sexy.
Yeah, Mark. So they went running downtown in their underwear.
This
is all to raise money. I can't remember. It was a very rare disease they were raising money for. And they apparently did a bunch of these throughout the country.
Were they wearing shoes?
Some of them were, but trust me, there are plenty of dudes that wore the shoes, but, it was European beach season, if you know what I mean.
Thongs?
Banana
hammocks?
Yes.
Okay.
And they all went running.
Did everything stay contained?
I didn't go on the run, as you probably could imagine. My job was to stay back there and make sure the music was going. And I remember I'm working with this guy from the Fox. No, I'm not besmirching my friends at the Fox.
Sure.
This wasn't the Fox crowd, all right? And rolled up for a motorcycle rally. These folks were here for the club scene.
Not a lot of Lewis and Floor Wax listeners.
This was the EDM crowd. How about I put it that way?
Okay.
And so we're playing,
not a lot of fog hat in there.
He's playing Freebird or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, this ain't doing it. So I was like, you got it. we got to try something else. And he looked at me and goes, well, what do you mean? And so I'm like, I don't know. I looked for this song that was off the Lego movie of all things. I go, here's this Pitbull and Christina Aguilera song. Give that a try. The kids are into that today. He hits it. Place goes nuts. And I'm like, all right, you're going to need to figure, I don't know what other EDM you can pull up, but this appears to be the way we need to go. And the party was saved.
Who won the race?
I don't know. They all made it back. That's what I was worried about. And then the beer was flowing like wine. That's all I know. It became Mardi Gras. It went from this. I mean, look. Money was raised.
Did people clothe themselves after returning from the race?
Why would they? Nobody was requesting that more clothes were put on. I can tell you that.
I don't know if anyone was uncomfortable.
I will tell you this. There was like, hey, nobody looked like a dad bod. Everybody was clearly single, ready to mingle, and probably below 25.
What was the distance of the race? Was it like a 5K?
They like ran from
was it like a
Stoney's
sprint?
downtown. They had to run a mile, I believe.
Okay.
So however they tracked
Stoney's
it
at
out,
11th and Lincoln.
At 11th and Lincoln,
Yeah.
they went.
Like
Dude,
around
I think
the
they
Capitol
went
and
down
back?
Spear. I'm like, are you sure this is safe? We're gonna have some rubbernecking going on. So
Did they close the road?
No, they went running on the sidewalk.
Just in traffic?
Yeah.
Oh, they're on the
bunch of
sidewalk.
people in their
Okay.
underwear
That's
on the
good.
sidewalk in the middle of downtown.
Okay.
And that was the Cupid's undie run. I don't think they do it anymore. Would you do it?
The Cupid run?
Yeah.
No.
You and Abby?
No, I would not. No. Maybe there was a time
Hell no.
I would have.
If Abby wanted to do it, would you go just to be the protector?
Nobody. She'll be fine. She's gonna handle herself. I'm not worried about that.
There's Mace. Go ahead.
Yeah. She's a big girl. She's got this. I'm not worried about that part of it. Sounds like a good party. Like, I would enjoy that part of it. I would wear my flannel.
That would be great. That would be great. You'd have to unbutton it. Flannel and some tight shorts, some Stocktons.
Yeah,
Get the Stocktons and a flannel going.
Nobody needs my weirdly lumpy 43-year-old body out there, okay? They're all doing fine for themselves.
Oh, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I don't really belong here, but hey, kids.
That's a good gig, though.
It was.
That's good for you, man.
It was,
yes.
sure.
Look at you.
3 years running.
Paying gig. You did
And
it
I think
3
they finally
years?
figured out, let's get somebody hot up in here.
You think you lost your gig because of attractiveness?
Probably.
You should have sued these people.
That's all right.
They can't fire you for being ugly.
For ageism.
Uglyism.
Can we, yeah. Hey, can we get the guy not in the demo not to host this thing?
Can we get this bridge troll out of here?
Turns out we know more attractive people. We called the Donna Baldwin modeling agency. Get him out of here.
Yeah. Andy, I think you would have had a case.
I didn't care. It's all right.
It's wrong. Wrong is wrong.
No, I was happy for all of them. They're all great.
Kyle Shanahan.
Sure.
I don't know.
He'd have done the Cupid run.
I don't know if he's ever done the underwear run. I have no idea.
By the way, text the word Cupid.
Cupid.
The 303-504-0925.
Cupid.
To
To 303-504-0925.
And then maybe you can meet one of these runners and share chocolate-covered strawberries with them.
Yes, you could do that. Thanks to our friends at Safeway. All right. Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, we know. Kyle Shanahan's blown the big one a time or two, okay?
Oh.
So...
Keep reading, please.
That one took me a moment.
Yeah, well.
But I'm here now, okay? The big game!
Hey, listen.
The big game!
Has Spring had a stroke? I don't know how you'd catch that one either. Is Spring all right back there?
The big game!
Go ahead, please.
So, Kyle Shanahan goes from being the offensive coordinator for Dan Quinn and the Falcons, and Matt Ryan plays the best football of his life, and he wins an MVP, and they're up 28-3 in the Super Bowl. We know what happened, right? So, after that, he gets hired by the 49ers to be their head coach, and Jed York brings him in, and it's Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And according to Seth Wickersham today on ESPN.com, the word on Kyle was brilliant and a little bit of a beehole. Okay?
You could tell that from the podcast, though, right? The
Yes.
Play Callers podcast.
Had little patience for anyone or anything unrelated to winning football games, is how it is written in the piece.
Can't figure out where he got that from.
Early in their tenure, the two leaders, this being Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, held an all-hands meeting for 49ers employees. Shanahan had already made clear that he was all ball by sending a company-wide email to staff explaining that if he failed to acknowledge someone in the hallway, don't take it personally, he gets lost in his own head.
So he's Vic Fangio.
Yes. He's already written an email to everybody being like, if I snub you in the hallway, don't take it personally.
So first off, let's stop with this email right here.
Yeah.
That's simply a vehicle to let people know I will not be talking to you.
Right.
But here's why.
I'm not pleasant.
And I'm not being a jerk, but I'm not talking to you.
Yes. So part of John Lynch's job was to be a steward for the team, to be the front-facing voice for aspects that Shanahan wanted no part of. So they held a meeting for the entire staff. And this was supposed to be Kyle and John explaining to everybody in the building, all the various different 49ers employees and staffers, like, okay, this is how we're going to do this thing. And before the meeting, Kyle Shanahan tells John Lynch, you got this, right? To which Lynch told him, no, like, they do need to hear from you. Kyle Shanahan told him, this isn't my element. My element is talking to the guys with film. And John Lynch told him, so bring film. So Kyle brought film, and he pulled it off. So there you go. That was how Kyle Shanahan spoke to the staffers, not the football players, just the people that work in the damn building. I did a film session with him. And apparently, according to this piece, like, he has that ability, like he is Kyle Shanahan, but it can be a little bit endearing. And according to this piece here, the building had no idea how much it would all change as the season went on. Shanahan tends to start the week before a game in a pessimistic place, out of ideas, whining and venting. John Lynch says, quote, until Friday, it can be miserable. Assistant coaches are constantly getting their asses chewed. Nobody is safe. Shanahan himself says that he's kind of OCD about game planning because I torture myself like that, he says. I feel like I should torture these guys too, close quote. Like, quick aside, anyone that has ever worked on a Kyle Shanahan staff has stories of having brought Kyle Shanahan ideas or plays and had Kyle berate them, okay? And recently, Kyle was asked about this, and he even said, like, well, I do that to these guys because that's what I do to myself. Okay? Like, I talk about, okay, if I have an offensive idea, if I have a scheme, if I have a play, whatever it may be, like, well, what am I going to do against this formation? What's it going to do in this down and distance? Like, tries to cover every single one of those bases, and when guys bring him ideas, he will pepper them with these kind of questions, and he expects them to be able to answer those questions. Otherwise, he's going to tell them to get the hell out of his face. Is basically how he does these things.
And who got around that? Your favorite guy. Who got around that?
Jimmy got around it.
Well, no, remember who got around it? Mike McDaniel.
Oh, Mike McDaniel, yeah.
Because he would bring him run plays.
Yeah,
because
too.
He talked about there were fewer questions about the run plays because Kyle was more fascinated with the pass plays.
Garoppolo did okay with it for a while. Brock Purdy reportedly does very well with Kyle's neuroses and everything else like that. Like, he does okay with it. However, apparently, John Lynch, his role is like, once Kyle does this to somebody, Lynch then has to go talk to him and sort of build him back up.
Good cop, bad cop.
Exactly. Classic. That's kind of what they've got going on right there. As I read all of this, it was like, okay, how does this guy connect with his players? Because ultimately, that's the part of this you have to do, right? You have to be able to let the players know, okay, this is the thing that gives us the best chance to win, gives you a chance to win a championship, and, you know, get paid and be a great football player for a long time.
Yeah. Look, it does awfully sound familiar to what we're dealing with.
Real Sean Payton-y, doesn't it?
What I don't hear coming out of San Francisco from the guys that I talk to is that everyone's on eggshells.
Right.
Like, to your point right there, you made a key point. They have someone, John Lynch, whose role it is to go back and say, hey, man, don't let this get you down. This is just how it is. Everything's fine. We still love you, yada, yada, yada. Sean Payton's way of doing it is everything I think you described, and then making you feel like your job is on the line week to week to week.
On Fridays, Shanahan gathers his offense to put together an install meeting, and it's usually all the running plays. But John Lynch has talked about this. Like, this is where Kyle Shanahan shines. This is the thing that makes him brilliant. Is he does this meeting on Friday afternoons. And also, real quick, just one quick aside on Kyle Shanahan. He's a you guys leave early on Friday kind of guy. He's like a staff go be with your family guy. It's one of his key tenets. Like, he firmly believes that. He's a psycho, but this is the way that he treats his people. But in this meeting, it's Friday, and here's the game plan, and like he fires everybody up. And he tells them, this is exactly what we're going to do, and this is why we're going to kick their butt, and this is why we're going to win, and like, you guys got to believe in all this sort of thing. And he's so friggin' smart that everybody just buys into it. And so he spends all week terrifying everybody, and then on Friday afternoon, there he stands, and he's just like, this is brilliant. And then John Lynch loved these meetings so much, he told him, you got to do the same thing for the defense. So he does the defensive meeting on Saturday. And he does the exact same thing for his defense, and it goes back to something that his dad told him of, like, you have to be an expert in offense, defense, and special teams. Like, that's how you be a head coach in the NFL, and that's how Kyle became so damn good at this stuff. But also, like, this guy is so brilliant and such an innovator offensively, and we'll get into more of this coming up a little bit next hour in the show, because I saw some stuff that, quite frankly, shocked me about what this Niners offense has turned into. But he tortures himself, and then he figures out a way to, like, get his guys to go with it.
Do you think
that's the gift?
It's the gift, and I think, guys, if you've been there long enough, which he is a veteran team, you learn this is just what the week is. Like you said, everybody knows, all right, the first couple days, we're just going to put up with them, right?
And also, like, think of the coaching staff, Andy. Like, these guys, they get the worst of it.
Right.
But also, like, look at all the dudes that worked for Kyle that are now head coaches. So they know, like, if I can succeed here, if I can put up with this and figure out a way to succeed and get this guy's trust, I can do something cool.
What? All right. What's the difference then? What do you think the difference is between that's just X, in this case, that's just Kyle,
right,
and being described as a jerk or a bully, which are two of the things I get when I talk to different people about Sean Payton from both New Orleans and here?
Yeah.
What do you think the difference there is? Like, what's the line? Why do some people say that's just because I'm sure Kyle Shanahan in the early part of the week, from what you've described, is a jerk, right?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Probably not fun to be around, not a guy you want to go initiate a conversation with if you don't have to.
One of the weird things about what Sean Payton is doing right now is this isn't where he did it first, right? If you were in New Orleans, and I knew people that worked, or I know people that did work in that building with Sean, and people that liked him, and people that said, like, yes, you don't always say hello to him the whole way, like, yes, this is how he can be, but also, like, he is a good guy and he does care about his people. He's just...
Look, he's loyal.
This is how some of these guys simply are. When you walk into a new place, though, not everybody's used to it. And especially, it's weird in the Broncos building, Andy, because everybody's like, the culture changes what feels like every 5 minutes.
Right.
Inside that place, they go through the ownership change and then all the various different coaching changes over the years. You go from John Elway, Matt Russell to the George Payton thing, like all of those things. And so there's a lot of people there that didn't sign up for this.
No, you're right. You know what? See, I'm glad we kind of got here because, again, this is one of the core things I wanted to talk about. And it's a weird conversation to have, but we've now found it. The Broncos, to me, that's a Shanahan building, which is basically a Bill Walsh building, right? The greatest success is, and again, it was followed up again, all your Super Bowl wins are connected somehow to Bill Walsh.
Yep.
Right? Because Kubiak was a Shanahan guy
Shanahan,
up the tree.
Gary, yes.
So if we're talking about the trunk of the tree being the main coaches, well, Sean Payton comes from the Parcells trunk of the tree.
Different operation.
Parcells and Walsh could not have been. Parcells is East Coast, gruff, New York. You don't like what I got to say? Tough. That's how I am, and you're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Walsh was kind of the newer way of doing, like you said, we don't have to hit all the time. We can get things done in what's not a padded practice, but we're still going to be intense, and you're still going to be in game shape and all that other kind of stuff. And so to your point, I do think the Walsh way mixing inside a Parcells way mixing inside a Walsh building, that's where I think you get some of this contrast. And like you said, people saying, we haven't had to do it this way to win Super Bowls, and I don't particularly care for it now.
There's a lot of people that still work in that building, in the Broncos facility, that, I mean, they go back to the Shanahan days.
Right.
They've seen all of this turnover time and time and time again. And again, like, this is a big part of the Broncos' problem, is that the inability to stick to a plan. And when you constantly have the rug pulled out from under you in terms of expectation, environment, culture, all of those buzzwords that you like to use, these are real things. And that has got to be frustrating for a lot of those people. So, like, the Hackett disaster was what it was, and you had to get out of it because the guy couldn't coach football. It goes back to, it's going into this draft, it's going forward with his coaching staff, it's building this roster back up after the Russell Wilson disaster, and all the coaching disasters and everything else that has happened here. The transition from Elway over to George Payton is, it's like, you guys got to stick with something for a while. And from the players to the staff to the medical to strength to everything else, it's like there has to be a consistent set of expectations for people.
All right, can we come back and continue a little of this? Because
Yes.
I'd like to. Because I have a question for you. Because you're right. You have to stick to something. And I'm okay with them sticking to something. But there's an outside factor I'm worried that'll break this that I want to get your opinion on.
Andy will tell you what that is next. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Super Bowl week coming up here at 5 o'clock, plus 20 minutes after 5. I've got a Patrick Mahomes factoid that'll blow your mind, Andy, and the evolution of what Kyle Shanahan's offense has become. We need to dive into some of that ahead of this matchup here on Super Bowl Sunday. Plus, we're still getting you set for the NBA trade deadline, which is tomorrow, which kind of looks right now like the Nuggets aren't going to do much. But
the buyout market could be big for them.
That could be a thing, and I'm not going to put it past the Nuggets quite yet. You say you're not going to do anything because that's the right thing to say.
Right.
And
you're the coach.
Have to do anything, but that doesn't mean that they won't.
Defensive guard or maybe another big wouldn't be the worst thing.
Okay, Sean Payton.
Let's go. Okay, so we're talking about the Sean Payton situation, and for those, if you're just tuning in, Nate had said before, and he's dead on, we all know this. The Broncos need to stick to something. They've not stuck to anything, right? So here's my big concern. This has always been my concern when it came to Sean Payton. He's the second time around coach, okay? He took a year off. He came back. I've had plenty of people tell me coaches are just different after a little time off when they come back. And it's not usually to grind hard again. They just don't always. And look, to be honest with you, I've heard this about Mike when he went to Washington. He just wasn't the same guy, okay? That could have been the owner. I don't know. But just he wasn't the same as he was here.
Dan Snyder did ruin a lot of people's lives.
It was not a good time to be around. My question is this. I guess I'd feel more confident in Sean Payton being here for the length of the contract and beyond if we weren't sitting in this dang division with Patrick Mahomes in the NFL's newest dynasty sitting atop of it.
Right.
Okay? Like, again, there's just a part of me. My biggest, because I would be more apt to go through all the pain they're about to undergo and cap problems and all that if I really thought this was the start of a 5-year plan. I have my doubts because I'll ask anybody out there, do you really think they're likely going to take a step back next year? Because I just don't know that they may be starting a rookie quarterback and they're not going to have even probably the level of talent they had this year. That's part of starting the youth movement, right? You mean to tell me if Sean Payton goes through 2 more years of hell and it's still the damn Chiefs and they're showing no signs of letting up at the top that you feel like you're not gaining any ground on, he's going to be psyched to go through 5 years of trying to take down that thing?
What's his salary?
See, you can say $18 million, but if you've collected 3 years of $18 million, do you really need 2 more? We'll see.
I wouldn't mind it personally.
I know you wouldn't, but you and I don't. I mean, it's not like the guy's poor. He's made tons of money, and he knows TV. TV will take that guy back in a heartbeat.
Sure.
The other thing now that you're dealing with is the Jim Harbaugh deal.
Yeah.
Greg Roman as your offensive coordinator? I'm kind of intrigued by that. Now, we'll see how the college guy, his mentor from Michigan, how he makes the jump to be DC. But you can't tell me that with Jim Harbaugh already having Justin Herbert at his employ, with this new, I'm legitimately worried about the Chargers not charging for the first time in a decade.
Tough division.
And how much do you want to sit here and go through this where you might get some good pieces, okay? But you're still that's if you get lucky with a quarterback. And let me throw another thing at you. We just got a top 50 here. If you're really about building it from the ground up, man, there's a really good chance if you stay at 12 that your best player is not a quarterback.
Yeah.
So Jordan Reed just put out his ESPN redoing the rankings post-Senior Bowl. If they were to draft off his rankings at 12, guess who the Broncos are picking?
Brock Bowers.
No, see, I'd like that. Latu, the edge rusher, Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA.
Latu, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Jeff Legwold has raved to me about this kid.
Yep.
Now, he had a neck injury they're going to be worried about, but Jeff said, pick your favorite Von Miller, Khalil Mack, pick your favorite pass rusher. This kid has got the hands and the bend to be that special. Not a guy you should be all that upset about, but it doesn't solve the quarterback problem, right?
No.
I'm just saying, how much patience do you think Sean Payton's going to have for what he's jumped into in this dang division?
Well,
it's the great unknown, is it not?
But this is the hint that like there's a huge market for Sean Payton beyond this.
I still think he could go to TV and live a pretty good life.
No, there's no doubt about that. Like Sean Payton's going to be fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm talking about like a coaching market for Sean Payton. He was the third choice for this job.
He was.
He was the third choice. They wanted Jim Harbaugh. They wanted DeMeco Ryans. Sean Payton was the third choice. Hell, ask Dan Quinn about that. I don't even know if he was in the top 5 choices for the Manders, and that was the guy that they went and hired. Okay, but Sean Payton, like there was kind of similarly to Belichick and Pete Carroll, like Mike Vrabel, there was not like this robust market for people to go and get Sean Payton when he came back available. I think people knew it was a little bit cost prohibitive, and I think that there were questions about, like, is this the guy that we want to entrust our organization to? Now, the Broncos get spurned by Harbaugh, even after a return trip to Ann Arbor. DeMeco says, I want to stay in Houston and have my wife, happy with her family here. So the Broncos, instead of opening things back up, they said, we're going to go and hire Sean Payton right now. You could do way worse, right? They got a Super Bowl winning coach, which at the time, like, does that look like a massive upgrade over Nathaniel Hackett? Of course it does. But then look at the way that things, Andy, went this particular coaching cycle. Like, again, guys that you would consider to be Sean Payton contemporaries, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel, like long-time established winning, playoff winning head coaches, in some cases championship winning coaches. There wasn't a huge market for these dudes.
Again, we talked about this from the NFL Network piece the day that Canales got hired. There is a movement in the NFL to get the person that is more the partnership, the collaborator, not the my way or the highway, and I'm going to rule the entire organization with an iron fist. So we'll see if that can. Now, look, that's now. Everything could change back. The NFL's cyclical. They may decide that doesn't work. The heck with these collaborative things. I'm with you that there may not be a market after this. I understand what you're saying. He's one. I don't know. We'll just have to see how it all goes. I just wonder.
I don't really worry about like his competitive juice or anything like that.
I think he's plenty competitive, but this is going to be a frustrating job.
Like I think he has that part of it, and I'm sure like the dangled carrot, number one, of beating Andy Reid, his old nemesis Andy Reid, and then beating Jim Harbaugh, the guy your organization actually wanted. Like, shouldn't Sean Payton? He seems like a competitive a-hole. Like, doesn't he have that thing of like trying to show his extremely rich ownership? Like, you were wrong to want that guy first. Watch this.
But what if it doesn't go well?
What
if the losing comes in droves? Then
sports.
What happens?
Then he'll be fired.
Well,
if the losing comes in droves,
yes,
he's going to get fired long before he says I'm not up for this or anything else like that. So that's the way that's going to go down. But yeah, the degree of difficulty for what he's being asked to do right now in this AFC with all of these high-level quarterbacks, it's not an easy gig.
Not with Burrow.
Nope.
I'm curious.
Not with
to see what
Josh
Herbert,
Allen.
Turns into.
I don't think Miami's going anywhere anytime soon. That's a pretty good-looking team. I don't think Lamar Jackson and Baltimore are going anywhere anytime soon. Like you said, Burrow is going to get healthy. Herbert's going to figure it out and start to win. We got a damn dynasty in the AFC. It's a different world than it is in the NFC. It's Crackman and Lindahl. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That's all coming up next. Yes, it is the third hour of the program. We get a 5 o'clock hour today. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio. And we begin it with football news ahead of Super Bowl 58. Go get 'em, Spring.
The High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. And a couple stories in the High Five today that are college football adjacent, but this first one certainly with an NFL tint as well. That's because the CU Buffs and Deion Sanders have their new defensive coordinator. It will be Robert Livingston, who was previously the safeties coach for the Cincinnati Bengals, coaching under Lou Anarumo and his Bengals defense.
Hey, Lou Anarumo can coach some football. There's no doubt about that. So you're certainly coming in with an impressive track record in terms of the staff. Andy, why did this take so long?
I don't know. I don't know. And look, I wonder what the departure of Charles Kelly played in this, and I wonder about the situation with Sean Lewis, the demotion.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think the Buffs wanted the demotion out there so much, but it got out there.
Sure did.
You shouldn't be surprised by. But I don't know, Nate. I've asked around. I'm not quite sure. We joked about it with Mark Johnson when we had him on the day of the release of the schedule. Maybe part of it is, Deion, I think, wanted an NFL guy. He said that, NFL resume and all that. And so I don't know, I think everybody, let's be honest about it, Nate. From what Sanford's told us about the college landscape and the NIL deals and everything else, probably some of the guys he wants to talk to wanted to see who was going to fill out what jobs and what staff they were going to have. Now that carousel finally stopped this week, guys maybe return some calls.
I mean, there's one other thing that's going on right here, and I know Sean Lewis was a head coach before, but he was able to parlay his time at Colorado into another head coaching gig at San Diego State. Robert Livingston has been the secondary coach with the Cincinnati Bengals for 8 seasons. Now, that's good. You want somebody who is tasked on a weekly basis with having to stop the opponent's passing game. You need to be an expert in that area. Legwold has talked consistently about how many of the best defensive coordinators in the game today are the ones that came with secondary backgrounds. Vance Joseph is a guy that was a DB's coach before he became a defensive coordinator, so that can be a good background for you to be able to come from. And also, if you go to Colorado and you do a good job and you walk through the door with Travis Hunter right away, which is a good place to be able to start, you can possibly use that as a springboard into a bigger coaching role.
Nate, and ultimately, look, no matter what Deion says, nobody's going away with how long will he be here.
Right.
That it won't go away on a national level. So you wonder how much that played into it too.
Fair to continue to ask those questions, I think, as well. Spring.
High five. Let's talk about the Super Bowl teams. Let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs. A couple things here. Number one, Eric Bieniemy got fired by the Washington Commanders when the Commanders hired Dan Quinn. That relieved Ron Rivera's staff of their duties, and now Eric Bieniemy is a free agent. He actually spent time with the Kansas City Chiefs this week, his old team, he spent time with them ahead of the AFC title game, ahead of the game against the Ravens. Andy Reid saying that Eric Bieniemy is still up for a couple of jobs and that his coaching future is bright. That according to Andy Reid. Patrick Mahomes talking to the media today, and he was asked if he and the Kansas City Chiefs are embracing the role of villain for NFL fans. Here is Patrick Mahomes.
Not necessarily. I think I just like winning. If you win a lot and that causes you to be a villain, then I'm okay with it. But at the end of the day, I'm going to enjoy playing the game and try to win as much as possible.
I thought that was an interesting answer. I heard that live on NFL Network this morning as they went out to all the press conferences. Does winning make you the villain? Because in a way, I think it does just because of fatigue.
It does, yes.
Right?
Steph Curry went from being beloved to being the villain. I think Patrick Mahomes went from being beloved to being the villain.
LeBron James even really.
LeBron did. MJ did. All of these guys, it's eventually it becomes fatigue. Yes, we like that guy and he's fun to watch and we want to see him finally get over the hump and win the big one. And then the second he does, we want him to stop winning because we want somebody else fun to go and do it. Nikola Jokic America's sweetheart, Nikola Jokic. Within a couple of years, Andy, like, people are going to be like, I'm sick of this dude. Okay?
This is a pony. They kind of already did it in the MVP thing, right?
Yeah, kind of to a certain degree right there. So, yeah, like, these things happen, man. They really do. And fans, for whatever reason, they just get sick of watching the success. Like, it's so funny because we talk about the dynasties, and we hold them in such reverence in these, either sports radio or barroom discussions and everything else like that. But like during them, we all just want to complain about it.
No, you're right.
These guys again.
Well, and you know what? See, that's another thing that's changed about sports is we were used to, in the NFL especially, they'd become the king of parody.
Yeah.
Right? So we were used to it changing hands. That's what made this fun. Couple free agents, hey, that could be us. But now the NFL's gone through this weird stretch where you've had the Patriots.
Yep.
We thought we were going to take a breath, and the Chiefs are like, nope, you don't get a breath. Here we are, and guess what? Our guys, as young as Brady was when they started winning, we're going to be here a minute. And I just don't think they know what to do with it. It's so funny because all the guys you mentioned were NBA. And because of the way the NBA was structured, 3 great players and you could forget about it, right? The NFL's not been that way, and now we're going into this era where Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, you got the right quarterback, and all of a sudden here we are. It's just a different time.
No, it really is. And like, we've talked about this before, the amount of guys that are in the league that you would consider to be great players, and you would look back on it and you would say, well, yeah, man, but like that guy didn't win because the legend, the all-timer was right there, and he just kept winning the damn thing.
How about a Phillip Rivers? How many guys are going to be the Phillip Rivers? Will it be Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Where you were a great quarterback, but you had Manning and Brady in your conference. Rivers had to deal with Manning in his division. Dude, there's so many really, like we always, like you've complained about this, and your complaint's going to get more weight as we go. It can't be all about the Super Bowls eventually because of Brady, Manning, and now Mahomes. There's just going to be a lot of guys that don't get their turn.
It's also, when we evaluate what these players are, like Mahomes is going to screw up evaluation of players, just like Brady did. Like, we talked about this after Kansas City beat Buffalo. Josh Allen just finished his 6th year, Peyton Manning didn't win a Super Bowl until his 9th season. Drew Brees didn't go to or win a Super Bowl until his 9th NFL season. Aaron Rodgers was a Packer for 18 years. He won 1 Super Bowl. John Elway didn't win it all until his 15th season. I mean, there's examples in other sports. MJ didn't win a title until his 7th season. LeBron didn't do it until his 9th year. Jokic didn't win one until his 8th NBA season. Joe Sakic did not raise a cup until his 8th season. Nathan McKinnon until his 9th year in the NHL finally got over the hump and actually won it all. We're such a recency bias sort of focused, and I'm sure social media has a part of that, and the amount of media that there is and how much we talk about these kind of things, but very rarely do we sit back and go like, can we give it a minute? Like,
we don't take a breath on anything.
I really believe Josh Allen is going to win a Super Bowl. That's why I can't sit there and go, this guy's a choke artist. 6 years! I mean, the list of names that I just ticked off are some of the greatest of all time.
Who have won the 6 since he's been here? Isn't it like Brady,
Mahomes,
3 of Mahomes, something like that?
Yeah. Slide in a Brady with the Bucks while you're at it there for a moment. Basically, yes. That's been the career that this guy has been up against so far.
Look, to your point about the recency bias, as long as there's a close game, somehow someone, and maybe we may be on the cusp of the greatest Super Bowl ever played. Won't know till we get there. What I get nutty about is if it could be a boring game for a half and you get a couple good drives and a close game at the end. Oh, what a classic. Oh, get out of here with some of that. That's just what we do now. Everything's a classic. No, it's not. It's all right if we don't witness the greatest thing ever because it was told to you that it was a big deal, okay? I've seen, you know what? Let's be honest about it. That Bronco Super Bowl 50 win,
that was not a lot
of fun for a lot of people.
That wasn't a very good game.
I love it.
Yeah.
But come on, let's not put it up there in the annals of some of the greatest games ever played just because it was close.
It was an all-timer of a defensive
The
performance.
one that drives me nuts like that, the Rams-Titans Super Bowl. Just stop. It had maybe one of the best endings as far as drama with your receiver not able to get the ball over the goal line, but that game sucked eggs most of the time. We were all bored to death with that thing.
Hey, make it good in the fourth quarter and we'll be excited.
High five. Now for the San Francisco 49ers, media week at the Super Bowl has gotten weirder than ever. Andy Reid was asked about a possible conspiracy involving Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, the NFL, and politics.
Yeah.
We'll spare you on that
Somebody
one.
asked Andy Reid that
A
question.
German reporter asked him, is this basically all a ruse to get Biden reelected?
Yeah, and Andy
Reid
Reid
was
was just
all
like,
right,
that's
and
not my
just moved
department.
on.
There's entire networks that are devoting all
Yeah.
their programming to it right now, so somebody, I guess, had to ask.
Brock Purdy was asked this. I think this is yesterday. I even saw this. There was a tweet going around where somebody was like, oh my God, I finally realized who Brock Purdy looks like. It's Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy who assassinated John F. Kennedy.
That's what they want you to believe,
Yeah.
Spring.
It's allegedly, I suppose. I think that's confirmed. But either way, here is a reporter, for some reason, asking poor Brock Purdy about this.
Side by side pictures of you and Lee Harvey Oswald circling around the internet right now. People think you two look alike. Did you ever hear that before?
I haven't. That's my first time hearing it. Yeah.
What do you think about that comparison? Physical comparison, obviously.
I don't know.
What do you want me to say, guy? Yeah, I look like a famous president assassin? Sure. I don't know. So then we're also going to have to get out the Zapruder film and even go through that. What is the kid supposed to say to you?
You couldn't see Lee in the Zapruder film,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've looked at the side by side. Like, yeah, I see the resemblance. It's there a little bit. I'm willing to bet you off the top of his head, Brock Purdy doesn't know what Lee Harvey Oswald looks like.
I would, yes.
Would be one guess.
I'm
right
not going to sit there and go, I'm nearly 50. And at no time have I thought to myself, that Brock Purdy. You know who he resembles?
He's got a real Lee Harvey
Yeah,
Oswald
he got
thing.
a real vibe going on.
The closest that I ever came to this sort of comp, and I stand by this, Spring, I think, has actually done the work on this before. I always thought that Andrew Luck sounded like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs.
Now that you mention it.
I thought their voices were just very similar. I don't know if anyone ever asked Andrew Luck about it or not, but I think I've made Spring make the mashup before. Hell, we could even have it in the system somewhere, but I always thought that Andrew Luck sounded like Buffalo Bill, the infamous serial killer from Silence of the Lambs.
We never got Andrew Luck to say puts the lotion in the basket.
I don't think he ever did.
Well, he does that weird colonial style account. Or
I don't think
General
he
Andrew.
does that.
No, that's
does he?
him.
It actually is
It is him.
Have we confirmed this?
Yes, like somebody did an interview about it with him.
He actually writes those
That's
tweets?
him.
Well, that's pretty good then. I give him credit for that. I take it back, and I'm sorry I ever doubted Andrew Luck, but he does sound like Buffalo Bill. And that's the high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL.
Except sometimes it's 3.
Send in your favorite resemblances between NFL stars and serial killers to 303-504-0925. Serial killers or assassins. Either one, 303-504-0925. What NFL player looks like John Wilkes Booth? Go ahead and send it in. Hey, it's Kreckman
Could
and Lindahl.
anything top Will Ferrell and the Chili Peppers drummer?
Ooh, that's a good one.
They're the all-time doppelganger, aren't they?
Hey, O.J. Simpson kind of looks like O.J. Simpson.
Well,
See what I did there?
Hey, see what you did there.
There it is.
Steve Levy and Mark Mosier. Has anyone ever actually?
See, I don't think that's as close as people want it to be, but it's close.
Every time I don't want it to be anything. Levy was on television yesterday. I was like, God, that guy looks just like Moj.
We got to talk about streaming at some point, too, since you brought up TV yesterday. Was Levy on the ESPN Plus broadcast? I don't think he was.
Okay.
There's a young guy and Kevin Weeks.
Sure.
I don't know who the young guy was.
Yes. I missed Moj. I need Moj and Riker in my life.
You know what I actually missed?
Hmm.
Commercials.
You wanted the
All
breaks?
I got was a damn promo for 2 minutes. It was a long form ESPN Plus promo that wouldn't quit running. There was literally no commercials the whole game.
Mitch says Sean Payton and Frankie Muniz.
No. Sean Payton was played by our guy
Malcolm
Kevin
in the
James.
middle. Is that
Dude,
the
that's
one?
actually spot on.
Is it? Now we got to get
Yes.
a picture. Put it up on the big screen. behind Nate.
Malcolm in the
Was
middle.
there ever a quarterback that Joe Burrow and Kevin McAllister?
Jared Goff and Ryan Gosling is pretty good. Nice job, 318.
Ew, there it is.
That's not that bad, actually, especially when he was playing Ken. A lot of similarities there with Jared Goff. I could see it.
Come on now. You
He's
don't
good.
like Jared Goff?
Jared Goff's fine. Is that insulting? To say he looks like hunky movie star Ryan Gosling?
Wow, Kyle Shanahan and Count Chocula.
That one's actually pretty good. I always thought Mike Shanahan looked like Chris Taylor of the Dodgers. I always thought the two of them, they kind of have the same face. Yes.
Okay.
Everybody knows what I'm saying, okay?
Sure.
Semi-rodent-like, okay?
Sure.
Chris Taylor and Mike Shanahan, a little bit similar.
Brothers?
Yes. It's Kreikman and Lindahl. Keep it here. Yeah, it's Nate Craigman. It's Andy Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, do you want your mind blown by a Patrick Mahomes factoid?
No, I don't. So give it to everybody else.
It's for
I need more crap about this guy.
Andy's not paying
enough.
attention, okay?
But go ahead.
He's not listening, all right? So Patrick Mahomes he's good at a lot of things, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else? He's a bowler. Got a 300 game to his name.
He very well could. Wasn't that one of those things that wouldn't surprise you to find out was true?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He's good at football.
He holds skee ball records. I have no idea. But no, he's very good at football. And look, he's gifted, man. Like he's got an unbelievable arm. He's unbelievably accurate. He can throw from various different angles. He's good on the move, all those sorts of things. But here's another stat that I saw that just paints kind of what has become maybe his next greatest gift. And honestly, some of this probably is something that I think was probably born from the Super Bowl that he lost to Tampa Bay. Okay, in 3 playoff games this year, this is in the postseason this year, he has taken a sack on 6.1% of his pressured dropbacks. Okay?
Okay.
I don't mean he's been sacked on 6% of his dropbacks. He has been sacked on 6.1% of the dropbacks where he's been pressured.
So he's avoided.
Meaning 94% of the time when Next Gen Stats defines pressure in his face, he's
still not getting sacked.
Take a sack. That's according to Next Gen Stats. Like, Andy, most quarterbacks you would say, oh, he only gets sacked on 6% of his dropbacks? That's pretty good. No, with Mahomes, you tack on when he actually gets pressured. That's how insanely good it is. He is so good at sliding in the pocket, manipulating, staying on his feet, buying time, knowing where the pressure
is
downfield going to be coming from, making those sorts of off-schedule plays that make him so brilliant. But like when your offense is almost never taking losses, taking heavy losses like that, because we've talked about this with Mahomes before, like 2nd and long, 3rd and long, like he's not really at a huge disadvantage when you put him in those sorts of positions. Now, if you can get that guy into 3rd and 14s or whatever, yeah, he's probably going to be in a little bit of trouble. But what that stat tells you is like he almost never does that.
He's not in trouble because of him. He kills me to say it, but whatever. He reminds me of 2013 Peyton Manning, where no matter the down and distance, like nothing was too long.
Yeah.
They had routes. They could get it open. They had you very rarely, unfortunately, until the Super Bowl, were getting them off the field, most times. And that's the same thing with Mahomes. Like his 3rd down success rate may have dipped this year, but it'd be more because of his receivers dropping passes.
Right.
Not because he didn't give him a chance to make a play. It's tough we know this he's tough to get home on. He's tough to blitz. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, there's not really a good defense to use against him. Now, like in this game, for the Niners, it's going to be like, can you create pressure with 4? And Nick Bosa has had a very good postseason so far. In fact, he's got 9 quarterback pressures through the 2 games that they have played so far in this postseason. Here's the problem. The Niners have 11 total as a team. Nobody else is getting home right now.
Yeah, well, my worry for the Niners in this game, because I very much would like to see them win it, and quite honestly, that, talk about strange bedfellows, I never thought I'd be rooting for the Niners, especially after the Super Bowl they put on Denver. But Shanahan's there, McCaffrey's there, on and on and on.
Yeah.
They cannot afford a start to this game like the Packer or the Lions game. You ain't coming back on these guys. You're not. So they've got to start better than they started these first 2 games so far of the playoffs. And to your point, this Niners defense, which they flexed their muscles the back half of that Detroit game, but don't you feel like they ought to be playing better for all the stars that they've got on the D-line and the linebacking core?
Their defense has not played particularly well in this playoffs.
And listen, I don't know that their corners are all that great, which would terrify me. It's why I'm gonna end up picking the Niners, because there's no way you're gonna get me to pick the Chiefs. But don't take my advice. I'll just put it to you that way.
Okay. Now I want to give you a factoid on the Niners offense that kind of amazed me right here. And there was a piece in the Ringer about this today that Ben Solak had put together. So listen to this, okay? Andy, when you picture the Shanahan offense,
yep,
as we knew it forever here in Denver, and really as it continued on with Kyle in San Francisco and all the various different iterations, the way Kubiak ran it when it was here in Denver. When you think of that offense, I'm sure you think the same thing that I do. You think of two things: wide zone run game and play action, right?
Yes, that
that's
toss
the hallmark.
outside. That
Mhm.
yes. Think of the Terrell Davis runs that were a staple.
Yep. And then think of the play action boot, and boom, you go the other way, and the defense is all flowing this way, and there's the drag routes, and bam, you nail something. And it's so hinged upon that play action fake and getting everyone to buy it and suck up on that whole thing. Listen to this, okay? This is going back to in the earliest year in which this data was available was 2019. 2019, this is percent of dropbacks that were play action fakes from under center.
Okay.
Which, again, that's everything that you think of in this offense. In 2019, the league average was 15%. Shanahan's offense was at 24%.
Okay.
So Kyle
That's a lot.
Shanahan is, again, he's running this wide zone run game, play action fakes, boot the quarterback, okay? That's what this guy does. That's his bread and butter of what he likes to do. This season, this year, with the league average still just a hair below 15%, dropbacks that were play action fakes from under center, this year, Kyle Shanahan ran that on 11.6% of those plays. He went from 24% just 5 years ago down to less than 12% this year. Basically, more than cut in half how many play action fakes were in his passing game.
Any reason given?
And you would listen to that and you would go, how the hell did he do that? And here's the evolution that I think that Kyle Shanahan solved in this offense was between personnel and motion, you can establish the same look from the defense that you would from a play action fake.
Okay.
And essentially the argument being, when you run play action, you suck everybody up, but also you force the defense to play heavy, right?
They may tip their hand.
Exactly.
Zone or man.
You want them heavy and you want them directly in your face. What Kyle Shanahan figured out was, oh, wait a minute. If I take my 5 eligible dudes that are out here on the field and I make it look like a run play pre-snap, I can accomplish the same thing, and I don't have to run this fake. I don't have to have my quarterback turn his back to the defense or anything else like that, and I can still essentially accomplish this. Now, how is Kyle Shanahan able to do this? His personnel is amazing.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey helps that.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel helps that.
Yeah. And one other
Ayuk.
guy.
Oh, our guy.
One other guy.
All right.
In particular helps this an awful lot. I want to play this audio clip. NBC Sports Bay Area, Greg Papa is talking to Kyle Shanahan. This is from a few weeks ago, and they reached the topic of his fullback, Kyle Juszczyk. Listen to Kyle Shanahan talk about how important it was for him to have Juszczyk on his team.
The first guy you signed in free agency when you got here was the Baltimore Ravens fullback. How do you pronounce that guy's name? Kyle Juszczyk. And every year you've been here, he's made the Pro Bowl. A lot of teams don't have a fullback on the roster. They move a tight end back there. Why is Kyle Juszczyk so instrumental to your offense?
Well, I mean, just the fullback position is. I mean, to me, that's when you have a fullback out there, it's the only time that offense can fully dictate what's going on. If you don't have a fullback in there, and I mean, there's just certain things defenses can do where you have to throw the ball or you're going to be outnumbered in everything you do. Guys can hit you in the backfield. So having a fullback always protects that. It doesn't mean you're going to do it, but it allows you to do it if you want to. So you don't have to audible as much. You don't have to change things that the defense puts you in. So that's kind of why we like it. But you also have to have a fullback who doesn't just play fullback, who can kind of do everything, and that's really what Juice does. From a skill set wise, I mean, he's studying him in Harvard. I mean, I still remember his highlight tape as a tight end. I mean, he just was a man amongst boys and did so many things as a tight end. And then I remember when I was in Cleveland, he was a rookie at Baltimore, so I got to see him twice that year. And the screens they were throwing him, I think Kubiak was there at the time, so just watching him do a bunch of stuff. And then when I got here to find out that he was a free agent, and we were trying to get some guys to kind of establish what we wanted to do, we needed a fullback first and foremost, and the best fullback that I had seen in the previous 4 years, and also coming out of college was available. So we were going to get him, whatever it took. And I remember them like, "How are you going to pay a fullback that much?" And it's, well, because that's what it costs to get him, and that's what it's worth. Well, they're all like this. I'm like, well, I can't compare him to that guy. And it's like, well, the market's not that. And it's like, well, whatever the market is, he's worth it. And Juice came here and he hasn't disappointed at all. He's done so much stuff. He does so much stuff people don't realize because he doesn't always get the ball. He doesn't always get the stats and stuff. He's more than capable of getting them. We just got a lot of choices out there, and he does such a good job of just being so consistent and always at the right spot, always ready to make a big time play when we come to him, and he can handle anything we give him. I hate to give it to him, but that Harvard education is somewhat real. I don't think it is with everybody, but he actually plays like that in terms of he handles all the scheme and helps people out, and is one of the most consistent players I've been around.
22 Janos.
Seriously.
What you hear in there, right?
Yeah. And what's wild about it is, again, like the amount of play action fakes that they run from under center in their offense in the course of 5 years has been basically cut in half. Really? Siri did it again.
Siri, he knows you are not a real person. That was the weirdest response there. Oh, now mine's going off. Anyway.
Okay.
But look, everything he talked about. You know what I loved about that? First off, you can have a fullback that's not just the stumbling stone guy that runs into a wall and falls down. Howard Griffith was not that guy. Howard Griffith was awesome for those Bronco teams. The other thing I thought was interesting is I don't care about the paycheck. Quit telling me about this.
Right.
You pay him to get him here.
I got to have this guy.
Because I am going to make him worth every dollar to you.
And what Kyle is basically saying right there is like, okay, if a play action fake, if the run fake is what gets a defense to bite post snap, well, how can I do that pre snap? And Juszczyk is everything, because the moment that he puts Juszczyk and Christian McCaffrey and hell, and Deebo Samuel and George Kittle all on the field at the same time, because sometimes Juszczyk lines up as a tight end. Sometimes Deebo is in the backfield. Sometimes Christian McCaffrey is split out wide. Like all of the various different things that they do with all of these personnel. But like what it essentially does, though, is with those different individuals on the field, no matter what, the defense has to gear up for the run, because if they don't, if they just leave 4 men in the box and say, we'll drop back in cloud coverage, they're going to get gashed for 7, 8, 9, 25, 30 yards on the ground if they're not prepared for it. Like no defense is willing to risk that. So again, it's a load up at the line of scrimmage and suck up and play heavy, and boom, Brock Purdy is able to find Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and Jawan Jennings and whoever else is open down the field, and that's how they hit those explosive plays. But basically what Kyle Shanahan figured out is I can accomplish the exact same thing. I can go against conventional wisdom. I can accomplish the exact same thing that my dad basically for decades told the NFL world you have to do. I can do it a different way.
Yeah, but you pointed it out there. The trick is to have, I call them chess pieces, because McCaffrey is both a running back and a wideout and is not afraid to block. Deebo Samuel's basically the same thing. So you got two like McCaffrey.
Kittle's the same.
Ayuk could do it. Kittle could be a fullback. He's still one of the best tight ends in the game. He's an offensive tackle sometimes.
Got the pieces.
And Juszczyk again. Juszczyk is the guy that he made the catch on the sideline.
Unreal.
Toe tapped inbounds and kept that thing going. Didn't he also get open over the middle late when Purdy got away and found him over the middle? You've got a fullback reaching out with his hands, quite honestly, than some of the Bronco receivers I see try to make a catch.
You know what happened on that play too was and I remember what you're talking about. McCaffrey and Juszczyk are in the backfield. Well, McCaffrey does that thing, from from a two-back set where he motions out wide, well, the linebackers got to go with him because you got to think about Christian McCaffrey. You can't just give up on the guy.
He's not a dummy player at that point. He's a threat.
Juszczyk can just run a wheel route and a crossing route, and boom, like that linebacker, he's already got his weight on the wrong foot, which is what this entire offense is built upon, is leverage, is getting that dummy step and getting guys to go in the wrong direction. Like, that's what Mike figured out, how to use defense's own momentum against them. You're still doing the exact same thing.
See, the key to this, with everything you're describing, they talked about this on NFL Network today. One of the big keys to this Super Bowl is going to be, can the Kansas City linebackers stay home, not drop too deep? Because, again, what you're describing, Shanahan's a master of designing these plays.
Yeah.
And because of the threats, they get everybody deep and someone just comes right underneath.
Yep.
And so if nothing else, you've got that little easy underneath play that'll go pick you up a first down most times.
The other thing they do, they run more plays out of tight formations where they are crammed in. They stack receivers and everything else like that. And what's so funny about that is you then force a defense into outside leverage because they're so worried about you throwing outside the numbers. And boom, again, one quick step inside and you're wide open over the middle.
And it also makes it tough to get that rush off.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I laugh about. We've had one Bronco coach after another. Peyton was better about not doing it. They wanted to open up the formation and get nutty. They've got the best left tackle in the game in Trent Williams, and they're still keeping things tight to help him out.
Yep. And again, he's got excellent pieces. Like, there is no coach that is great without these kind of weapons. And I made the point months ago. If I was drafting Niners, I don't know if I would take Purdy in the top 10. Okay. That's how good the talent that they have around this whole thing to be able to make it all work. It's tremendous, right? But at the same time, like, the guy that is pulling the strings on this entire thing has figured out, how do I use these versatile weapons in the best way humanly possible?
Well, and they're unique weapons, Nate.
Yep.
Like, how many times we come back here, the Broncos have this, they don't have that. They don't have unique weapons compared to the unique weapon for Kansas City is Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
We just laid 5 names out there for you of unique weapons for the Niners. The Eagles, they were unique. The tush push and that run game and the way the oversized receivers and the way they bludgeoned you. The Broncos at some point have to find something unique about their offense that nobody can stop and no one else has.
Everything that we're talking about right here is, and any Bronco fan can close their eyes and envision exactly what Mike Shanahan's offense is designed to do. And what Kyle has done in the last couple of years is said, okay, how do I turn that on its head and evolve beyond that?
Tom Brady and Peyton Manning told you every year, it was famous, they would go and work on their game to stay ahead of what they figured out about you. To your point, Kyle he's elevated this because, let's be honest, this system's been around forever. And there's a lot of, you saw Nathaniel Hackett try to run it, didn't run very well.
Defensive coaches aren't dummies. They know what to expect. And Kyle has said, okay, like, how do I stay one step ahead of you and make you wrong? And that's how this guy's been able to win. Hell of a football coach, man. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Birdo and the Blitz coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio. No games on the network. Nuggets back in action tomorrow night against the Lakers in Los Angeles. Finally, we will have another Nuggets game. Plus, we'll have all the NBA trade deadline conversation right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So make sure you are tuned in all day, every day, right here for the latest on what's going on with the Nuggets. Andy, right now, if you had to put a number on it, I'll say 95%. 95% they don't do anything by tomorrow.
I'll go 90 just to be a contrarian, but I think you're probably right. I do think the
very
buyout mark.
contrarian of you.
I do think the buyout mark. Well, look, I think you're right. I don't think it's completely out of the question because I do think there's a couple things they wouldn't mind having. But I think Malone said it perfectly the other night, and I think he reiterated it with the Dempsey and Company today. We've got young assets we don't want to, get rid of when you're in a championship window. And I think he's also meaning when you've got 3 max contracts, you got to be able to develop young talent.
You do.
If you're going to keep the thing rolling. And so I don't think there's anybody they really want to give up on. Now, I think deep down, you and I both know if they could maybe move the Zeke Naji contract, I think they probably would. But that seems unlikely.
I think they will eventually.
Sure.
I'm sure they would really like to. He's clearly been the biggest disappointment of this season. You were hoping there was a next step in the development. It just didn't happen. We got a little audio here, Andy. The Saskatchewan Rush.
Oh, we got to play this Saskatchewan Rush.
Of the National Lacrosse League. How are the Rush this year?
They're all right. They're middle of the road. They're fair to Midland.
Okay.
I think the Mammoth have a game coming up with them soon. So
not really a rush so much as a casual
pace.
What?
Yeah. There you go.
It's
more
fine.
of a walking. Just a nice
fine.
Listen, dad joke. They used to feature former DU star Mark Matthews, who's your kind of guy.
Totally.
Gets rough and tumble in the bars. But Mark's now out in Toronto. So
no longer a Rush.
He's not in a rush. He's a rock.
Is Geddy Lee having a good season?
Hey, he's not moving at all. He's a rock.
Anyway, at the halftime of the Rush game,
who'd they invite out?
One Joseph Chestnut Jr. Joey Chestnut was out there, and they had a mini donut eating contest, Andy. A mini donut contest.
So is that the holes?
No, I believe these donuts had holes.
Yeah,
they're not. It wasn't.
They're not the donut holes.
It wasn't a donut hole contest. It was a mini donut with holes contest.
Yes, the hostess ones.
All right, let's find out. How did Joey Chestnut do?
Well, in case you were wondering what you missed at halftime here at Co-op Field at SaskTel Center, Joey Chestnut was competing against some local fans in a mini donut eating competition. They had 3 minutes to take him down, and in case you were wondering who the winner was, none other than Joey Chestnut downing 110 mini donuts in 3 minutes. The other fans got to about 20 mini donuts.
$1.10 in 3 minutes.
Good night. So...
Come on.
I'll have to retweet the video.
Let's go, y'all.
That's just a workout for Joey.
Shoveling them in like how most of us grab peanuts, a bowl of peanuts. You just grab some peanuts and put a little bit. He was doing that to the donuts, just shoveling them in there.
So here's my question on Joey. Here is he was competing against a bunch of local yahoos, right?
Yeah.
Just fans or whatever. They got a chance to go out there.
Saskatchewan natives.
Nobody else topped 20.
Yeah, because they're normal.
He puts down $1.10. At 30, couldn't he have just been like, all right, I got this. Just tossed one up and had it land in his mouth.
Was counting. So what did you think he was counting?
It sounds to me like he was pedal to the metal all the way.
Pros versus Joes, baby.
Seriously.
That's what he was going to do. Oh, you think you're a competitive eater, huh?
It's like, remember the old episode of South Park where the little kids play against the Avalanche and the Red Wings and they all just get murdered out there? That's kind of what this sounds like right here. Joey, you don't have to. Now maybe Joey viewed it as hey, it's a workout opportunity, an opportunity to go compete, work up a little bit of a sweat. Got to get ready for the 4th of July. I'll put in a little work here in Saskatchewan.
A, maybe it was a tasty donut. B, maybe he liked the taste of it. But B, when you're a pro like that,
yeah, You show
can't-
up.
Yeah, it's on. Look, that was on ESPN Plus.
Also,
he can't be soft. He can't let people think he's slipping.
the other thing you got to think of, like if you're the crowd entertainment VP of the Saskatchewan Rush, aren't you putting in the contract like you got to bring it, dude? Like
you got to eat a hundy.
I need to see a minimum triple digits here, otherwise you ain't getting paid. Like you have to try. Okay.
I want Joey Chestnut, not Joey Peanut.
Yes, that was good. That was good.
Seriously, how many of those are you housing?
Mini donuts?
Yeah, mini or otherwise. That's
I would I can't imagine I would have done better than the local Yahoos there. 20 tops
20
in 3
sounds
minutes.
like a lot too.
Yeah,
I think I'm tapping at 10.
It wouldn't.
I'm donut out.
Yeah, I don't think competitive eating is for the faint of heart, Andy. Now, if they were chocolate-covered strawberries, how many would you have put down?
Oh, then 50 easy.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
Are the tops
not
cut
6,
off?
not
If
7.
the tops are cut off, I might get to
If you don't have
60.
to worry about the clean pinch and bites.
If I can just shove them in like he was, handfuls at a time, looking like I'm playing Chubby Bunny with the marshmallows, anything's possible.
Is there, because I know like in the competitive eating world, like obviously the hot dog contest is the big one, but like they do like wings and like coconut shrimp and pizza and anything else that you can imagine, right?
Yes. If you can eat it, they'll compete at it.
Is there a chocolate-covered strawberry division
There should be.
the competitive eating league?
Let's call Safeway and get it going.
Let's find
You want
out.
a competitive eat some strawberries in here?
Let's see what we're made of here.
Chocolate covered?
Yes.
Spring, you in?
How is the elasticity of your intestinal lining? Is it
I
good?
got a feeling not great.
Yeah, no.
I'm old now. Everything
know.
gives me heartburn. I
That's-
probably get heartburn off of water.
That's what Joey's got going for him. you
By
know?
the way, did you ever see the Man vs. Food episode where he took on, it was the Burrito Zilla? And it was like 3 burritos smashed into one, and it was 5 pounds. And he looked like he had dislocated his jaw like a snake to just